Let me turn that up as well. Now you can hear me. Welcome to the DDMM YouTube channel. Before we kick things off, it'll be a bit of a slow start for this stream. We are a committed crew, but we are a sparse crew today. So, sorry, you will have a bit of a quiet few minutes. We are 2 minutes away from going live, at which point we will shut up. But you should be able to hear all of the noises from the alpha stream will be coming over to here. We will be running this DDMM comms box cam stream for the next 6.5 hours. Sorry, there's some excitable YouTubers outside if you can hear them who've qualified quite well.
That's a good way of putting it. Excitable. I like
very
that.
Passionate. I like the passion.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is Kieran.
Hello everyone.
Who, if you joined us for Club 100 Bayford last year, fantastically stood in for a Mr. Mitchell when he had the you-know-what.
What was it you, we said 10 quid, wasn't it? I paid you for that. Yeah, okay, it's fine.
But we're looking forward to this one. Qualifying has just finished. It looks like Accelerate Racing have got pole position by just under a tenth. So Ollie Smith ahead of Piers Pryor, who regular viewers from the BUKC will know very, very well. I am going to be quiet now because I don't want this appearing on the Alpha live stream and then getting told off by Luke. But stick with us. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have some interviews. We're going to talk to some people. And then at about 2:30, we will start the race. So we'll keep it on, but we'll just be quiet. And apologies, I haven't got the music working today.
Okay, yeah, hopefully, Andrew, you can hear me as well, yeah? Yeah, cool. I'm going to put your mics back live now. So the stream is now theoretically live, supposedly.
Check 1, 2. Hello everybody and welcome to live coverage of the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 Hours. Welcome here to, of course, Buckmore Park. Absolutely fantastic to be here with you for one of their premier events of the year. And back, of course, for 2022 after a bit of a hiatus last year. My name is Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and I'm fantastically joined today by Kieran McGinley. Kieran, you know this place very, very well. How excited are you for this race?
I'm pretty excited, yeah. I obviously couldn't be here for the 2020 event, but I was here in 2019 actually working on the post and also up in race control for a little bit of time. So, yeah, it's fair to say I've worked here before, gone through all the motions, and I'm looking forward to getting stuck in.
Fantastic stuff. 27 teams competing in the race today, and they should have pretty good weather conditions for the race as well, especially for the opening stage of the race. A few clouds in the sky, but it is dry, it's cool, it's not too humid as well, Kieran, which will be a good thing for the drivers, especially if it's their first time.
Yeah, and just settles the nerves a little bit of dry weather for a couple of drivers who maybe haven't quite done a long endurance like this before. So that'll settle a bit of nerves. Obviously, we'll keep up to date with the weather forecast as much as possible, but dry for now, which will be settling some nerves at least.
And new karts as well. You now join us here on the camera. I'm not used to this. I'm normally stood behind a desk. So apologies. You have to look at this face for the start of this broadcast. New karts for the Buckmore Park corporate fleet, which historically, in my view, one of the best kept fleets in the country in terms of corporate karting. But as it would say, brand new karts, a lot of unknowns going into this race.
Yeah, they haven't been haven't been stress tested over the 24-hour, which is pretty pretty significant, but also pretty understandable as well. It's not like you can run these for 24 hours just to test them. So it'll be interesting to see how the drivers manage that. Fuel as well. Yes, it's a new fleet of karts. So do you go conservative on the fuel, just play it safe, or do you try and stretch it out to as much as you possibly can? I'm excited to see how the strategies are all going to develop and see how they'll get on with all the challenges that face their way.
Indeed, it being an endurance race, that strategic element is going to be absolutely key. A winner of a 24-hour race, in my view, is always the car or kart that keeps itself out the pits the longest. There will be a mandatory service window for all the teams out there. But we've got some very, very strong teams here, some very experienced teams. What do you think they'll be looking to do in the early stages of this race?
Oh, well, just stay out of trouble, really. Keep the penalties down, keep the contact down, stay out of trouble, because the race is not it's not won on the first lap, but it can certainly be lost if you play it too aggressive, try a move that's not quite on. Just keep yourself out of trouble for the first few laps. Settle down. That's going to be the most important thing. Once you're settled into your own pace, your stints are going to fly by.
Very good stuff. So the good news is for you at home, you are going to be able to follow the whole race here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and network of social media channels. So make sure you've subscribed, make sure you've pressed that like button as well, and let us know in the comments who you're supporting and where you're watching from. You can also follow on the live timing, live.alphatiming.co.uk/Buckmore. So if you've got a tablet or a spare device, whatever it may be, get that on there, because that's going to be an invaluable resource for you to follow the race. We'll be doing commentary for the first 6 hours of the race and then the last 6 hours of the race as well. Right, I think it's time for us to delve deep into the world of live television and go and talk to some drivers. So I'm going to hand you over to Kieran, who's going to take you through the next few minutes whilst I get down onto the grid, and we see who's done well in qualifying.
But you're now live, Kieran. Unmute yourself when ready. Yeah, so if you just want to talk over this, you can do, and just go straight into the track guide.
So here we are then, Buckmore Park, ready to go here. I'm looking forward to this. It should be a fantastic, fantastic event. We should get ourselves, the drivers are just getting themselves gridded up as we speak. Once they're onto the grids, the cars will be refueled, the drivers will have to stay away, and then it will be time for the team photos. And that should be when Andrew gets himself into the... So we're... Buckmore Park then, almost ready to go. We're just getting the drivers gridded up, and they'll get their refueling underway. And it's absolutely beaming down in sunlight at the moment. A couple of clouds, as Andrew was saying earlier, to deal with, but we're looking pretty dry for the start of this race, and we're looking like it's going to be a fantastic one. roughly weather forecast, we've been dabbling really, but as you can see, taking us through the track map, the first 2 turns, very high speed before you then come in towards the very first heavy braking zone at hairpin 1. Expect a lot of overtaking action to be done then. Then in towards hairpin 2, very tricky entry, but you've got to get the exit right, leads you then through the S's, flat out through here, and then taking you then through Simon Sweet, downhill from here on in, then in towards Pullman's, a very tricky section to get that absolutely right, and then we head away in towards Paddock Bend, up Damon Hill and towards Garda, another possible overtaking opportunity. It's uphill, then it's downhill through the centre chicane, up the rise and in towards the calf curve before we take ourselves onto the Sisley Straight. That is a lap of Buckmore Park. It flies by, absolutely flies by here. And once it is flat at the top of the circuit, it's very much undulation central heading down to the bottom of the circuit. And if everything works in order, we should be able to join Andrew down trackside. Andrew. So Andrew should be down there right about now. Andrew, can you hear me, first of all? And how are you doing?
Welcome down to the grid, everybody. And there's calm before the inevitable storm of this Buckmore Park 24-hour. I just want to put you in the eye line of one of the drivers. We'll go with the number 10 here, the XLR Accelerate car that will be on pole position. So these are the karts. These are the brand new Buckmore Park Sodi corporate fleet. Look how beautiful they look. There is maybe, possibly, to be confirmed, any tyre marks on the new cars is going to be a black flag. But this is what they're running with. This is what they've got to take care of through the 24 hours. And what I'm also going to do is just pivot us round and show us into turn 1. Now, this is going to be a really, really crucial bit of the race, and it's only going to last a few seconds. If you put yourself in the eye line, the drivers are going to do a Le Mans-style start, tear towards turn 1, which is a right-hander, but very, very tight. You don't want to be bumping and barging too much through here. You want to keep yourself in the race, in position, as you run round towards hairpin 1, hairpin 2, and at that point, then you can start to settle down around this Buckmore Park kart circuit, which is personally one of my favourites in the country as well. Very, very different to a lot of circuits in that you've got the elevation change as well, which Kieran will have talked about. Now, the karts are being formed up at the moment into the order. I think we go and have a little wander around, like Mr. Brundle does on the Formula One, and see who we can find and have a chat with them. As you see, all the teams are being held at the back here. I'm probably going to go for some folks that I know from the BUKC first. The Loughborough legends and Neil. Neil is a very key part of the team, though, but he didn't go to Loughborough University, so that's why he's not technically a Loughborough legend. But I think they've qualified second on the grid. As we say, 27 karts in this edition of the Buckmore Park 24-hour. And I'm going to sneak up on the back of them and have a chat. We did clear this beforehand that we were going to have a chat with them. And I'm going to grab a man by the name of Ollie Wedden. It's time. P2, I think, in qualifying for the Loughborough Legends. Happy?
Yeah, very happy with that. I think the karting first looks very quick. If we can stick with them for the first 2 hours, Piers will do a great job, I'm sure. But yeah, really, really happy with that. Can't complain with top 2, can you?
Last time we were here for an Alpha Live event, I think I'm right in saying this, in the corporate karts, was the WTF1 Grand Prix a few years ago, which you had a fantastic battle in with Jack Goldsmith that day. What's important as a driver to get right around this Buckmore Park circuit?
I mean, especially with this 24-hour, it's smooth and consistent. Like, there's no point doing 3 really quick laps and then just getting knackered and slowing down for an hour and a half. But honestly, smooth and straight is the quickest way to go around here. Yeah.
Good stuff. And flying the flag for Arsenal 2-1 when I last checked.
Happy with that. Yeah, so far so good. Can't complain.
Good stuff. Let's catch a word with, as I say, the one member of the Loughborough Legends team who is not from Loughborough, but is, as I say, a very key part of the team, Neil Vincent, in Coventry colours, which I'm quite happy about as well.
T-shirt and suit, so...
Great to have you back on an Alpha Live broadcast, Neil. What have you been up to?
sounds really boring, but just working really. Yeah, since uni. I miss the BUKC a lot. You know, you don't get that proper team atmosphere anywhere else, and I haven't really done much karting, but yeah, just working. Got a girlfriend. Yeah, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, nothing too exciting.
And she's in charge, right, of all the strategy today and keeping sure that you're all on full metal.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, we've a few of us have brought girlfriends, so I think we're sorted between us. We've got like 4 or 5. Yeah, we got 4 or 5 of them to do the strategy, so we're sorted. We just put our feet up, relax, drive the kart, get back, and sleep.
This interview's gone off track already very, very, very quickly. It's a very different time of year to when we're normally here for BUKC. It's a lot warmer as well. Are you concerned about these new softer tyres on the karts?
I guess, yeah. I mean, if we're gonna have the problem, everyone else is gonna have the problem. So yeah, I'm not too concerned. I'm here for a good laugh, here for a social with Ollie and all the lovely people. But yeah, I think we'll be fine. I think everyone else will be fine as well. So we got Piers, we got Ollie, we got Tom, James, Kaylee, Charlie, loads of good drivers. So I'm sure we'll manage.
Last question, the most important one: who's going to be quicker out of you and Kaylee in that sibling rivalry?
It's a good question actually, because in the BUKC, I think I had a couple of attempts on her. But we've been going to Tamworth a lot, Daytona Tamworth, in the D-Max karts, and she's had the edge every time we go, every time. So either she's got better or I've lost a bit of my edge. So yeah, it's 50-50, who knows? I'd like to say me, but yeah, she's got every chance.
Good stuff. Jacob sends his love, by the way. Jacob Harris from the BUKC. Let's do oh dear. We're going to have to do a bit of a manoeuvre here, or go the long way round. Let's go the long way round for cameraman's sake. So that was the Loughborough Legends and Neil team, qualified second on the grid, and they have a lot of experience around this circuit, so I reckon they could be one of your favourites for this edition of the 24-hour. I'm going to bounce on a couple of gentlemen that I think a few of you might know, hopefully if they don't mind. Jimmy Broadbent, good to see you again, mate. How was qualifying?
Not great, honestly. I think we're down like P13 or something like that. Maybe just luck of the draw with the old karts, you know, but I don't think it'll matter over the course of 24 hours, but you always want to start higher, don't you? So I'll just blame Gordy.
You mentioned Gordy. Last time you were here, I think it was 2020 with the WTF1 team.
Yeah.
No disrespect to that team. This is quite a crack squad that you've got here today. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, again, no disrespect to the other team, but when in the last race, I think Steve and I did 13 hours between us and a 6-man team, so we decided, you know what, let's actually get a team of drivers who want to drive and do it that way. And we're all pretty much separated by about a tenth on a quick lap, so we're all about the same speed, and hoping that consistency is going to be enough for us to move forward a bit.
You've been doing some cracking work in the Praga, if you don't mind me saying. All those things that you've learnt over the last couple of years as you've stepped up through the racing echelons, what do you think that you're going to do here differently today to what you did 2 years ago?
Get my elbows out. That's basically it. No one is polite in karting. You cannot be polite either. I think you come from sim race, you think, oh, if they bump me, they'll give me the space back. No, they ain't coming back again. So I think just being, getting up to speed very quickly and just being decisive in what I'm doing.
Fantastic stuff. Well, great to see you, mate.
Thank you, mate.
We want to see you back in Club 100 as well. Come and have a go again. Soon. Good stuff. Right, let's see who else we can find. But Jimmy Broadbent there, the Team 87 team. They've had a difficult qualifying, but I still think they've got the talents to get through this order and be there at the end. I'm just going to grab Max O'Shaughnessy for a second. Max, we can grab you for a second, Max.
Right.
Back here at Buckmore Park. How did qualifying go for you guys?
Not too great. We're down in 7th. We're about 3.5 tenths off, which isn't disastrous, but we're struggling for a bit of pace. We're hoping the kart beds in a bit further into the race. I think we're still in for a shout. I mean, last year we qualified lower down and still managed to win, so it's all to play for.
You've done a lot of racing in the Club 100 machinery in the BUKC and some of the Sprints Championships as well. These karts that we've got here today, what are the main differences for the guys at home between this and a Club 100?
You have to be a lot smoother with a Sodi kart. You can be quite aggressive with a Club 100 and throw it around, but you've got to be really smooth and consistent, and yeah, that's just pretty much most of it.
Well, good stuff. Well, best of luck, Max. I'm sure you'll be very, very fast out there, and we'll catch you up in a bit. Now, there is one team in... Oh, as I've nearly been we've nearly had an accident in the paddock already, and we've not even got the race started yet. There is a team in particular that I want to try and grab the hold of, which I know a lot of you have tuned in for them. They might be upstairs actually, but we'll just have a brief look around. Let's grab a chat with the Club 73 guys, because they've got a lot of teams here. Club 73 team, introduce yourself. Who are you and which team you're racing in?
I'm Nathan. I'm racing with Team Silent for the Club 73.
Tell us about Club 73 as a whole. What is Club 73 about?
It's a fun, friendly series, racing in different hire karts and different tracks all over the southeast.
Good stuff. And you've done a lot of endurance racing in the past as well. I think you've done the Teesside 24-hour and the Le Mans 24-hour with the 24-hour series before.
Club 73's done a load of that in the past, and we're really looking forward to this one.
What do you think of the new karts out there?
Absolutely fantastic. You know, very, very competitive, very even across the field. It's looking to be a really good race.
Fantastic stuff. Well, best of luck, guys. We'll see a lot of Club 73 across the course of the race. We're now going to try, I think, go upstairs to catch a quick chat with some of our celebrity drivers. That's actually doing them a bit of disservice, because I think they've qualified pretty well, the Senior Frogs. I've just spotted them, so I'm going to try and chase them down and have a brief chat with them. We want to try and catch up with Rich and Phil from Buckmore Park as well, because of course one of the buzzes that I'm feeling in this paddock at the moment is that this race of course didn't run last year, and there's obviously a bit of concern at this point in 2021. So it is absolutely fantastic. We did want to have a quick chat with them and see what their thoughts are ahead of this one. Teams now going out onto the grid as well ahead of this race, which will start at bottom of the hour, so 2:30 p.m. local time here in the UK. If you're watching from around the world, thank you very much for joining us here on Alpha Live for the 2022 Buckmore Park 24-hour. Gonna go and have a chat with our pole sitters. We really should, shouldn't we? I'd say they're on the front of the grid. Accelerate Racing. Accelerate team. Pole position for the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 hours. You should be pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, we are, but it's a long old race. Anything can happen. We've had it before, a chain come off, but yeah, we'll give it a good go. Best place, isn't it, really?
What are your thoughts for the first half of the race in terms of taking care of the kart up to the service window? When is your service window?
Our service window is about 3:30, so we've got a bit longer to go to start with, but hopefully it'll come back to us in the second half, because we've got a shorter stint with them second half.
Do you prefer it that way, or would you rather have had an earlier one?
We did want it late. Yeah, we did. We wanted it more about 2:30, because it had been 12 and 12, but we're happy with where it is at the moment.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, guys. I'm sure you'll be very, very quick. And we'll very much be seeing a lot of them early on in the race up at the front. I'm going to quickly grab Piers Pryor.
Where am I going?
You're going to keep standing where you are. Qualifying P2, must be pretty pleased.
Yeah, absolutely pleased with that, yeah. Haven't driven a Buckmore for ages. I used to drive around here all the time, so it's great to be back. And yeah, really good fun to drive the new karts, new tarmac, new everything. And P2, we'll take that. 24 hours is a long time, but we'd rather not be down there somewhere.
And great to be back with the team as well, the boys and girls from Loughborough University.
And Neil. yeah, absolutely great to be back. We've got sort of a mixture of current, old, new drivers. Yeah, hence Loughborough legends and Neil.
Good stuff.
Obviously Neil's used to race Coventry, but we sort of adopted him.
Someone's got to take care of him. We'll catch you in a bit, Piers. Piers, very quick drive around here. Previously won the Henry Surtees Challenge at this circuit. I'm just going to grab Rich. Rich, great to see you. Great to be back here for the Buckmore Park 24 hours. This time last year, we were all a little bit concerned. What are you feeling ahead of this one?
Super excited. You know, as you say, like this time last year, end of April, we were shut. We'd been shut for almost a year, and so it's look at this. This is, you can't get better than this. Having a full grid, we sold out the event in 45 minutes, and yeah, it should be a good race. Just hoping the weather holds out, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
What, from your perspective, do you think the drivers need to make sure that they're doing in the early stages?
Not crashing. I think it's as easy as that. It's a 24-hour race, so it's about looking after the karts, looking after the tyres, pacing themselves. And I know there's a few kind of rookies on the grid here, and I think they've just got to look after themselves.
Fantastic stuff. Well done. Brilliant event so far. Absolutely fantastic to be here this weekend. Sorry, I'm bumping into people as I go through. But where is the team? I think we've got about 4 minutes to go before we start. I am looking for kart number 27. They call themselves the Senior Frogs, but some of you might know them by some different names. There's a whole plethora of YouTubers here. I'm going to go to Ethan, who all of you will know as Bazinga.
Yes, indeed.
What on earth is going on here?
I couldn't tell you, but we've got a couple of YouTubers that fancy themselves in a go-kart, and we put it in P50.
I mean, it's not bad. It's pretty much on halfway.
For a rookie, we will absolutely take it. We're sending Will in first. He's obviously checking out the car. We've got the GoPro on. We're making a video, and we're having a fun time.
Your response in the driver response is one of my favourites. Like all the drivers have said to what their experience levels are, and you put comfortable. Please,
I'm comfortable. What can I say? I don't feel too out of pocket. I quite enjoy it. I'm comfortable.
Do you think you'll be comfortable after the third or fourth stint pounding around here for umpteen number?
Absolutely. I'm built for winning. I'm built for winning. Look, there's a W. Now, we're here to have a fun time.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Ethan. Go smash it. I'm going to talk to Will, because WillNE is starting the kart. Will, I'm going to say, you spent a bit of time with a certain Mr. Norris. What tips has he given you ahead of this race?
Absolutely nothing. Completely useless. We spent a lot of time here, though. Do I admit to that? I think there's a few of us that may have about more than 1,000 laps around here, so we should be good.
Some of the lap times in practice look pretty good.
It depends which one you looked at. Some of them, I think, Chip cut the corner, so definitely avoid pro class. There was just, Chip cutting some corners. I think high 50 is the standard around here, 51. We'll break 51 once or twice.
And keep it steady, keep it moving through, and we'll see you on the top step at the end.
Cheers, mate. All the best.
I'm going to take a risk here. I'm going to talk to Harry. Harry, we've only just started the stream. We've only just started the stream, so don't say anything bad.
Not to my friend.
Karting, what have you done before?
I've been here a few times. I don't do much. We've been some other karting places I won't name, but no, I've done a little bit, but not a lot.
Inferior karting places.
Yeah, 100%, man. It's the best track in the UK. I'm telling you, it's a banger. Yeah.
And the weather's good for it as well. It's not raining yet.
Well, for now, yeah. We haven't done this in the wet ever, so if it starts raining, we are finished. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Good stuff. Well, it's absolutely fantastic to have you guys down here. I'm sure you're going to do very, very well, and we'll chat to you later.
Banger, mate. Thank you very much, man. Cheers. Have a good one.
Cheers, Harry. Road to shore. Right. That is it. That's the grid walk done. We're going to head back up to the commentary box now. Kieran's going to take us through to the start of the race.
Yes, I am indeed, and thank you there, Andrew, for taking us through just a couple of interviews there. Great to hear from so many wide variety of not only experience, but also positions on the grid as well. Great to hear from them all, and as you can see, pretty much sunshine at the moment, a couple of clouds in the sky, but if you've ever been to Buckmore Park, you'll be very familiar with the phrase, it has its own climate. That's exactly what you could use to describe it with. We're looking potentially at a little bit of rainfall around about 8 o'clock tonight, should take us through to 10 o'clock, but the chances of that are quite low, so there's a good chance we could have dry running. The only other option here as well is the dew point. Now, it does get quite damp around this circuit at the latter stages, especially towards the late part of the evening, early morning as well. So that might be something the drivers have to watch out for damp places, certain parts of the track, especially towards the top half of this track. And as you can see, the drivers are all posing for their team photos, getting ready to get this start, and hopefully they'll have decided already who's going to be taking the start. It will be a Le Mans start. Andrew and I were in the briefing. It will be a Le Mans start, Andrew, so we're going to have drivers sprinting to the karts.
We are, and it's harder than it sounds. There have been times before when drivers have, got a little bit too excited, done a bit of a Usain Bolt, and overshot the kart. Each team will have a driver or team member behind the kart to keep it steady. I'm already out of breath, and we've not even started the race yet.
I know.
But yeah, it is one of those that is trickier than it sounds, and not just from the getting in the kart, but actually getting the kart off the line. You can easily, if you're on pole position and you don't quite get it right, and you lose half a second, maybe a second, in terms of that time to get the kart moving, you're going to be down in 5th, 6th, 7th position, even by the time you get to turn 1. And as we looked down there, turn 1, it's tight, it funnels into there, but we will see people going 3 and maybe 4 wide as we wrap round through Henry's and go towards hairpin 1.
Yeah, and I think Jimmy Broadbent was talking to you about how, not necessarily at the start of a 24-hour, it doesn't necessarily mean the end of the world if you qualify mid-table or towards the back. It is a long, long race. There's a lot that can happen between now and around about 2:30 tomorrow. So anything can happen. It probably will happen.
And it's a very physical circuit, this. I know from my own racing times around here, I even have a couple of scars from this place. It is all about keeping the kart in one piece. Now, they will have a 10-minute mandatory service that happens in the middle of the night. Fingers crossed for a team, it is just 10 minutes. You don't want that ending up being 12, 13, 14 minutes because you're then going to lose time. I'm going to be quiet and just check how many minutes we've got before we go racing with this. I think we've still got a couple of minutes. Big thanks to our sponsors if we haven't thanked them already. You see their logo up in the top corner. So big thanks, of course, to G. Collins and Sons, a like-minded family-run business based in Kent. Discover their range of jewellery designed in-house and created in their on-site workshop, which they provide the highest standard of British jewellery making. Visit them in their showroom in Tunbridge Wells, down the road, for a truly unique experience.
I assume as well there'll be a couple of warm-up stretches as well. Get those hamstrings and calves warmed up, because the last thing you want to do is try and sprint away and injure yourself before you've even started. That would be a pretty embarrassing way, and we'd have to try not to laugh. But I mean, in all honesty, the adrenaline is going to be so high at this point.
There's a proper buzz down there, and you know, this race hasn't been run for 2 years. Weren't able to run it in 2021, and I think everyone, doesn't matter if you're first on the grid or 27th, everybody's ready to go for this one. Thank you for joining us here on the Alpha live stream. Make sure that you've subscribed, click the like button, and click the notification bell. That was the one I was trying to remember, because of course we're going to do 3 parts of this race today. So there's going to be part 1 with the commentary for the first 6 hours or so. We might overrun a little bit. They have some difficulty sometimes shutting us up, so
they do.
We may go a little bit longer than scheduled, but there will be a static cam through the night, through the middle 12 hours, and then we'll be back with dynamic cams in the last 6 hours of the race. And as I mentioned, live timing as well. We're also on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. If you particularly want to look at our ugly faces, hello, everybody watching on that one. And we've got the live timing on there as well. But I think we are about ready to go then. 14:29. The race will be started with a wave of the Union flag. Le Mans style starts. The drivers on the right-hand side of the circuit. As you're looking at it, their left will dash across the circuit, jump into the karts, and we will be away for 24 hours of Buckmore Park kart circuit here near Chatham in Kent. Flag is in the air, ready to go. Down it goes, and away we go for the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 hours, and it's a good start for all of those karts at the front of the field, and away go Accelerate Racing into turn 1. The number 10 leading in the early stages. Yeah,
that was a great start as well from South Coast Racing, making their way up a couple of positions, getting up the inside, going in towards the first turn. But here come Loughborough Legends and Neil up the inside, and they have taken the early lead. But it's all really shaping up very nicely. We did tell them it was a 24-hour race, didn't we? Already the top 3 look like they're up for this.
Yeah, it's Piers Pryor in for Loughborough Legends and Neil at the early stages. Ollie Smith also taking the number 10 Accelerate Racing car in the early stages of this race. As everybody streams down, there's already 1 kart off the back of the field. You see Gordy Much in the middle of it all there in the pink helmet with the Fanatec suit in the number 8. That's Jimmy Broadbent's Team 87 squad. And WillNE as well in the number 27 Senior Frogs entry as well. But 1 lap completed then here at Buckmore Park. Everything going on in the midfield. But Piers Pryor and the Loughborough Legends, and Neil, of course, will be very, very happy with that one.
I think Neil, you can't forget Neil, absolutely not, as the number 7 Motorsport UK Academy just holding off the number 10 Accelerate Racing machine. But there they go, then trying to go side by side through the S's. They're going to put Accelerate on the outside. They're still on the outside, heading their way down through the S's, and couldn't quite get that move done as they now make their way down in towards Paddock Bend and up Damon Hill.
Very technical part of the circuit, this. A couple of drivers running wide. Any of the areas that you see painted in red, they are track limits. Now, drivers can straddle those regions of the circuit, but they cannot go fully onto the red areas of the circuit, as there's a change there for second place. That's Accelerate going up the inside of Motorsport UK Academy.
Yeah, absolutely. That's now second place in towards hairpin 1. Back on the power they'll go then. And, changes of position this early on in an endurance. I mean, a good way to scrub up the tyres and a good way of using a bit more fuel, because you'll be really pushing to keep those positions. I mean, we were talking about it earlier, Andrew, about how it's always your case to make sure you just get a clean start, make sure everything works, get those cogs turning and getting to that rhythm. And it looks like for the top 3, they are absolutely streaming away. I did just see Send Hub Limited in the number 1 car. They started further down the order, but I believe Jack Goldsmith is behind the wheel of that machine, and he's brought it up to 4th.
Yeah, Jack Goldsmith, one of the most experienced drivers around this Buckmore Park circuit, has raced here for many, many years, has been a lap record holder. There he is in the number 1 in the blue and white suit from Custom Racewear, and talked to Ollie Wedden down on the grid, and remembering back a few years to go to the WTF1 Grand Prix, which is a shorter format, of course, was a 2-hour race, if my memory serves me correctly. We had a brilliant battle with Jack Goldsmith on that day, and so yeah, we definitely know Mr. Goldsmith's credibilities around here. Interesting at the front of the field here, Kieran. So initially, Piers Pryor had a lead of over a second or so, but it looks like Ollie Smith is starting to reel him in, and let's see if Ollie Smith goes for a move for the lead or decides to work with Piers at this stage of the race.
I'll tell you what, ditch finders are trying to find their way up a position ahead, I believe, of that was the number 5 Fox Motorsport machine. Didn't quite find the way through in towards Garda and then towards the centre chicane, but all over the back, as we see once again Accelerate trying to put the pressure on here on the Motorsport, the Loughborough Legends and Neil, as they both make their way out of hairpin 2 and onwards then through the S's. We could be looking at this battle, Andrew, for quite some time.
We could be indeed. Bit of housekeeping for you all at home, because I recognise that there's a lot of people tuning in. This might be their first time watching karting in this manner. We've got 2 classes, so all of the karts are of the exact same specification prepared by Buckmore Park. But you may have already noticed that some of the karts have yellow number boards on them, the others have black number boards on them. That's basically to denote the difference between our pro teams with the yellow number boards and our rookie teams. But I think it's a little bit harsh calling some of them rookie teams. But the second division, the Championship versus the Premier League, there's been a change for the lead between 2 of our pro teams there. Accelerate lead here at Buckmore Park.
They do indeed, and there is that bottom right hand corner, you see the contact warning going out for the number 20 machine, but again a great battle for the lead then, as Loughborough Legends and Neil try and put that pressure on through the S's. They will go top 2, starting to just bridge that gap between themselves and the Motorsport UK Academy, and I believe Broken Rib at some point on the last lap managed to get themselves back ahead of Send Hub Limited, and still focused, locked in, eyes on the battle for the lead as they make their way on towards the cafe curve and on towards the start finish straight once again.
Yeah, this is a really good start from the Broken Rib Racing team. They'll like that they're there in 4th place overall. They won't worry too much about those yellow plated teams around them. They probably know that across the course of the race they're not going to have the measure of those, but they're looking at the likes of the Ditch Finders karts, number 24, Club 73 Team Silence as well. They're already starting to get a bit of a gap over those guys. Let's have a little further look down the order though, because there's plenty of overtaking going on. Gordy Much, I'm trying to remember, I think it's about 5 years since I've commentated on Gordy being in a race, but Jimmy Broadbent's teammate in the Praga Endurance Cup in Britcar, very, very fast driver. He's just got the Team 87 kart up to 8th place, past Club 73 Team Silent, so great progress. There he is in the pink helmet, as up the inside there looks South Coast Racing on Club 73 Young Guns. This is the kind of start that Jimmy, Steve Brown, the Bridle brothers as well, will all have been looking for from Gordy Much. Fantastic stuff. Coming back already after a difficult qualifying.
Yeah, and we were saying about getting into that rhythm. It looks like Gordy's got into that rhythm well and truly as he makes his way in towards hairpin 1, setting his, I believe, personal best lap. And of course, that's in a little bit of traffic as well. So he's doing a fine job out there, out of hairpin 2. And let's see what he can do from here on his stint. But we were in that briefing, Andrew. You were talking about how the track limits are going to be there. There was a bit of a rule clarification that normally in an endurance, it's, normally here it's 2 warnings and your third warning is a penalty.
Yes.
However, every 4 hours, the slate gets wiped clean. So if you get any contact warnings, if you have misbehaved, every 4 hours in this race, that slate gets absolutely wiped clean and you start again on a clean slate and looks like you haven't done anything wrong at all.
Change for 4th place. Send Hub Limited and Jack Goldsmith have got past Broken Rib Racing for 4th place overall. No changes in class positions, of course, because that is a pro kart. Going past it, they've renamed it, and I quite like this. They've renamed it Clubman. That's much more appropriate because there's not a lot of rookies. We do have some rookies out here today, and best of luck to them. Hope they have a great day here at Buckmore. But yes, that change from 4th place, Send Hub ahead of Broken Rib. There's lots of people are probably wondering how are Senor Frogs getting on? How is WillNE progressing? Well, he's up to 18th. He fell back a little bit from the start of the race, but WillNE starting to move back up through the field.
Yeah, and of course strategy will be decided and it'll have to be changed on the fly as well. So the very early stages of this race are just making sure you get the best start possible and staying out of trouble. Broken Rib Racing really getting involved in that battle with Send Hub Limited. Of course, Jack Goldsmith trying to break away. Can't quite do it at the moment, but this is where the strategy comes in. At what point do you try and fuel save? It's been nip and tuck. In the briefing, it was advised, yeah, they probably could do 2 hours, but if you run out of fuel, that's on you. So it's a case of, are they fuel saving? How effectively can these drivers fuel save? It's all going to be called into question, and that just adds that little bit of spice to this 24-hour.
No, it definitely does. As up the inside there, my goodness me, was that a double overtake from the RX, the Rallycross Mechanics? I think it was. One of our pro teams who didn't have such a good qualifying coming back through the field. There's WillNE in the number 27, Senor Frogs. I love how these guys are decked out as well. They've all got matching suits, very, very professional. They're having a lot of fun with this race. Still very, very early stages of it.
And Loughborough Legends now with the fastest lap of the race, 49.834. So trying to get the power down and trying to get the move done, and they're not hanging about. There's the battle for the lead then. Accelerate Racing leading Loughborough Legends and Neil. Neil's going to get a lot of coverage today.
He's going to get a lot of coverage today, is Neil Vincent. But this is the kind of thing that we expect to see from your leading drivers. To those who are maybe used to shorter races, Formula One in that regard, they're probably wondering, well, why isn't the number 3 trying to get back past the number 10? They're working together at the moment, because if they can just pull away, as they are doing, 3.5 seconds now the gap between second and third, they don't need to be worrying about squabbling for the lead of this race at this stage of the race. They can do that in the last half an hour when we're in Sunday afternoon.
And that is a weird concept that the top 2 would actually be working together. They're completely different teams. They're completely different entities. But in a sense, yes, they will be working together, because the less they battle, the more they can pull away together from the rest of the field. But Motorsport UK Academy are finding themselves in just that little bit of pocket of air at the moment. They're about 4 seconds behind the lead battle, but they're 3 seconds ahead of this battle here for 4th place, involving 4 karts, which is the Send Hub Limited machine, the Broken Rib Racing, Fox Motorsport, and the Ditch Finders, all in that really good battle for 4th place at the moment.
A couple of changes of position to tell you about. Mini Boost, the team in the number 17, have just taken 26th position away from Milne GP. And there's been a change in the Club 73 ranks. You can just see him there as the number 11 of Club 73 Young Guns go down the inside of South Coast Racing. Formula None have got past Club 73 Team Silent as well. And the number 9 continues good progress here, Kieran. The RX Mechanics, number 9, are up to 13th place.
Yeah, it's a great start from them. And we did see the Young Guns really gunning it down the inside, but they did allow the number 12 South Coast Racing machine back through. So they did cede that position, and they might have actually fallen a little bit further back into the clutches. I believe that's Formula None. Yes, it is, the number 20. So they had to be careful there. They had to cede that position, or they wanted to cede that position. And there again goes the number 9, the RX Mechanics machine, getting up the inside. And that's another position, or it would have been, had the number 23, the Club 73 Team Silent, Dimitri Oros, at the wheel of that car, getting back past. And they're now making their way up towards turn 1. A little look up the inside from HWB Racing, the number 25, but no way through there. And the Rallycross Mechanics, number 9, getting the position. And again, riding the bumps, riding the curbs, the HWB Racing machine. Then we cut to that 3-way battle. Andrew, I'm struggling to know where to look at this point.
It doesn't feel like a 24-hour
It doesn't, does
race
it?
at the
No.
moment. Keeping an eye on your comments, keep them coming in. They're absolutely flooding in, so I'm not going to be able to read out all of them. But just saw a question from Freya asking how many laps. Now, this will vary because, of course, the race is determined by time, as the number 12 has another little look at the inside of the 11. But for reference, now this was a at least partially wet race 2 years ago. The winning team, we spoke to Max O'Shaughnessy from that team earlier, Brentwood Banter, 1,343 laps is what they completed 2 years ago. So we're looking probably in that range again, something in 4 figures.
Yeah, definitely. If it stays dry throughout the whole event, definitely looking at 1,400 as there's a little bit of contact going in towards hairpin 2. I mean, we're going 3 abreast through the middle of that corner, just further down the field in that midfield. But they're all looking to try and grab those positions very early on. Contact warning going out to the number 23, the club's 73 team silent team.
Every time a cheer goes outside our commentary box window, I know exactly what's happened. And it's an overtake for Senior Frogs. And there is WillNE down the inside, taking on the number 15 for 15th place. He is flying through the order.
He is, absolutely. Dab Motorsport in the number 2 as well, looking to try and take another position, which he does. And you see him there, WillNE, trying to look back, seeing where that 15 machine is, the T-Bard machine. But he's not down your inside, Will. You can take the line.
So this is really good. Oh, as the number 2 dives down the inside, just pulls up short of the number 27. So that is Senior Frogs back to where they started, as the number 2 has another little go. Dab Motorsport, that is a pro team, so you might expect them to be a little bit further up the order. They do not like sitting behind Senior Frogs at the moment. They want that position back.
Yeah, and they're a bit of traffic as well, as that's someone running deep. It is that number 2 machine. Yeah, just cannot find that way past at the moment, and it might be slightly frustrating because here's WillNE now trying to defend from the number 25 machine, the HWB Racing team trying to find their way through, but WillNE's putting up a good defence at the moment as they make their way up the hill and towards Calf Curve and on towards the start-finish line. You see him there trying to look over left and right. Where's he going to go? He plants the kart in the middle of the circuit, and once again he holds the position. But what about down to hairpin 1?
Pure racing at the moment from WillNE. As the number 25 tries to go around the outside. It was a good lap for HWB last time around. They gained 2 positions in all of that, but quite clearly Mr. NE, he's been doing a bit of practice. He's got a bit of racecraft here.
He's been doing a bit of defending practice, hasn't he? He said Lando Norris told him nothing, but I don't believe that anymore. He's putting on a great defence.
Yeah, as I say, he's done a lot of videos with the Team Quadrant guys, and for followers of those guys, Steve Brown is here. He's racing with Jimmy Broadbent. I had a very brief catch-up with him earlier, knowing from Club 100 circles, of course, and we'll see him later. We might hopefully get him in the comms box as well later on in the race. 2 of the pro karts fighting together there. That's Team Rango, the number 4, trying to get past Dab Motorsport. It's not going Dab's way at the moment.
Not at this moment in time, but yeah, Team Rango also struggling as well, and they're trying to battle their way through, which in turn loses them time. And with these clubman drivers, as I think they're more accurately, I think you've cracked it there, clubman. They know how to defend some of these drivers, so it's very difficult to pass. At a track like this as well, where it can be, you've got the hairpin 1, but that's a huge overtaking opportunity. But if you get the rest of the lap right, it is very difficult to actually make the overtake happen here.
It is indeed. One of the other good opportunities is hairpin 2. We'll see a lot of lunges down into hairpin 2. Very wide entry to that corner. Hello to Spreem, by the way, on the DDMM YouTube chat. Thank you for tuning in there. 15 minutes of the race gone. And it just feels like it's settling down now.
Does it? Doesn't feel like it.
Right, like no, a couple of percent.
A couple of percent, yeah, definitely. But yeah, great to see some battling at this early stage. And it's been relatively clean all the way throughout. It's been fantastic to watch. And that first lap as well, really good stuff.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I was expecting a bit of a demolition derby.
Yeah.
But it was good from drivers. I think they are taking that warning that they had in the drivers' briefing this morning of any damage to the paintwork, any damage to the liveries, and you're gonna get fined by the Buckmore Park staff. As the number 13 there going past the 14, that was TVP Racing passing Refined Metals for 22nd.
Yeah, that was Refined Metals running wide on the exit of Paddock Bend and allowing the next kart through. But meanwhile, we've got a battle then. The number 4 machine sending it down the inside. Team Rango running deep, though, into hairpin 1. That's going to allow Dab Motorsport to keep that position. But then Rango riding the curbs and getting down the inside. They've got the position and moving on up into 17th.
Yeah, that was your classic hairpin 2 manoeuvre where driver on the inside plants it on the curb there. To say it's a very wide entry, and there's nothing really much that the driver on the outside can do because their momentum out the corner is disrupted. It's the number 22 on your screens. This is the Club 73 Pirates.
And Rango here are really having to defend that position of P17 against Dab Motorsport. They come across the line, and is there a way through for Dab Motorsport? Not this time around through turns 1 and 2, through in towards now hairpin 1, maybe a look down the inside. No, not this time. Well defended there at the moment from that number 4 Team Rango machine. But here comes then Dab Motorsport up the inside once again, and this time does make the move stick down the inside, holds the inside line going in towards the S's, might compromise the entry and overall speed that they can carry through in towards the Symes sweep and in towards Pullman's. But at the moment, though, Dab Motorsport doing a good job. And again, there's the 25 HWB machine looking for a move up the inside at Garda. And, I mean, lock on to that battle between Dab Motorsport and Team Rango. They're swapping positions every lap.
They are indeed. So if you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 hours, and you see the number 4 driver there trying to communicate to the number 2 driver saying, come on, no, stop defending. I want to work with you. Let's push on and try and catch the next group ahead. Which they'd be well advised to do because there's now a 3-second gap up the road to Team ARD.
Yeah, definitely. And a little look over the shoulder there from Dab Motorsport. And yeah, they're not getting this message, are they? Trying to break away, try and work together. But again, if you're out there, sometimes the adrenaline can get to you. You know, you want to be battling. You want to have a little bit of fun out there. And these early stages, just making sure you've got the gaps and keeping the condition of the car in good nick, making sure you don't basically run into any bit of trouble, is always going to be a positive. If you're battling this early on, you could find yourself just a little bit further beyond what you thought you might be at the early stages, but at least you were having a bit of fun on the way.
Very brief look there at Piers Pryor and the number 3 Loughborough Legends and Neil. Kart.
And Neil.
And
Can't
Neil.
forget Neil.
First contact warning, I think, or maybe the first one that I've seen on the screen. Broken Rib Racing. Bit of an unfortunate name. Now, we should explain for those who've just tuned in. Each team has basically 3 strikes and you're out. So 2 warnings for contact. If they do it again, then it's a penalty of a 20-second stop-and-go penalty. And what we mean by a contact warning there, that's where a driver's been a little bit too aggressive. Sometimes you can have a little bit of rubbing, pod to pod, especially if the driver being overtaken is trying to defend a little bit too hard, shall we say. But if it is a bit of a blatant punt on somebody, that is going to be looked at and dealt with by the officials.
Yeah, and they get that 3 warnings, basically 3 strikes, but the 3rd strike being that you are out and you have a penalty.
Yep.
But that slate gets wiped clean every 4 hours in the race. So once we get to 20 hours to go, the slate gets wiped clean, and if you get a contact warning, it will be counted as your first of that 4-hour stint. Did that make sense to anybody?
Makes sense to me. We should talk about weight as well. There is a minimum weight limit for the drivers. Obviously, all the karts are the same, so it's not like Formula 1, for example, where all the different teams have got to make sure that the cars hit the minimum weight. And we've seen some of them this weekend taking layers of paint off and just running in bare carbon this weekend. So none of that. It's just the drivers. They themselves have to weigh 70 kilos. Now, some of you may be asking, well, what if you don't weigh 70 kilos? That is when the drivers will then put lead ballast or maybe a seat insert to boost that weight up. If they don't hit 70 kilograms, then there will be spot checks on the teams throughout the race. It's quite a severe penalty, 10-lap penalty, if you come in and you have your weights checked and you are underweight. So the teams definitely need to be keeping on top of that across the course of the next 23 hours. 39 minutes and 43 seconds.
And not only that, it's a 10-lap penalty if you do it once. If you're caught twice, you are excluded.
Yes.
That is it. no more competing. So, yeah, you've got to make sure you keep that weight up, and that's where you probably, with such a penalty being that high stakes, you're probably going to run a couple of kilos over. Did see in the chat as well, how long are we expecting stints to be? We're roughly estimating about 2 hours. The problem is that these fuel tanks, it all depends on driver style. How does the driver, have the cart? Are they full throttle for a good portion of the lap, which uses a bit more fuel? I think the drivers are advised that these can run 2 hours, these carts, with the fuel tanks, but don't hold them to that. That's basically the message. If you run out of fuel, it is on you. So you can try and roughly measure it into nice 2 hour sized chunks, but the way endurance racing goes, it's nigh on impossible to tell halfway through what sort of strategy people are on.
Yeah, all of that will come into play towards the end of the race. We'll be talking about pit strategies and can such and such a team get to the end of the race on 1 more stop, 2 more stops, but we're a long way off that. A long way off that. Here's Send Hub Limited team, number 1 kart. As I say, Jack Goldsmith in it at the moment. A very strong squad. Seen on our driver tracker that we've got Sammy Venables in this kart as well. Another driver from this part of the world has done a lot of laps around here. He's very quick. He's moved up into cars as well. As the number 18 is now looking down the inside. This is Broken Rib Racing. This is your leader in Clubman, going for a move and taking it.
Yeah, very nice move indeed in towards 1. I'm not sure Goldsmith put up too much of a fight there, because at that point he can now try and latch on and work together without losing too much time. So let's see what Broken Rib Racing do. If they start to pull away, then it's a different story, but it looks like Goldsmith is holding him honest to that position. So we'll see those 2 teams working together at this very early stage.
Keep your comments coming in. This is a good bit of work from everybody out there. On Twitter as well, the hashtag BP24HR. And you can tweet us as well at @double-MM. If you're enjoying the commentary, do give us a follow, give us a like and all of that business. And we'll also be doing a rundown of the order at the bottom of every race hour, so that'll be on the hour for wherever you are in the world. So we're 6 or 7 minutes off that, and we'll let you know how each of the teams are doing. We're staying with this battle for 4th place, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th here, with the lead 2 in Clubman with the black number boards, and 4th and 5th in Pro with the yellow number boards, and they're working nicely together at the moment. They've got a 5-second gap up the road to the Motorsport UK Academy to find, but quite nicely they've got a 10-second lead over Gordy Much and the Team 87 karts behind.
Now you see here, if you watch Goldsmith and that number 1 kart, he'll be pushing that number 18 down these straights, just giving him a little bit of a bump draft, if you like, just to try and increase the top speed of that kart in front. At the moment then, it just looks like Goldsmith has no intention of overtaking, and this is really trying to just work together. But Fox Motorsport, on the other hand, they're trying to find their way through. So Send Hub Limited just trying to balance the books, really, try and push on, but also just defend that position. And you see here, Goldsmith pushing him now, going in towards Simon Sweep and then in towards Pullman's, just to try and increase that top speed of the kart ahead there. That was close from the number 19. That was Milne GP there, trying to go down the inside, and that door was closing and closing fast. They managed to just about get out of it.
Yeah, I think we've already reached the stage of the race, as I just checked the timing screen, that we're going to start talking about traffic. And this, for me, really is where, this is going to sound very bizarre for anyone tuning in for a 24-hour race for the first time. This is where the race starts now, because the race on the circuit, at least, is all won and lost in the traffic, and how efficiently you as a faster driver can get by those slightly not so fast drivers.
And of course, if you are familiar with racing in itself, you might notice there aren't any blue flags. Well, there aren't any blue flags, otherwise they'd be on all the time.
Yes.
It's up to the driver in the kart ahead, on the laps ahead, to make their way through. Basically, the kart being lapped has no obligation of ceding the position. They can if they want, but they don't have to. So that's that ruling there. So as you say, it's going to be about these faster drivers making their way through and just trying to carve through those positions without losing too much time.
End of the day, the ones going a lap down there in their own race. As you see there, the number 19's taking a good opportunity there. Milne GP down the inside of Mini Boost, retaking 26th positions. They're having a good scrap out there. Hello to some of our chat people on the DDMM YouTube channel. Hello to Josh Neal. Are they using the new karts? Yes, they are, Josh. So this is their. I think we were said that they'd had 20 hours of running before this race weekend. So yeah, they're pretty much all brand new, and they look very lovely as well in their blue and yellow Buckmore Park liveries. Hello to Baz as well. I don't think they are, mate. I don't think they are involved in the race today. But I'm sure they'll be watching. Drivers who've raced in some of our DDMM esports in the past. If you enjoyed the content, do make sure that you subscribe to both Alpha Live and DDMM. And big thanks as well, once again, to the sponsors of this event, Buckmore Park, G. Collins and Sons. Thank you for their continued support. Oh, a little bit of debris in the track. It's just gonna, I think it's actually just a leaf.
I think it is.
It's one of the things I love about this circuit, in that you've got the two parts. You've got the lower level, which we're looking at now, which is bit more technical, sweeping corners, but very open, and then they go back onto the top level, where it's a bit more conventional in terms of a kart circuit of being long straight, big stop, long straight, big stop. But you've got these trees that shroud over that, particularly if it starts getting a bit wet later on in the race, which, being a neutral and wanting to see some really good action, I actually do want rain today because I'm not racing. You get this effect of the top half of the circuit with those shrouds of the trees drying at a different rate to the lower level being more open.
Yeah, it's a nice mix, isn't it? And it definitely keeps you on your toes, that's for sure. Yes, and going especially in towards the late hours, early morning part of the race, you might get a bit of dew on the track as well, which might dampen things up, and without it even raining, might cause a couple of moments for these drivers. Now, we should make clear, these karts are all on slick tyres. There are slick tyres, and there are only slick tyres available. You can't change onto a different type of tyre. You can't change onto a different, you can't change onto wet weather tyres, for example. They are slicks. That's all you get. So managing to stay on the track, even if it's a little bit damp, is a huge challenge in itself. But some of these drivers, when they have to do that, they come off with the biggest smiles on their faces you've ever seen.
See, now that is a piece of advice that I think WillNE might be looking for from Mr. Norris. It's still too soon, isn't it? It's still too soon to talk about Lando trying to drive on slick tyres in the wet.
I think it
hurt that day.
I think you've hurt a lot of people by saying that.
Sorry.
I think so.
I've hurt myself.
Yeah, I know. I see it. That's unbelievable. Why have you done that to yourself?
I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, there's a race going on.
Is there?
Jack Goldsmith down the inside of the number 26 there. That's not for position. This is what they will have now for the rest of the race. They'll have enjoyed, how many laps did they complete? 30 odd laps of clean running, sprint style racing, but not anymore, as the number 19 has a look down the inside of the 18 there. That is also not position, and that is something that we'll see develop across the course of the race as well. Maybe not so much in this first stint, because nobody's changed drivers yet. There will be karts off the lead lap that stick their quick driver in, and they'll start having a bit of a run with the leaders and trying to use the leaders to pull themselves back through the field.
What's also a key point as well is that some of these drivers out there, and I can speak this from experience in an endurance race, once you're out there and there's 27 other teams out there, you don't really have an idea of who's going to be quick and who's not. So at some point you just start battling everyone because you think, oh, that's for a position too. After about 2 hours you start to understand which were the numbers you needed to look out for. But unless they've got radio comms, which we have seen, some of the teams out here are linked up with radio, so they can get constant information from their teams in order to basically tell them, are they battling the car behind, which is a huge, huge advantage. It really does open up this race to a new level, because now you can really find out from the team what your lap times are like, are you closing in on the cart ahead, and more importantly, is that cart ahead or behind? Are you actually battling them from position?
Here's Gordy Much, Team 87. Difficult stint this for Gordy because he's completely on his own, but the pace is very, very nice. He's now 4 seconds ahead of Team Nunn. Dropped a little bit of time to the ditch finders behind, but that will be because he's on his own. The interesting bit in this stint for me, Kieran, will be when Gordy captures that traffic, because we've seen him before, we've seen him in the Pragas, very accomplished karter in his day as well. This is a driver that I think will be able to get through that traffic quickly, efficiently and cleanly.
Yeah, it's all that mixture of all of that and also the patience to just wait for the right opportunity as well. That's going to be hugely important. It's so easy when you're trying to make your way past the slower karts or past karts that are a lap down, 2 laps down on you, to lose your temper, to lose your cool and just stick it down the inside and expect them to react. But you know, with that experience in mind, it should be okay for Gordy. Once he finds out and once he catches those bits of traffic, he should be able to negotiate his way through. That in turn will allow him to close the gap even more, with him just dispatching perfectly that traffic. New fastest lap of the race, Accelerate 49.728, which I believe, Andrew, I just stole that little tidbit of information from you.
You did,
I did.
And that might be it. That might be it. Now we're getting into the traffic phase of the race. That might well be, when we get to 2:30 on Sunday afternoon, the fastest lap of the race. A couple of position changes to let you know about. South Coast Racing, number 12, have got past the RX Mechanics, number 9, for 12th position. Good stuff from them. I'm just going to look back as a reference to what the fastest, and that is faster than the fastest lap from 2 years ago, which was also set by Accelerate Racing. So last year, they set a 2 years ago, they set a 49.843 on the 267th lap of the race. So maybe, actually, no, I'm going to take that back.
No, it's out there now. It's out there now. You can't take it back. No take backsies. That's what we agreed.
But yeah, no, that is a very good bit of race pace from Accelerate. As the number 5, Fox Motorsport, bouncing through there through turn 1 and turn 2, known as Conway's and Henry's Bend.
Yeah, and that bumping there, as you'll know, is you might be taking just a little bit too much speed through the corner, which is so easy to do because, as you say, Conway's and Henry's Bend is just, you chuck the kart in and hope it sticks, and it's up to you if you want to lift.
But really important corners to pull a lap together round this circuit. I think, are we at the bottom of an hour? No, we've already missed the first one. We've already missed the first one. But let's have a look down through the order with half an hour gone. Accelerate Racing leading, 39 laps completed. 5.8 seconds ahead of the Loughborough Legends and Neil. They're in second place. Motorsport UK Academy are third. These are all on lap 39 at the moment, or lap 40 now, I should say. Sendhub Limited, sorry, have just got past Broken Rib Racing for fourth place, so fifth now for Broken Rib Racing, leading in the Clubman category. Ditch Finders, 6th overall, second in Clubman, and we find Fox Motorsport in 7th overall, 5th in Pro, ahead of Team 87, Jimmy Broadbent, Gordy Much, Steve Brown and co, all in that one, doing nicely at the moment in the top 10, which is completed by Formula None in 9th place and HWB Racing in 10th. Club 73 Young Guns, the first of the Club 73 karts, there in 11th place. South Coast Racing are 12th. They've just taken that position ahead of RX Mechanics in 13th. Team ARD are quietly getting on with things in 14th. WillNE has got the Senior Frogs team back up to 15th place, which is where he qualified earlier on this afternoon, and going very nicely indeed on the lead lap of the race ahead of Club 73 Team Silent in 16th. Dab Motorsport, the last of those at the moment, on the lead lap. And then we find all of these karts are on one lap down. Club 73 Pirates in 18th, Team Rango in 19th, BAR Humbug in 20th, TR6 21st, TVP Racing in 22nd, Refine Metals Racing 23rd, Take No Prisoners in 24th. MilGP have improved to 25th in the last few laps as well, on a bit of a recovery drive hopefully, ahead of Club 73 Mafia 26th, and then Mini Boost completing the 27 runners, who I'm very pleased to see, because we don't always say this in a 24-hour race, all running quite nicely as we're into the second half of the first hour.
Yeah, indeed, and yeah, it's really looking good. I mean, if we're looking at the best lap time overall by Accelerate, 49.728, we're looking at Club 73 Mafia, I believe, is a 51.4, and so that's the range of the entire field. It's less than 2 seconds, so it's incredibly close. So when we talk about quote-unquote slower drivers, I feel that's a very harsh thing to say.
It is a very harsh thing to say, so don't say it again. Very glad to be joined in the commentary box by a new voice to Alpha Live, but not a new voice to DDMM, because we've had him on the Club 100 Gran Turismo League. And he also works here, so he's got all the gossip of what's been going on down in the paddock. Welcome to the broadcast, Luke Battersby.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Can you hear yourself, by the way?
I can hear myself. I can
I've
indeed. We are
plugged in
working.
the right thing. We're all good. What's been going on? What do we know?
Very, very interesting. Been a really good race. I'm really very impressed with Ollie Smith in the lead at the moment. Team Accelerate Racing. He absolutely gunned it into the distance. So, yeah, Ollie Smith going like the clappers. And then we've got Piers Pryor in second place with the Loughborough Legends, just showing just how good a driver he is. For those who don't know who Piers Pryor is, he is one of the best drivers I've ever come across in my 15 years down here, and he is, an absolute animal in the kart, doing a phenomenal job at the moment in second place.
What are the qualities that Piers has, in your view, that sets him out above, or just in general? What talents do you need, particularly as a driver, to be strong around this circuit?
What doesn't Piers have? He's amazing at everything, to be honest. He's so consistent, and he is, so just relentlessly quick. Whatever he jumps in, for those who don't know, Piers did a season of British Formula 3 a couple of seasons ago, and he won on his debut. And in a midfield car, so that just goes to show just how good Piers Pryor is. First time ever driving a Formula car. So Piers, as we are looking at him now flying around the track.
I've just been reminded in my ear as well. He has had a dab hand at commentary as well, and he's pretty good. There's nothing he can't do.
He'd be taking our jobs. He'd be taking our jobs.
Could be taking our jobs.
That'll be it for us. That's it.
But yeah, in terms of the karts, we've been talking about these karts being new karts. What's the work that's gone into preparing them for this race?
They are brand spanking new. They arrived last Wednesday, and we have been doing everything we can with them to get them as equal as possible, as reliable as possible. And I tell you what, in my opinion, these are in absolutely brilliant nick. We are loving them. We had them out racing last Sunday in our BP Pro Series and our professional racing series, and they were so equal. Not one of the 24 drivers complained about the karts. They were all bang even in their eyes.
Lots of new people watching the stream today. Tell us more about Buckmore Park as a facility and what people can do down here, especially if they've not done karting before.
So Buckmore Park, definitely in my opinion, I'm not just saying that because I work here, Buckmore is definitely the best place in the UK to go hire karting. If you want to go hire karting and you live anywhere near the southeast of England, definitely come and give Buckmore a visit. It is the best place to go. Got brilliant facilities, as we're seeing here as well, brilliant karts, and it's just an all-round great package if you want to go hire karting. And this is also one of the UK's oldest kart tracks as well. Been going since 1963. And definitely come and give us a visit if you are around.
I will echo all of that. This was I don't profess to be much of a karting driver. I'm more someone who just sits in them and has a bit of a thrash around and realises, I'm not very good at this. This is the second circuit I ever raced at in terms of an outdoor, and it is absolutely fantastic. But it can be quite physical round here as well. For the younger drivers or less experienced drivers, what are the pitfalls that they're going to be? As we're looking at the number 18 go, this is a change for fourth position. Broken rib going down the inside of Send Hub there, and giving the pointer finger to say, let's get on with this. It can be quite physical round here. Thankfully, it's not too hot today, but what are the drivers going to be facing physically as they get later into the race?
Very, very technical circuit, Buckmore. There is pretty much no straights. The straights as such are corners. So very physical, very little time to relax and, have a little bit of a breather. So, very technical track here at Buckmore Park. Just a quick note, number 18, I don't know if you know, used to race against Lewis Hamilton when he was a kid.
Yes.
Former British kart champion. So, that's James Holman in the kart, battling with Jack Goldsmith, who is in his own right an incredibly fast driver. He's won just about everything you can name in hire karting. And, team number 1, definitely my hot favourites for today's race. They've got off to a little bit of a slow start, but, I can't remember an endurance race that they haven't won in the last few years around here at Buckmore. They are just that good. Definitely, my top tips for the win today.
They are very, very strong indeed. Let's have a look at the comments. What's the difference between the black and the yellow numbers? This is all to do with average level of driver across the team. So the ones with the yellow number boards are our pro teams, and the ones with the black numbers are the clubman teams. So expected to cross the course of the race, Luke, to not quite have the same average speed, but do have very fast individual drivers in them.
That's exactly the point. You may be looking at, for instance, the kart in fourth place, Broken Rib Racing, and thinking, what are they doing in rookie class? But then you need to look at their other drivers. Their other drivers might not be quite so quick, and likewise, the pro teams that are further down the bottom, they may have their slower drivers in now. So it's over the course of the next 12 hours, that's when you'll see the true pace of a team.
Absolutely. Now here is something that looks more akin to what I was dealing with on the M25 this morning on the way down to Buckmore Park. But it's a traffic jam that Gordy Much has negotiated his way through very, very nicely. But this is another one of the problems with being on your own sometimes as a pack. It does look like he's been closed in a little bit by HWB Racing and Formula None.
Yeah, but I think as well, it's a case of trying to get through bits of traffic that you can. Yes, there's a huge amount of traffic right behind him, but he's now through it. And you see there, too wide going through in towards Conways and then through Henry's Bend. And all this battling can help you if you're just trying to find a way through, as it might help Ovenden then in the number 7 machine try and find his way through, as he's been in this a little bit of traffic in that Motorsport UK Academy kart, trying to find his way through. And yeah, I'm just thinking here, it's a long, long way to go. Although you might get frustrated, don't do anything silly.
Yeah, definitely don't want to be picking up penalties at this stage of the race. Lots of great questions coming in, guys, on the YouTube chat, on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. So keep them flowing in. We've mentioned a couple of times the mandatory stop that will happen in the middle of the night, where the team down in the workshop will be very, very hard at work from 1:30, probably till about 4:30.
Yeah, right the way through the night.
What happens during that phase of the race for a team?
So you'll come into the pits, we'll drive the kart down, and they'll just give it a check over basically and change the front tyres. So just make sure everything's good and working, do anything they need to do to the kart, change the front tyres, and then bring the kart back up, and away you'll go.
And we talked as well, for those coming in maybe not familiar with this style of racing, no changing of tyres at the request of the teams. They can only do it in their allocated slot.
Absolutely not. Yeah, no, you've got no choice as to when or whether you do change your tyres. It is just a mandatory change of the fronts, hopping through the race, and away you'll go again.
So definitely we'll be keeping an eye on that through the night, and you will be able to watch it on the static cameras when our hard-working cameramen have a bit of a sleep. Down the inside, change for position, HWB Racing past Team 87. That, Kieran, is for 8th place overall.
It is, and HWB making their way up the order and trying to now pull away from Team 87, who you managed to speak to Jimmy Broadbent on the grid, Andrew, and they do have quite a stacked team behind them. All of them really have great experience here at Buckmore Park. Most of them know this circuit quite very well, I would have to say. But yeah, at the moment then, HWB Racing, they did go by a different name before this race, and I think they changed their name not long before this race. When we got our driver information, and when we sent out those sort of, what's your name, what do you do, what's your experience, because having to remember 160 drivers at least is a bit of a challenge for my old noggin. But it's great to see so many filled out those information. It gives us a bit of background as well, and if we're not familiar, if we've not come across you at all, or if it's your first 24 hour, I mean, what an event to go to your first 24 hour with star-studded grids like this. It's massive.
Team ARD there, the number 15, going past some of the traffic. More great questions coming in. Keep them flowing in. Sleep, very important phase of an endurance race. Me and Kieran, we're quite lucky. We're going to get a full night's sleep in the middle of this. The driver says, oh my goodness, we're going 3 wide on the exit of Garda hairpin. Is this all going to work? Just about, as they head up round Cafe Corner. Having run a couple of university teams in 24-hour races, it's often quite difficult, I think, at this stage of the race to get drivers who are going to be racing in the middle of the night to rest because there's a race going on and they get too excited. How do you think the good teams are going to deal with that problem here today?
The good teams, they've got the experience, they know what it's like to do races like this, and hopefully, for the sake of their sleep, they will go and get some now. But yeah, it's definitely something to think about. It's definitely something which novice teams don't think about too much.
Yep.
And then it just end up completely shattered come 6 a.m. in the morning, as none of them have slept at all.
Yep.
So yeah, definitely something which the teams definitely need to think about. I can see a lot of motorhomes over in the paddock, and I'm sure a lot of people have got hotels booked nearby too. So I'm sure they'll be heading off there.
I was going to say as well, the beauty in endurance is you find out who your nighttime races are as well, who excels in those under the floodlights moments, who can keep their concentration when the sun has gone to sleep. And it's a great thing because you don't really think about it in other forms of motorsport where it's sprint racing. It's normally done in the daylight. But here, when it's all quiet, when the rest of the team is asleep, who can just get on with the job with nobody else around, really?
Chip from the Senior Frogs team has just made that point in the chat, of course, that of those trying to do 2 hours, it's one of the hardest things he's ever done or ever tried to do. And I fully agree with you. I had on the weekend where you stepped in, Kieran, on the commentary, unfortunately we couldn't get you in to help me out with the racing that I did the previous day, where I did 2 hours straight in another circuit of this region. Like, I'm still dead. You're not actually talking to a live person here. I'm a ghost.
Well, no, I agree. I mean, it flies by. It absolutely flies by. And at the moment, that the adrenaline helps you get to the end of your stint. But once you try and get out, or you know, if you're not used to that sort of endurance racing, you try and get out, your legs become jelly. I remember doing an endurance race with a couple of friends here. It was a 6 hour, so it's not quite the same level of intensity. But I tried to get out of the car, and nothing happened. My legs just wouldn't work. It just shows you the level of fitness you need. You know, the adrenaline can take you so far, but the recovery is a whole different ball game. And if you're doing another stint, you've got to make sure that you're well rested for your next stint.
There's WillNE, and I'm very glad to report that the Senior Frogs, piloted by WillNE, have been under the 51-second barrier. Bazinga was talking about it on the grid. I thought they might be in there on Will as well, that they were going to be in there a few times. And the pace is good. The pace is good from WillNE at the moment. 51.019 last time around. They are now off the lead lap, but that won't bother them too much, running well there in 15th.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a lap down after 45 minutes, that's pretty good going.
Yes.
You know, you have to remember that you're going to be covering at least, if the weather stays dry, you're going to be covering 1,400, possibly even 1,500 laps of this circuit. The last time we did the running here, we did have a bit of rain during the night and a bit of mist as well, so the drivers might have backed off just a slight tad. And we got, I think you said just over 1,300 or just shy of 1,300. So if the weather stays dry, hopefully we'd get around 1,400, 1,500. That's a lot of laps. And if you find yourself at the end of the race 10 laps down, I think that really undersells how close you were to the front of the pack. Because if you're a tenth of a second down per lap, you add that over 1,500 laps. Eventually, that's going to come to a lot of laps. But in the grand scheme of things, you're not very far away at all.
Hello, Butters. Tom Buttersworth has got in contact with me, my colleague on the British 24-hour up north, enjoying and seeing. It's great to have this race back, and we talked to Rich about it on the grid loop. We were all a little bit worried in the karting community 12 months about this place. How good is it as a member of the staff team here to have this event in particular back?
It's just glorious. This and the return of our championships this month as well has just been such just a brilliant return to what Buckmore does best. This superb competitive racing, these big events like the 24-hour, like the WTF1 Grand Prix that we've had in the past, and like our Pro Series as well. It's so glorious to have this back. New karts, so many other bits and bobs behind the scenes too. And yeah, Buckmore, it is flying high. Like you say, it was concerning a year ago. Buckmore really was in a bad way. We were hit harder than most by the pandemic. And yeah, it's just great to see it back, flying higher than ever.
Change for 8th position. Formula None, the number 20 kart, have got by HWB Racing. So that is a change not just overall, but in class as well. So 3rd place in Clubman class, the 2nd division for Formula None. Team Rango are also progressing. They've got up to 17th past Club 73 Team Solent. And after a difficult start to the race, Kieran, Dab Motorsport, the number 2, have just got past Senior Frogs and WillNE for 15th place. That won't concern the guys at Senior Frogs too much, because again, that is a pro kart. They are not a pro kart, and they may be able to pull themselves through a little bit now that number 2 is ahead of them.
Yeah, I always found it was normally when Luke overtook me on a track, is you try and follow the driver in front just for a little bit and see if you can pretty much try and follow the line, see where they're braking. The only problem is you only have about half a lap before they're completely gone and you lose sight of them again. At least that was my experience. It's probably why I'm up here instead. It's much cozier up here, I will have to say. But I mean, Luke, I was here for the first endurance, the 24-hour, back in 2019, if memory serves me well, working at Buckmore. I mean, what was the feeling? What's the sort of levels with the staff here? Have they been looking forward to this one?
I think this is the only thing we've been talking about for weeks, for weeks upon weeks upon weeks. What are you doing for the 24 hour? What shifts are you doing?
Yeah.
Well, what's going on with karts? Well, it's been such a buzz around this place. Everyone asking. Every practice session that we've run has had drivers down on it, practicing for the 24 hours. Simon, no more than others, they've been down doing a lot of practice. And actually, on that note, watch out for Senior Frogs. They are really very quick, consistent across the board as well from the practice that I've been seeing them doing, especially from Rochester and Mazinga. They have been absolutely flying in the karting sessions they've been doing in recent weeks. So do keep an eye out for them as the race progresses.
I believe Harry was saying, though, that they lack the wet weather running. Every time they've come here to do a session, it's been absolutely bone dry. So if we do get that little bit of dew, if we do get that little bit of dampness on the track in the early hours of the morning, they might struggle a little bit. It'll be a bit of a learning curve.
They had about 5 minutes of sleet, and that's about all they've had in terms of wet weather running. Their luck has been rotten with the practice sessions. All of the days have been glorious sunny days, which most people would love, but they need some wet weather practice. So yeah, that is definitely something to watch out for when it rains, see how their pace compares. Good news for them is no one has had practice of these karts in the wet. These karts have not been out in the wet yet, nor have these tyres, and the track got resurfaced recently too, which is going to completely change the way that this track is in the wet, especially through sections like the S's where they've got lots of new tarmac. It's going to completely change the wet line, so it won't just be them who will be learning things on the fly.
I wasn't paying attention there. Which bits have we relayed?
Quite a lot. We've got a new patch at Top Bend,
Yep.
up at the set, well, we kind of turn 2, and then we've got new tarmac going into the second hairpin, through the S's, coming down the hill, coming up the hill, the grid. There's a lot of new tarmac, which from, well, my knowledge, should be a lot grippier and shouldn't really have a wet line to it as such. So yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see what happens tonight, if and when the heavens do open.
WillNE in the middle of a battle here. This is all karts on different laps as the number 7 Motorsport UK Academy kart goes down the inside. That's the kart in 3rd place overall. And this is where the skills of endurance racing really come in, because if you're being lapped, you're probably trying to nip way through as well. With the hands are out. The Codemaster's hands are out. WillNE not particularly pleased there with the contact with the number 23, I think it was.
Yeah, and that number 7 car, I believe that's Tom Ovenden, who's done a lot of junior club racing here at Buckmore in his past. He knows this track very, very well indeed, and it's showing here, just making sure that he negotiates this way through these drivers and teams, just put a lap on them. And we were talking, Luke, earlier on, before you came in, there's absolutely no blue flags here. So there's absolutely no obligation for the 4 teams lower down the field to give way to the leaders. I mean, how do you handle that?
I think the gentlemanly thing to do would be to jump out of the way of the leaders. That is kind of what you should do. But as you say, you're under no obligation to do so. If you want to battle leaders, you're more than welcome to. What you've got to remember as well in a 24-hour race is you might have a faster driver jumping in the kart later. So although you may be a lap behind the kart who you're battling with, that might not be the case later on. You may be battling for position sometime very soon. So actually holding a kart up may well be a smart idea if you can try and block and defend against them.
WillNE under attack here from McGinley. Now that is McGinley a lap down on Senior Frogs.
I was going to say then, Mini Boost really shaking the arm there. I don't know whether that was a celebration or if it was just a release of anger. Couldn't quite tell. But they've got going again as they were making their way towards Garda. But yeah, the field slightly spread out. There's a bit of a battle for 4th place, although it's hard to call it a battle because both teams are working together, which is a very weird thing to say when it comes to this sort of thing. In fact, there they are, the battle for 4th, just in the midst there. Send Hub Limited in the number 1 machine and number 18 Broken Rib Racing. They're working together. They're just trying to push each other through, try and maintain the gaps to the karts behind and the teams behind, and by working together and not battling hard, they don't lose too much time to the rest of the field. And there you see Jack Goldsmith in their number 1 machine, just sort of pointing the thumb, saying to Broken Rib Racing, take the position, it's your turn to lead this field.
Yeah, they're actually working together very, very nicely here, James Holman and Jack Goldsmith. There's more conversations going on between McGinley and Senior Frogs. I've just had a little read of James's bio as well. There's some really, really good ones this year. Keep them coming in if you're a driver out there and you haven't submitted yours already. As I say, raced for over 20 years against the likes of Lewis Hamilton and Mike Conway, who's a racer in the World Endurance Championship for Toyota. And if you ask me, he should have been in Formula 1, but the way that motorsport works sometimes, never quite made it. James himself, you could probably argue on his karting prowess, should have been in Formula 1, but unfortunately, and quote from his bio here, ran out of money and had kids. There we go. So, pit stop activity. I think that's the first time we've seen some pit stops. Did we catch which kart that was?
It was the 17 Mini Boost.
Okay, so Mini Boost pitting in. Now that won't have been for fuel.
No.
Or if it has been for fuel, something's gone wrong. But suspect that is a team that are trying to keep their drivers maybe a bit fresher.
Yeah, I know there are some teams out there, some of the rookie teams, they are doing 1 hour stints just because 2 hours in these karts, it is brutal.
Yeah.
It's absolutely brutal. You'll know just as well as me, Kieran,
Yes.
what it's like going around for 2 hours in these karts.
I mean, as I say, I did 2 hours in a 6-hour event, tried to get out of the kart, legs just did not respond. It happens. If you're not used to long running in these karts at such a high intensity circuit where there's not much room and error for any sort of rest, you don't get a long straight to sort of calm yourself down and relax. No, as you said earlier, it's corner after corner every time you go there. I mean, you get a little bit of a straight up towards the S's here out of a hairpin too, but I think that's as good as it gets.
That is about as you get. I think the longest straight here is between the start-finish line and the first corner, which is about 3 seconds.
It is.
So, yeah, that's about as much rest as you ever get going around this track.
It's not a lot. It is not a lot whatsoever. And, it's great fun. Time absolutely flies by. Definitely recommend going into it. But just be prepared. If you do 2 hours and you haven't done 2 hours before, you might fall out of the kart, which I definitely didn't do, all right, out of the pit lane when I tried to get out. Definitely didn't fall over, all right? It didn't happen. You have no proof.
Did you get dragged out the kart instead?
No. I managed to crawl out, but you have no proof of that.
Gordy Much on the screen. Team 87 now in 9th place. The number 3 of Loughborough Legends and Neil. Pierce Pryor just behind them, so that is number 3 still very nicely positioned. 7.4 seconds off the leader. Again, they will not be too concerned about that at this stage. We're not even into the second hour of the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 hours. Hydration is important around this circuit as well, so make sure you keep hydrated, as Max Verstappen would say on his team radio. I didn't once, in 28-degree heat, trying to do a 60-minute Ironman challenge, and my head fell off. My neck muscles just went, no, don't want to work anymore. Don't need this to drive a car. And my head just went all off floppy to one side.
I mean, you could try and carry a drinks bottle around with you as you go around. Try and sneak that into your suit and have a little straw up if you want as you go around the track.
You're surely not advocating that, are you?
I'm of course not suggesting you should do such things.
You shouldn't do such a thing at all.
That is an option.
It is an option. If you want to spend a lot of money on one of them fancy cool packs that they have in Formula 1. Anyway.
Well, it was just one of those straws. Actually, there was one thing I wanted to ask you, Luke. I don't know if you've had any experience of this, but quite a few of the teams I've noticed have their own radio comms.
Yes.
I mean, have you ever had the radio comms in your car?
I used to have one, yeah. I used to have one.
How much does that sort of change? Because when I've raced here, I've had absolutely no radio comms, and it's all hand signals on the side of the track. I mean, what elements does having that radio give you now?
I think having a race this long in a 24-hour race, having a radio communication is really, really important, especially if there's things changing like the weather or whatnot, and maybe you want to chuck in your driver who's really good in the wet, something like that, being able to make those sudden changes to your strategy or to whatever you need to change, having that radio communication is vital. I like having it too, just to keep you updated with lap times. Keeps you focused, keeps you attacking those laps, rather than just kind of drifting off as you can do so.
Yeah, that's Team Rango into the pit lane then for a driver change. Of course, they've got to try and change the seat inserts as they do it. They all have their custom-made ones, I'm sure. They've got all the kit, making sure every adjustment is made before they'll make their way out of the pit lane. Nice quick change there from Team Rango, and they're back out on track.
Found as well round here, probably a little bit less in this format of the circuit that we're running with the pits up here at the top end of the circuit and not the bottom end of the circuit as we're running Club 100. But because you've got these two levels of the circuit, even something like getting your radio person to stand in the correct position, because you can have the signal blocked.
Yeah, standing up on this balcony is definitely a good idea. Definitely wouldn't stand over at the pit entrance because, yeah, like you say, you're not going to be able to hear each other when you're down the bottom of the track.
have you ever told anyone to sort of go away whilst you're on the radio? Were they telling you too much info?
Oh yes.
Or is it a case of no, too much info just doesn't exist? Give me everything.
Just do a Raikkonen. Leave me alone. I know what I'm doing.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So why have the radio?
It's probably something that will come up into its own later in the race, Luke, because you'll have, as you say, a fast driver who is 8 laps behind your particular car, but you may as well let them through because they're very, very quick and you could learn something. Versus, no, this is for position. We need to fight for this. Do not let them
Exactly,
through.
yeah. It can get so confusing when you're going around the track as to who's who, if you're battling someone for position. So, yeah, definitely having those radio communications is a good idea. Just having a look at the pits here. Fuel. I don't know if we've discussed fuel yet.
We've discussed fuel a little bit, but we can discuss it some more.
That is something which is going to be interesting. These karts have not done a 2-hour stint yet since we got them last Wednesday, and we are not 100% certain as to how long they last. 2 hours is pretty much as long as we think they will go on a tank of fuel. So it's going to be an interesting one to watch out for this race. If you do run out of fuel, that's a big bad thing, because not only will you obviously conk out on track, but we're going to have to push you back to the pits, we're going to have to take you down to the workshop, we're going to have to rebreathe the pipes, and only then will you be able to get going again once we put fuel into it.
Do we have a quad bike of shame?
We do not have a quad bike of shame, but we do have a pit crew of shame who will come to your rescue if you have run it out, and they will have no sympathy for you either because you ran out of fuel. So, yeah, fuel's certainly going to be something to keep an eye out for over the course of this race. It's still a little bit of an unknown. We just don't know quite how long these karts will go.
It's a harsh punishment, but at the end of the day, it's a fair one, I think.
I mean, you didn't pit for fuel.
Yeah, that's it.
It's your own fault.
Well, yeah, that's absolutely right. It's up to you, as you say, to keep the strategy on. A bit more of the pit lane as well, because Andrew and I were in the briefing, and the rule is that you cannot make any adjustments to your kart, so you can't make the driver change, you can't take your seat inserts out, you can't touch your GoPro whilst the refueling is carried out, and you've got to make your way to the front of the pit lane as much as possible to try and not block up the pit lane. So we'll see then. I think that's the number 10. Is that number 10 machine? No, so 16, sorry, TR6 into the pit lane. You see the driver has to walk to the curb on the outside, then they have to refuel the kart. Both drivers have to stay well away from the kart as the refueling takes place, and once that's done, the team and the crew will call the driver back over, and then they'll be able to do what they need to do to adjust the kart, take any inserts out, make any adjustments to the kart they need, such as the pedals or the steering wheel, and away they go again. And it wasn't TR6, it was Broken Rib Racing.
So that's an interesting pit stop from Broken Rib Racing, that they have pitted from the lead in the clubman category. Now that we need to note for possibly the whole of this race, because that's a quick team pitting off schedule.
Two things: that A, let's put them out of sync, and B, they may be going for the strategy of make more fuel stops, but when you do pit, the pit crew don't have to put half as much fuel in.
Yes.
Which could be a logical strategy choice to be both safe on fuel, and it means that you don't spend as long in the pits when you do get refueled.
As well as that, they could be looking at trying to run light at the end of the race, which kind of gets you out of sync, because the crew aren't allowed to fill up a certain amount. They have to go full to the brim once you come into stop. So they might be running a heavy kart in the last hour, and that might come back to bite them. But as we say, very early days for strategy, and it's interesting to see them come in that early on with a fuel stop. We would have expected them to go a little bit further into that stint before refueling. At the moment then, Accelerate leading by just under 10 seconds, 9.4 seconds, just an hour and 4 minutes into this race. It's a very small gap indeed. Then it's Motorsport UK Academy rounding off our top three, and in the clubmen's at the moment it's Ditchfinders in the lead in number 24, number 20 Formula None in second in class, and Team Ard, I believe that is, in the number 15 third in class.
Yeah, very good stuff from them indeed. The 11 and 12 Club 73 Young Guns and South Coast Racing, who've been going toe-to-toe for quite a while now for that position. But again, working with one another, they've clearly identified that they've got similar pace between themselves, and there's no point fighting and squabbling and changing positions back and forth and costing yourselves those tenths a lap. And yeah, they've just both set mid-50 point somethings there. 12th and 13th place for them at the moment. There's the number 6 BAR Humbug. which I'm sticking with. I'm not saying the Christmas version, because of course BAR Formula 1 team back in the day.
And it's, I mean, we're getting to a point now where the drivers are trying to settle down and try and get into their own grooves. But with 27 karts out on track, with it being such a high-speed flowing track, it's not long before you come across a bit of traffic again. So, you know, when it comes to rhythm and getting into it, you know, what's the challenges when you're in traffic like this?
It is very difficult when you've got this many back markers to get into that zone. That's that kind of every driver wants to get into, this sort of subconscious zone where you're driving without even having to think, and you're in such a perfect rhythm. Very difficult to do so when you're in traffic. Also, on a separate note, traffic can be a huge changer for how well you do well. If you can negotiate traffic well, you're going to do so much better than a team that is struggling to get past us. We do see cut number 2 in the pit lane, Dab Racing.
Yeah, Dab Motorsport coming in and making the fuel stop.
Yeah, but a very difficult first stage for them as well. Involved in a few battles. And new driver getting in. And away they go.
So as you may have noticed, when you're making a fuel change, the pit crew, they do not start refueling the car until you're on the pathway over the other side of the pit lane, and you are not allowed off that pathway until we have finished putting the fuel in. If you come over too soon, or if you get too close, we simply will stop refueling, and we will tell you to get back to that path, because it is not safe to come close to us when we are refueling.
Which makes sense. Which makes perfect sense.
We don't want anything catching fire, do we?
That's it. That's it. You know, it's a live pit lane. The drivers were warned about that as well in the drivers' briefing, and yeah, it's the way it has to be done. And we will see what sort of strategies. I mean, it's always trying to get your mind around what sort of strategies people are on. And I've always said, in a long endurance like this, you really don't find out which strategies are working until roughly the last hour, because you think one thing about one team, you think, oh yeah, they're going to go for this strategy, and they'll have gone for a completely and utterly different one you had no idea was even possible. I'm not speaking from experience whatsoever, at all, ever.
Just having a look, we saw Jack Goldsmith and the Send Hub Limited team. The pace is still good. Of course, they've lost their buddy now. The number 18, Broken Rib Racing, have made their first pit stop. They were working together in the early stages of this one. So 30 seconds now covering the top 4, which in endurance racing terms is nothing. Still all to play for here at Buckmore Park. Hope you're enjoying the stream. If you're new round here, so we catch a sight of the leader, number 10 going past the number 25, do click that subscribe button for Alpha Live. Loads of content on Alpha Live this weekend. 5 events, I'm told, across the country being filmed and streamed by Alpha Live. And it really does feel like we're into the swing of things now with the motorsport season. So if you like your motorsport, you like your karting, you like your grassroots as well, make sure that you've pressed that subscribe button and gone for a click of the notification bell as well for myself as well. Now we will be in Wales next weekend for the second race weekend of the Super 1 National Karting Championships. That will be very good. And then the weekend after that, we'll be at Glanigals again. Just down from Snowdon for some Club 100 action. Club 100, a regular visitor here to Buckmore Park as well. And in fact, as I say that, I think we're back here then within about a month for the first round of the Club 100 Junior and Cadet Championships. So as I say, plenty to watch here on Alpha Live, and make sure that you've subscribed. Here's Piers Pryor, karts number 3. Loughborough Legends and Neil doing nicely. This is a really good opening stint. We were talking to Ollie Wedding before we came on the air, and they say that Accelerate Racing kart maybe a little bit quicker in a straight line than what they're experiencing, but they've got to get it through and they've got to keep it reliable. And these guys are very experienced in the number 3. They've done 24-hour races before. They know how to get this kart. I hope I'm not putting the commentary curse on them, but of course.
Too late. You've done it now.
They know how to get one of these karts through a long race.
Very, very experienced drivers in team number 3. I'm interested to see how they do. I'm not quite sure who all their drivers are. I know the 2 that I do know are incredibly quick. I'd be interested to see what their strength in depth is like with their other drivers, to see if they have any weaker drivers or not.
It's good. It is a very strong team. It's well. It's actually got more than a full team of BUKC champions, because Neil has got a BUKC championship to his name also. So this is a very, very strong squad of drivers with lots of experience around this circuit and experience around this circuit in mixed conditions, especially if we get that rain, we get that dew, as we've been talking about in the middle of the night.
Absolutely. What I'd say, Accelerate Racing in the lead right now. Ollie Smith doing a phenomenal job there, driving off into the distance. Their strength and depth, they've got 8 drivers. However, some of them are heavier drivers. All of them are phenomenal drivers, but some of them are about 15 kilos, 20 kilos over the weight limit. I know they'll be doing night stints later on, so it'd be interesting to see through the night whether Accelerate Racing can keep up this race leading pace, or whether they do fall back a little bit as the heavier drivers jump in.
Jacob Macri has just pointed out in the YouTube chat very, very precisely that WillNE in the number 27 Senior Frogs kart is flying. He's just set a personal best, a 50.6. He's gone faster than his personal best in Sector 1 again. That number 27, as you said, Luke, it's going along pretty quickly, and they're up into 14th place now as the pits are now open.
I would not rule out a podium spot in the club and class for Senior Frogs. They really are going like the clappers today, and I can tell you that all of their drivers are strong. I think Chris Dixon and Calamari, Chris MD and Cal Frazee, I think they are the 2 drivers who maybe are their weakest drivers, but even then they can do consistent 51-second lap times.
Don't let them know you said that. That's all on you.
50.499, again, another new personal best from WillNE, and clearly the kart's driving quite well. The fuel started to burn off. They'll be trying to go through, hopefully, to get to that 2-hour mark. This is going very nicely.
I have to say as well, they are not far off 50.080, which is the fastest lap in their class, set by the 24 of Ditch Finders. And then you're looking at 50.2s, 50.3s. They're not far away from that pace whatsoever. WillNE is doing a fine job out there.
Really, really is. If you're enjoying the commentary, give us a bit of support as well across Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. It's all at @MM. Say we've got more commentaries coming up across the course of the next few weeks, some sim racing as well over on our channel, and we'll be commentating on some of the best karters in the land at Super 1 next weekend at another fantastic circuit, Glanigors in Wales. But there he is, WillNE on your screen. Just looking ahead, it's the number 24 ahead, and that's the clubman leader. That's now Ditch Finders, who have not pitted yet. So this is showing the really good pace from WillNE at the moment. That's the class leader, and he's not letting them go.
No, I have to say, this is a great lesson for him. I mean, I think what he said, he learned nothing from Lando Norris. He might be learning stuff now about what lines to take, how much speed to carry through, because, as you say, he is keeping up. He's not, Ditch Finders aren't ditching him. He's managing to keep up and getting in those lines, and that would mean, that would make sense as to why he's improving at that rapid rate.
Pit activity, I think Gordy Much is in for Team 87, the number 8, which was running in the top 10. They're back out again now, actually, so they've dropped to 13th. We'll try and catch a sight of whether they have changed driver or not. Solid is the word I'm going to go for this opening stint from Team 87. They weren't 100% happy with the kart, but that's racing drivers for you.
We did have a change of their kart, in practice. They are now into a spare kart, which will have tyres that aren't quite as well scrubbed in as the others, so that will hold them back a little bit at the start of the race, as those tyres do come to life.
Yeah, and looking at teams that have made their first pit stops already, we already talked about the number 18 kart of Broken Rib Racing, but we've also had HWB Racing, the number 25, recently into the pit lane. We've also had Dab Motorsport in the number 2. Team Rango in the number 4, I believe, also have pitted. They've been out there for 11 minutes since their last stop. Take No Prisoners in the number 26, number 19 Milne GP, and number 17 Mini Boost. Mini Boost were the first drivers in 15 minutes ago.
Gordy Much has stayed in the kart. There he is. I really do like Gordy's helmet design, because, of course, being from Scotland, very proud Scotsman. He's got the cross of St Andrew on there. He's got it on the side, which is a bit different. You don't see that happen. Most people, when they think cross of St Andrews on a helmet, you do it the David Coulthard style. You put it on the top.
You do a DC, yeah.
You do a DC, but Gordy there, the cross on the side of his helmet, but the pink background, it really does stand out.
What I say,
fantastic design.
Gordy in practice, when he came in for his driver change, he did come in very, very slowly. into the pit lane, and actually
Yeah.
I pulled him off to one side. I said, Gordy, you can go a bit faster than that, mate, into the pit lane. So Gordy, being very careful here today, or was in practice anyway, coming into the pit lane.
Is this where we talk about the opposite end of the scale and what Bazinga did earlier on?
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
You've absolutely...
Ethan's found the limits. That's what I will say. He won't do it again in the race.
Did he? I didn't see this incident. Did he have a crash?
He may have done a DC Adelaide 1995.
Yeah.
Right. I'm sure pit crew gave him a slap on the wrist for that, because you can run people over if you do that. So you can run over people whilst doing a driver change.
I'm sure the rest of the senior frogs absolutely just took him took him down for that one. Red-faced and everything. But yeah, he'll learn from that for sure. And only I think that come into the pit lane, you've got a little bit of that barrier right in front of you, that lovely blue and black blocks. And I can tell you from experience, these are dotted around the circuit. If you hit them, they don't move. No. They do not move.
The fence behind it is built very well indeed.
Yes.
You do just bounce straight back out of it.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Which is its way of sort of dissipating the momentum there in trying to, if a driver were to go off, that's the way it does it. But yeah, it's not ideal. You don't want to be going into them. They're there for a reason.
What I will say, that I'm not going to criticise Ethan too much for it, because a few years ago, we were doing a Club 100 2-hour endurance, and we had a known driver 2-hour team, but he'd not been in the kart and not been in the race format for a while. So he said, with practice, we were like, don't worry about speed. We know you've got the speed. We will win and lose this in the pit lane. I want you to attack pit entry. This was a bad thing to say.
Yeah.
Because sure enough, said driver, afternoon Camille, if you're watching. And of course, this was in the bottom end pits, not the top end that we're using here for this one. This is coming over the brow
and going down
as
the
we're
hill.
looking at on the camera here, and our driver Camille, bless him, probably braked about where the grandstand is starting on that shot. He didn't get around the corner.
No,
didn't get around that little chicane.
No, I don't believe you.
Luckily, the pit entrance up here is uphill.
Yes.
A lot easier on the brakes.
Yes.
And a lot wider too, and not half as bumpy. So yeah, hopefully we're not going to get anyone come flying into the pits and run us over today. I mean, I would prefer if they didn't. I quite like my ankles.
There's the number 14 on your screen, Refined Metals Racing. They've just taken 22nd position away from Team Rango. And I think I'm right in saying that those karts have pitted as well. So, of course, we've already lost track of who's pitted, who's not. But if you are alert, results live.alphatiming.co.uk/Buckmore is where you can find all of us now. What's happening there?
They want to change their kart. And Mr. Cass is going to go and have a go in it. So Team 14 deciding that their kart, clearly, they think is off the pace. So coming to the pits then and getting our kart tester, Alex Cass, to go out in the kart and have a go in it.
So what's that procedure now, Luke? Obviously, they take the kart out and they test it?
Yeah, so Alex will do as few laps as possible for him before he can make his mind up and be sure as to whether there is anything wrong with it or not. And yeah, if Alex decides that there is something wrong with it, then we will change the kart over. If not, they'll jump back in and off they go. And this is, of course, costing the team a lot of time, a lot of laps they will lose. So it's a bit of a strange decision, actually, by team number 14 to change their kart, as Alex is just trying to find a gap here, doesn't want to get in anyone's way.
That's the problem as well, with this field being so spread out now, so evenly at this point. It is difficult for him to find that gap, but he's on it now. Hopefully, he'll come to some sort of verdict soon.
Trying to find a gap in 27 karts is very difficult, let me tell you. So, yeah, Alex now just sneaking into a gap. He'll do a couple of laps, and then whatever they have reported the problem is, he will try that out, see whether there is anything wrong with it, and then make his mind up.
Difficult to tell from just driver hand signals alone, but I don't know if it was a case of something to do with the pedals, perhaps maybe the front right, that they're not happy with. But I suppose with us being up here and we've only got the hand signals to worry about and really decipher, I suppose we've got no chance.
Certainly they were complaining about handling probably on the front, because when they got out the cart, first thing Alex did was check the tyres. So that's the first thing you do if a customer's complaining of handling issues. You check that the tyres are still fully inflated. And then if they still are, jump in the cart and off you go. Go and have a go in it, see what it is like.
And as you say, this is going to be costing the number 14 team a little bit of time, but it'll be worth it if they do find that there was an issue there to be resolved. And if it is resolved, they'll get themselves that problem sorted, and hopefully they'll be happy with the kart again. But yeah, a little bit of time lost for them to do that testing, but if it works out in the long run, it'll be the best decision they've ever made.
There's 23 hours left. If your kart is half a second lap off the pace, for another 23 hours, that is going to be costly indeed. So this could be a smart move. Just in case people are wondering as well, we do take the transponders off of the karts when we go out and testing. So Alex is not doing laps for the team at the moment. He is not adding laps onto their total. They have frozen basically on the timing screen.
Yeah, and they are now classified in 27th place. BAR Hamburg have gained a position past the Club 73 Pirates. So that's 15th place now for the number 6 kart in the pro category. I'll give you another rundown and brief synopsis of the race so far for each of the teams in about 10 minutes time. Keep your comments flowing in. Drivers are waiting there, and remember you can use the hashtag on Twitter, hashtag BP24HR. So BP for Buckmore Park, 24HR for hour. How is the Twitter looking? Is anyone getting in touch?
Not just yet, but obviously we'd love to hear from you. Let us know if you've got any questions. Use the hashtag as well if you want to say anything, and we can say it. Then we
keep it clean.
You keep it clean, just like the drivers. Keep it clean. Keep it clean. That's the main thing. I was going to say, Luke, actually, you're still up here. You do know you're on you're on track, or you're working later on, don't you?
I am back out there at 8 o'clock tonight. You will see me on the stream hopefully, and I'll be on the post 8, which you can see just in the background next to the clubhouse. So I'll be out there later, and then I'll be in the pit lane as well tomorrow morning, refueling the cart. So hopefully, you'll see me out there tomorrow too.
So you'll be smelling a petrol come the morn.
I'll have a lovely smell of petrol.
Yeah, absolutely.
What better smell is there?
You make a fair point. You make a fair point. We'll keep you updated about what happens with the 14. And
Black
that's
flag.
Yes, Andrew. Black flag for Broken Rib Racing.
Now, this is either because they've been naughty drivers, or it could be a mechanical. We should make that clarification, which, as I say, was said in drivers' briefing this morning. Mechanicals are being shown by a black flag as well, not what some of you may be familiar or used to, which is the black flag with an orange disc, or the meatball flag as we sometimes call it.
I'm just having a look at this sort of warning history, and the team have had one contact warning, one track limit warning, which they are calculated separately. So you're allowed 3 contact warnings or 3 track limit warnings.
Sir, you have committed a crime, and you shall sit in the pit lane and be given a talking to for 20 seconds, and don't argue.
Clearly the driver is not agreeing with Freddie, the marshal there, about what incident. I'm assuming it would be for a takeout, this black flag, although we can't be sure. Usually a black flag with only 2 warnings would suggest that there has been a black flaggable offence, like spinning a driver out and not waiting for them.
Although race director in the briefing did say that it's 20 seconds to be held with the black flag, but if you start to basically have a chat...
Look at the gymnastics. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Look at the Senior Frogs gymnastics that were going on in the background. I don't know if we've got the replay monitor with us today. That was a very flexible YouTuber there.
I was speaking to Bazinga before this race, and I was suggesting yoga. Try yoga.
Oh, okay.
I tell you what, it makes a difference. Do a bit of yoga, a bit of stretching, get those muscles warmed up before you jump in, and it increases your longevity massively. So clearly, whichever one that is, or whichever driver that is, has taken that on board.
It's Ethan.
It is.
It is. So he's absolutely taken your advice, and Bazinga's going to be getting in the karts. I might try that myself in 2 weeks' time. First race in a while.
Nice.
But that would indicate that WillNE is going to be coming into the pits very, very soon. This has been a fantastic stint from WillNE. And Ethan Payne, Bazinga, will be getting in. There is. Look how handsome he is. And big congratulations, I should say, because he's going to be a dad.
He is indeed.
That was revealed last week or the week before. So big congratulations to Ethan and his partner for that wonderful piece of news. And we have got 22 hours and 36 minutes of this, the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 hours to go. WillNE lets Piers Pryor by there, and that would indicate that I think we're going to see a pit stop. Big thanks to our sponsors once again, G. Collins & Sons, like-minded family-run business based in Kent. Discover their range of jewellery designed in-house and created it in their on-site workshop based down in Tunbridge Wells. Big thanks to them. No, WillNE is not going to pit on this particular lap. Through hairpin 1, WillNE goes.
Yeah, this could be a case of I'm not sure if the Senior Frogs have a radio system. They might have to just be using hand signals and the change board that they might have to stick over the last corner. And it's very, very easy in the daytime, let alone the night time, to actually spot that change board to indicate that the team want you in to change you over. It's so easy to lose track of time if you're relatively inexperienced at endurance racing. So easy to lose track of time. And even the best have it. New fastest lap there from Accelerate Racing, 49.713.
They've proven me wrong, haven't they? I said earlier that early stages of the race was where we'd see the fastest lap of the race. Yep, got that one wrong.
New lap record as well.
New lap record.
Brand new karts, new lap record. Great lap there by Ollie Smith.
Yeah, definitely. We'll be
carrying a bit of extra ballast.
We'll be looking to seeing how they can get on. 102 laps completed so far, still plenty to go. And Accelerate Racing leading the way by 13.5 seconds ahead of the Loughborough legends and Neil. I don't know if that's harsh or if it's the best bit of advertising Neil Vincent's ever going to have. I can't decide.
I
He's
think
had some pretty good
best.
interviews over the years on the BUKC streams, so it's definitely up there.
Yeah, but I think this team name, Neil Vincent, and Neil, Loughborough legends. But then is Neil a class of his own, or is that I can't tell. I might have to ask them.
He's another level.
Loughborough gods. That's his own little department there.
His own little subsection. I like it. It doesn't sound as good though as and Neil. I have to admit, it's a great team name.
I mean, the alternative was Loughborough Legends and Coventry Bandit, so it's
a bit wordy.
I don't know which has got more of the ring to it.
Yeah, I feel like your one, Andrew, is just a slight tad too wordy. The and Neil, it covers it. I love it.
Oh, very, very good. Thank you to everybody watching on both streams at the moment here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and over on DDMM as well. Hello to Spreem again. Can you ask the guys why they're called Senior Frogs? Well, I think we're going to try. I think we're going to try and get one of the guys on commentary. But they are very much in race-focused mode at the moment, so I don't want to disturb them at all. As here's the number 16 coming in for a pit stop. This is TR6.
And this is TR6 this time.
Oh, now that's been a testing hour and a half for that driver. I think we missed it, but I think have we had the Senior Frogs in, or this? No, I think they're still going round. Actually,
I think they are.
Not pitted yet.
WillNE does not want to come in. He's now up to 13th place as a result.
I don't blame him with the pace he's showing out there. He's doing mega laps right now.
Track limit warning for Club 73 Team Silent. As in gets the new driver for the number 16 team. And away they go. Take No Prisoners have had a track limit warning as well. Now, do we think, Luke, this possibly could be new drivers getting in and just not quite having themselves acclimatised to how the circuit is racing at the moment?
Could be a mixture of that, and it could be drivers who are looking for the kind of where the limit is. They're trying to test the limit, trying to see how much they can push those channel limits before they start picking up warnings, like you're seeing.
And just like that, that was a right on cue example of new driver just having a few troubles as they get in. Here's the number 9 in. This is RX Mechanics, the Rallycross mob. Now that's a seat insert being carried by the driver with what looks like a lot of lead on it.
I think he's struggling to carry that by the looks of things, by the way that he's staggering across the pit lane there. I think that is Tom Overton. As he carries his rather beastly seat insert then away.
See, I don't have one of those anymore. I have a built-in one for myself these days. But in gets a new driver for the RX Mechanics. Away they go. They've had a decent start to this race as well, running in the top 20 at the moment. Back out on circuit. Number 21 goes by them, and the number 14, who are running again. I think we're right in saying did not change the kart. And actually, that's one of their best laps so far. Just completed 51.219 for the Refined Metals racing team.
We did see Senior Frogs still out there. Well, we saw they had their driver ready for the change. Looks like they've gone now. So I guess Will's happy to keep going out there. Either that, or he hasn't seen any of the hand signals or changeables, which is again such an easy thing to do when you're in that zone, as you were alluding to earlier, Luke. You've got to get yourself into that zone and making sure you extract the performance consistently, lap after lap. But you can so often forget you're in the zone, and you forget to look at the change board. It's such an easy thing, but you simply just forget.
It is a mistake a lot of drivers make, not looking out for things like the flags that are coming up at the start-finish line, and not looking at change boards as well.
Third place in Clubman, or they were in third place, have just come into the pit lane. Team ARD.
Yeah, looking pretty good at the moment, in for their fuel stop, and a driver change as well. Away they go, rejoining onto the track, and they're going to rejoin. I think if the number 2 comes through, I think they're going to be 16th place, which, if that's right, watch out for the number 18 Broken Rib. They have timing screens updated. Broken Rib Racing have re-emerged ahead of Team ARD. I remember they came in about 6 minutes ago, and HWB Racing further up came in about 25 minutes ago.
4 black flags. That's actually
that's
twice
true,
that
yes.
Broken Rib have been in so far.
And they spent a good 30 seconds arguing it too, which did cost them a little bit of time.
Did cost you a bit of time, yeah.
Oh, don't fall over.
That was almost the seat insert that caught him out then. I can speak from experience. Don't do it in the pit lane where the camera is. Top tip.
This is where we're going to start seeing pit stops now, and this 1.5 hour to 1 3/4 hour mark. Like I say, fuel, going to struggle to do 2 hours here.
What's a conversation that happens as a driver change?
A little bit of top tips, how the track's looking, how the kart's handling, just whatever you can get in that 10-second period before he then runs and jumps into his kart. That's a very slick jumping into the kart there and drive away very quickly on the throttle, so good job there by team number 12.
Absolutely, and obviously keeping well over to the left-hand side of the track, as of course you're right in rejoining one of the fastest parts of the circuit, having just emerged from the pit lane. So that number 12 driver had the wherewithal just to make sure keeps off the racing line, and that's just a smart bit of driving. And then instantly trying to go around the outside of Gordy Much here, but can't find that way through just yet. I don't believe they're battling for position. I don't think they are, no. Team 87 just trying to make their way through, but this is going to cost Gordy a little bit of time here, which on the small scale it's not going to mean too much, but we've seen this before and we've discussed this before. This little bit of traffic management is going to be critical as he tries to cut the inside of Garda, puts him on the outside of the centre chicane, and still he can't find his way through properly.
We've passed through the bottom of another race hour, so let's do a full rundown of the race as it stands at the moment. 111 laps completed by the leaders, Accelerate Racing. Their lead is 14.3 seconds ahead of the Loughborough Legends and Neil. A further 25 seconds back, you've got the Motorsports UK Academy sat in third, and the last of the karts still on the lead lap of the race are there in fourth place, Send Hub Limited, who are 45 seconds off the lead. 1 lap down, 110 laps completed so far by the number 5 in 5th place, Fox Motorsports. The Ditch Finders have not found the ditch so far, thankfully, and they lead in Clubman, 6th place overall for them. 21 seconds, I think, is their lead over Formula None, who have just come into the pits, so they were in 2nd place in Club. Club 73 Young Guns, we've not talked about them much, but they are going along very nicely. They're in 8th place overall, will now become 7th with this pit stop for Formula None. They've had a good opening to this race. Team 87 as well, consider they've made a pit stop. They're 2 laps off the overall lead. They're solidly in the top 10. Gordy Much, Jimmy Broadbent and Steve Brown amongst others doing quite nicely there. They are in the mix in this one. Senor Frogs are in the top 10. What a brilliant stint this has been from WillNE. So the group of popular YouTubers are, as it stands, now as Formula None's pit stop continues, they are in 2nd place in the Clubman category. Fantastic stuff. BAR Humburger next. Then we find the Club 73 Pirates in 12th. Club 73 Team Silence in 13th. So it has been a really good opening hour and a half for the Club 73 squads. HWB Racing have shown some good pace. They've made a pit stop. They're in 14th place. These are all 2 laps off the overall lead, by the way. Broken Rib Racing were leading in the clubman category early on. They've had a pit stop and a black flag, which means they're now in 15th place, just ahead of Dab Motorsport, the number 2 in the pro category in 16th. Who've had a difficult opening to this edition of the Buckmore Park 24-hour. Team ARD, the number 15, they're in 17th place. They've also been in the pits. TVP Racing, the number 13, are next up in 18th. 3 laps off the overall lead, we find in 19th place the number 9 of RX Mechanics. They have made a pit stop, as have pretty much all the teams that we read out. Now, to the bottom of the order, completing the top 20, also 3 laps off the overall lead, is the number 12 of South Coast Racing. 21st is the number 4 of Team Rango. 22nd are the number 21 of Club 73 Mafia, who've just set their fastest lap of the race so far, 51.3, so well done to them. Got some good pace there, 4 laps off the overall lead as it stands, as are the team in 23rd place, the number 26 of Take No Prisoners. TR6 are also 4 laps off the overall lead, the number 16 in 24th there. We then find the ongoing battle, 5 laps off the overall lead between the number 19 of Milne GP in 25th and Mini Boost in 26th and number 17. Refine Metals Racing prop up the order at the moment with 22 hours and 24 minutes remaining. They have had problems. They have had some time effectively in the pits. Well, the transponder has had some time in the pits. As a result, they are the only teams who really have had what we would put in the mechanical troubles bin, but it was an elective mechanical troubles. They are now 9 laps off the overall lead.
Well, in the end, Alex Cass, he decided kart was okay.
Yeah.
Gave it back to them, stuck the transponder back on, and out they went again. So, yeah, Team 14 keeping hold of their kart.
And actually, I think that's absolutely the right call, because they're now into the 50-point-somethings, 50.911 for Refined Metals Racing on that last tour of the circuit.
Yeah, Accelerate Racing as well. We're having a really good last lap. They went purple, which was fastest through Sector 1, and the rest of the lap couldn't quite be collected. I say that, but they were only 300ths off their best and the overall best lap time of the race so far. So really, really consistent pace out there, as we see one driver taking their, well, I have to say, there's a lot of tape on that seat insert. It's the plastic one, and then a little bit of, well, what would you say? A bit of comfort in there as well. Maybe even just a little bit more, just to help, just be comfortable. It's a long stint here.
It is indeed. As, yeah, their next driver now jumping into the pit lane. As, what have we got going on here?
Now, we've got a marshal just out on the track. That's just at the S's. And where will he go to? Ah, I see. So the inside of the entry of the S's have been slightly hit. That's unbeaten, because in those little bit of plastic blocks, there are stones in there to make them heavier.
You'll be pleased to know we removed those stones.
Oh,
unfortunately, they were going over the track, so we decided to remove those stones. So yeah, drivers clearly nibbling away at those blocks as they go through the first part of the S's, and yeah, Declan going out in the kart and pushing those blocks back into place.
Absolutely, and yeah, a fair warning then. That will probably be probably a track limit warning if you even touch those. So just waiting now to emerge away, but that will of course be covered with the yellow flag, because of course we've got one of the marshals out there at the moment, and because the car is stationary as well, that adds to that as well. But again, just trying to find a gap out there, very, very challenging to do in these conditions and circumstances. Accelerate Racing still really on the pace. Last lap 49.909. Loughborough Legends and Neil last lap 49.916. It's mightily close. Gap between the top 2 drivers 15.3.
That's after an hour and 40 minutes. I mean, just do the maths in your head. That is so similar on pace between those 2 drivers. As Piers Pryor now just making his way past the back marker, as he's in a very comfortable 2nd place here, chasing down Accelerate Racing, like you say.
Yeah, and showing this level of consistency, and Pryor lost 9/10 there on that last lap compared to the kart ahead, but that's because we saw there the traffic trying to negotiate their way through. You know, it swings and roundabouts when it comes to getting past that traffic, and you know, everyone's going to have to do it at some point.
It's all about that efficiency, it's that back marker efficiency, just getting past back markers in the best places possible, making sure that when you get past, you're as close to the racing line as you can be, so that you lose as little time as you can get away with. As Piers now is coming up to Gordy Much in front.
Absolutely. Oh, there were 2 warnings there. One of them was for the Senior Frogs. I'll have a look and see what they got the warning for, as we have a nice little history. It was for track limits for Senior Frogs, as well as that, the number 2 machine Dab Motorsport also getting a track limit warning. They both came in at pretty much the same time, so we had a slight overlap there, but both the karts getting a track limit warning. And this is the most important thing that the race director said in the driver's briefing, that the warning goes to the kart, not the driver.
It
so
does indeed.
if your driver gets himself a track limit warning, just like Piers Pryor does in the number 3 kart, that is awarded to the kart, not the driver. So you could have 2-3 drivers picking up warnings. The third driver is going to get the penalty. They may have only had one warning, but they'll be the ones that gets the penalty.
These warnings, they're going to keep accumulating until the 4-hour mark, and it will get reset then once every 4 hours. So yeah, like you say, you've got to make sure that all of your drivers are on it in terms of keeping it within the track limits. Just for those who are wondering, track limits around this track, strictly speaking, shouldn't really be going into the red sections of the track, as they are runoff area. They are not part of the track itself. The reality is we do let you get away with using the red to some extent, but if we feel like you're abusing the red too much, you will start getting warnings. And then, yeah, eventually, if the race director feels like you've got too many warnings, he will bring you into the pits and have a word with you.
Yes, and I believe the driver's briefing, they were told half a kart. So that's what they're allowed to do. Half a kart in the red and no more.
Exactly.
Which brings us to Piers Pryor here trying to, again, negotiate his way through that traffic. A bit of a lunge at Garda, not a bad place to get some overtaking done at all. The uphill section, you really slam on the brakes then, because the nature of the corner, you can really recover from a lunge down the inside there.
Garda, probably the best overtaking opportunity on this track, I would say. That in hairpin 2, you can just kind of sneak one up the inside. Both corners have quite a wide entry into them, meaning if you just take a normal kind of quite narrow line, you'll naturally go up someone's inside and then carry the speed. The only problem with overtaking at hairpin 2 and Garda is those two corners are the corners that precede the long bits of the track, the long, fast parts of the track. So if you get a bad exit out of hairpin 2 or Garda, you're going to be losing time for quite a while, all the way down or all the way up the straight. And so, yeah, you've got to be careful when making moves not to get a bad exit.
So, Senior Frogs there, we're just watching on. Also with BAR Humbug as well. That 27 and 6 is for a battle for position. The number 4 is not for position. So WillNE, who's at the wheel of that kart at the moment, might be looking over his shoulder just a little bit, but if they don't have those radio comms, he might feel like he's battling both of them, which is, as we alluded to earlier, a little bit of a disadvantage if you don't have those a little bit of radio communications. Entirely optional, of course, to set up your own internal radio communications. It's entirely up to you, but that, from what it looks like, is our closest battle out on track, the battle for 8th place.
Second place at the moment in class, if we've not mentioned already, for WillNE and Senior Frogs. Yeah, I have been really, really impressed by this stint. As I say, they're decked out. They've clearly put a lot of efforts into this. As the leader's in. This is a key moment in the race then. 22 hours and 17 minutes. They're going short there, Luke, to make sure that they don't run the tank out of fuel, surely.
Ollie has been picking my brains over the last few days about the fuel in these karts, and I've been saying to him, do not try and do 2 hours. You may get away with it in one stint, but you won't get away with it in all 12 stints. So I'm pleased to see then that Ollie Smith coming into the pits after an hour and 43 minutes. Now Tom Langford jumping into the kart. Both these drivers, former lap record holders around this track. So you're handing over from one incredibly fast driver to another. I've seen Tom Langford do 48 seconds lap times around here before. Very, very quick driver indeed.
I mean, he's been racing here since 2010 in the junior club, so it's no surprise to see him jump in, get straight onto the pedals here. And of course, he is a Buckmore Park Sprint League champion in 2019 and 2018, Grand Prix League champion in 2018. So he's got plenty of silverware behind him. If that's not enough, he's immensely quick, as you're just about to see.
Oh, is there going to be a queue for fuel here?
There is going to be a queue for fuel. We've not talked about it too much, but this can be the risk if you run things on. It's Gordy Much and Team 87 who's in. It doesn't look like it's for fuel for me.
No.
Now, we saw Gordy in earlier. What is happening here with Gordy Much?
He's missed the entry for the fuel. That's why he's apologising to his teammate there. So he's going to have to go all the way around back into the pit lane entrance to then go into the fuel bay. It's a very narrow entrance and it's straight to your right hand side on the entry. If you miss it, you have to go all the way back around again.
I think he panicked then. I think he looked over to the right. He saw that kart being refueled and he thought, well, I better not go and queue here. Then just kind of got caught in two minds.
Yeah.
Couldn't decide what to do.
But I think in that moment he's forgotten, no, the kart does still need fuel.
Yeah.
It's been running for the best part of an hour and 45 minutes. It does need fuel.
They have been in though. They were in half an hour ago. They came down pit lane, so not quite sure what's happened there with Team 87. But yes, for your note taking, note down that first stint for Accelerate was 1 hour and 43 minutes. So we'll see if they pit again within another 1 hour and 43 minutes. And what do the Loughborough Legends do? Because that's almost like they've not fully shown their cards yet, as Gordy Much comes in again. This time does get into the fuel bait. So that's got me thinking of what was happening earlier in the race when Gordy pitted, as I noted it down. What was the clock timer showing? It was showing 22 hours and 46 minutes. So yeah, he was only in about half an hour ago. I'm trying to see, is there another driver getting in? Is there another one of the Team 87 crew?
It is
on
indeed. It
standby?
is Chris Bridle,
Yes.
former member of staff and fellow Praga driver. Races in the Praga Cup, for those who aren't aware, along with Gordy, Jeremy Broadbent, and his twin brother Ed Bridle. So now Chris Bridle will go into the kart and jumping in.
Yeah, it's interesting because these are the two bridles, and then you've got Broadbent and Much. They're two different teams in Praga, but they've decided to combine forces and race together here at the Buckmore Park 24 hours.
Now, I know from experience, Chris Bridle is a very, very quick driver in these karts. Me and him raced in the championship back in 2019 in Sub 51 racing. And yeah, he raced me hard in that series. Very, very quick driver indeed. Capable of doing low 49-second lap times on his day, as WillNE go side by side with kart number 6.
It's a great battle that. BAR Hamburg were ahead on the line last time around as the number 23 of Club 73 Team Silent comes in, shaking the head from the driver.
Yeah, Dimitrioris clearly not happy with that stint, but it's been a solid stint from him, as there's WillNE trying to battle away now with Broken Rib Racing. That is for position as well, not only for overall, but for class position as well. So let's see how WillNE gets on. That is for second place in class.
And I just spotted as well in the background, as it's a flurry of activity down in the pit lane, Ollie Wedden is on standby. I would imagine that means that Piers Pryor and the Loughborough Legends and Neil are into the pits, or due in the pits very soon. Piers Pryor has just gone past us in the commentary box there. He's just flashed past the windows. The number 7, this is third place in for their first pit stop, Motorsport UK Academy. So that was 1 hour and 47 for them in their first stint.
I think Senor Friggs are using their phones for communication, because I've seen a lot of them holding them up to their
Okay,
ears.
I've just had in my ear from our producer that we think that the Senor Frogs team are communicating via mobile phones with a set of earbuds in WillNE's ear. Obviously, the other risk, not just in terms of do you run out of fuel loop, but if everybody pits on 2 hours, as we're almost seeing a little bit here with people going, oh, let's go 1 hour 45. If you double stack, you're going to be losing time.
I've seen queues for 6-7 karts before now in the fuel bay, and that costs you minutes if you are stuck in that fuel bay. We cannot refuel your kart until the driver who's at the front of the queue has got into his kart and driven off. So it's a very costly thing to do to get stuck in that pit lane. You must not come in when someone is already in that fuel bay. You're just going to lose huge amounts of time if you do so.
I was about to say that was a very tall Senor Frog. I think it is Cal Freezy getting in. It is Cal Freezy getting in for the Senor Frogs. You see Ollie Wedden, we spoke to him on the grid earlier with the red top and the blue bottoms on his race suit. Number 27. And here it is. Okay, so Senor Frogs, that is WillNE's stint done. What a stint that is. And it's put his team right in the mix here.
He needs to get out of that.
Pitted from P9.
They won't refuel.
And he's tired. That is a very tired driver, but should be very pleased with that effort. Well, let's put the pressure on the rest of them now. We've got a team here that could be, with that kind of speed, in the podium reckoning. Look at Cal Freezy. Look at the steel in his eyes. He's ready for this. Oh, Will's found his energy again. He's back, and I think he's just been told how well positioned the kart is. So, Calamari, known online as Cal Freezy. Away he goes. Start of his stint. 1 hour and 49 minutes was the stint for WillNE, and a very, very good one indeed.
I wonder which teams are going to be the ones that try and eke it towards 2 hours. Who's going to be brave enough?
Who's going to be brave enough, or potentially stupid enough, to go 2 hours? We will wait and see.
It's only stupid if it doesn't work.
I am very intrigued to see what happens with this fuel because, like I say, none of us have got a clue. We've got a rough idea how long this fuel lasts, but no one's ever done a 2-hour stint in these karts.
Contact warning for Motorsport UK Academy. Away goes the number 17. As I'm hopping across the curbs. That is Motorsport UK Academy. Calfreezy on circuit now. He's got the number 25 just behind as the number 21 of Club 73 Mafia, currently in 22nd place. They come into the pit lane. And driver steps away from the vehicle. Still no sign of the Loughborough Legends and Neil. There is Ollie Wedden. Still no sign of them coming in. I can just see them coming up over round Cafe Corner, round our commentary box now. Does Piers Pryor stay to the right or to the left? He stays to the right, goes for another lap. This is a brave opening salvo from the Loughborough team, all ex-BUKC drivers.
Now they did, of course, do an hour and 40 minutes practice, and then 10 minutes of that was qualifying, the last 10 minutes, at which point the teams were allowed to look at the fuel tank to see how much fuel the kart had used. From that point on, the race director said, it's your call.
I was the one that went round and undid the fuel caps, and let me tell you, they were very, very low. You could only just about see the fuel above the bottom of the bodywork, which is pretty much at the bottom of the tank. So yeah, I'm very interested to see what happens here in the next 10 minutes. Like I was saying earlier, if you run out of fuel, that's going to cost you 5-10 minutes, because we are not just going to change your kart over. We're going to take you down to the workshop. We're going to rebleed the pipes and put new fuel in.
I wonder.
And it's like a Schrodinger's cat thing, because you can't see through the fuel tank. It's like, is the fuel in there or not? Well, I won't know until I see it. Luke, we're going to have to let you go because you're going to go and have to get
You've got someone far more important than me about to take over.
Sleep,
and I do need to go to sleep, yes.
But thanks for joining us, mate. And we're going to get another guest commentator on who's been working far harder than us. WillNE.
Hello.
Sir,
how's it going?
That was an absolutely mega
Thank you very much.
You've got to be pleased with that.
To be honest, I didn't know until I got off. I thought I'd had a pretty dodgy start.
Yeah.
I didn't think I was aggressive enough, and I saw a few people flying up the inside. And then I saw smiles when I got out the car, so apparently it's gone well. It is grueling. It really, like, first half hour, you're feeling it. And then the next, that hour, it's just, you feel it, like, in your core.
Yeah.
For a particularly unfit man like myself. Pretty tough, but, yeah.
And how many more have you got to do?
I think I'm only doing 2 stints.
Yeah.
We're sending a couple of the boys out on 3.
Yeah.
I think I've got a 1:30 till 3 a.m. job.
That'll be a good one. Have you got new tyres? If you've got new tyres on that one, that'll be a beautiful.
I think we lucked out. I think we got our draw, and it's they were happy about the draw of where the tyres go on. So
no, that'll be good.
I've been told this. Oh, come on, there's Calfreezy going round. What a boy!
He's gunning it.
How much did we drop after the stop?
You were in P9.
Yeah.
And I don't think you dropped that far.
P18 overall.
P18. That's all right. That's all right.
And
we've still got some teams to pit, of course, as well.
Yeah,
We've not quite hit 2 hours. So.
The main thing is just working out who to fight and who not to fight. There was some person in a lime green helmet catch me. I was like, I need to finish ahead of him in my stint. And I was proper defensive, and I looked back and saw the yellow tag, and I was like, so whoever's got the greedy yellow helmet, I'm very sorry. I should just let you through.
That might have been the number 6 of BAR Humbug. That was for overall position.
Hey, screw it. It was for
was
overall
it?
position.
Oh, decent. Because he was giving me which I'm assuming that means use your head, or
use your head.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Well, sling your hook, lad, is all I've got to say to that.
Jack Goldsmith goes past Calfreezy there, so that's the 3rd placed kart, doing very, very nicely. Am I right in saying, is that the first bit of wheel-to-wheel racing you've done? A lot of laps and a lot of practice. Is that the first race you've done?
Yes, I mean, we've done a bit of a couple of GPs between the boys.
Yeah.
The standard, I can't say was so high. But some, first time against proper racing talent by the looks of it, really. It wasn't much wheel-to-wheel, I would say. I think kind of you find your groove and you see someone gaining the gap on you, you go, you come through, I'll just follow with you, and I'll try and pinch some of your lines if possible. But yeah, not much combat, but I'm glad to see we came out of that in P9.
Query the comms.
I did want to ask about the comms. Is there any sort of communication between yourselves and your teammates whilst you're out there?
I think we had mics. We bought them with wires. So many wires. We've decided to sack that off, and we've got a board system down there. So I had the Newcastle score shown to us, which was brilliant. 3-0 up. Shout out Dan Byrne. Good to hear. And just It was funny, after the start, I thought I'd gone backwards a bit. I was down in my head, and I saw the boys hold up, good job. So I was like, oh, okay, the morale was back.
There was a great moment. We knew every single time that you'd gained a position because the boys who were stood
Really?
there just probably watched the stream back. You'll have heard them. They were that loud. It's like, has he gained another? Yes, he has.
I wanted to ask, actually. I mean, the first couple of laps here looked hectic. How was it out there?
You know what? It's judging. You've got your cold tyres. I think everyone around me is quicker, and I'm thinking I'm being aggressive, and I'm shutting the door, and suddenly someone's just up the inside. And I think also another thing, I see you checking the football on BBC Sport. Another thing, my mind's gone blank.
So first few laps.
Yep. Yeah.
Ignore Newcastle.
I know. Yeah, just judging it on those cold tyres and, you know, what the pace of everyone else is. And I didn't, judging how much contact is fair contact. I feel like some people were slinging it up the inside and you're going, oh, I don't know about that one, but if they hold a hand or whatever. So it's just like, because you want to be on the line, don't you? You kind of want to be on the edge of the line and not go over it. So we're just figuring that out as we go, really.
For me, it's always, are they under control on the brakes? Because they can sling it on the inside, but if they're not locked up, it's a fair call. But yeah, I know from experience myself down the years around this place, people sling it up the inside and just scream it to the side of you.
What a track, though, by the way.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Who is out for? We're keeping an eye on. Is it Team 87?
Team 87, yeah. Jimmy Broadbent.
Oh, that's my boy.
Crew. Yeah.
Who started for them? Do you know?
Gordy Much. So it's Jimmy's teammate in Prague has started. And they've had a bit of a rough start, but they've got one of the Bridle brothers in now.
It's Chris Bridle in the car at the moment.
I was going to say sending the big guns out early, but every single one of those boys is a bit of a big gun, right?
They are, yes.
And you've done some videos with Steve Brown, Super GT, and the Quadrant guys as well. What's your experience with him in the past?
Do you know? I mean, he came on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And I was over the moon because I was only a tenth off his time, so I will take that one to my grave.
I don't get.
But I mean
within Steve's times.
That was his first session, and it must have been about our 8th or 9th of the week. So we'll take that.
Brush that onto the carpet. No one needs to know that.
No way.
Lots of support coming in on the chat, by the way.
What they saying? What are you saying?
Loads of stuff.
WillNE have my cart babies? Brilliant. Thank you, Corinna. I don't know if I should have read that one out. Freezy is about to go X Games mode. Harry 100% going on for the stint with a mega. We're not, nobody's drink driving. I can promise you from the boys. Shout out Simon Vodka, but nobody is drink driving.
Lots of energy drinks, lots of
aids,
other drinks are available and that stuff.
So how long are you guys on comms the whole? Surely not the whole time.
At the moment, we're scheduled for the first 6 and the last 6, but they have difficulty shutting us up. So
that's true. You can push it.
We might carry on for a little.
I respect it.
But to be honest with you, 2 hours on the track, this is nothing for you.
Is it really? I think it's maybe more mentally tasking. I just turn wheel and hope for the best for me.
Well, it got you this far, so
it's
not bad.
Decent.
This is it. This is a key one. This is BAR Humbug.
Oh yeah. Oh, is that the?
Is Cal Freezy going to beat them out? Was that the guy?
I don't think so. I think the guy had a more of a custom helmet. He looks more professional than a Buckmore suit specialist.
I see what you mean. Ollie Wedden has still stood in pit lane. Piers Pryor has done 1 hour and 58 minutes now and has not pitted. Yeah, get some more.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this is a very good opening stint from the Loughborough legends and Neil. We can't forget Neil, even though he's not been in the car yet.
Cannot forget Neil.
Piers Pryor, number 3.
Yeah, Humbug ahead of Senior Frogs after the pit stop.
Not by a lot though. I think that was 5 seconds over the line.
So the way this works, yellow are pro, and so our ditch finders currently winning the rookie class.
So ditch finders, we've renamed it Clubman because rookie seems a bit disrespectful to some of the talents.
Yes,
yourself included.
Thank you very much. I'll take that.
But yeah, no, they're leading the class at the moment. I don't think they've been in yet. Here's the number 25, HWB Racing. So that's their first stop. So
what kind of pace are the leaders? They are not setting for.
We have seen 49s. Generally, it's low 50s, but we have seen a few 49s.
Was that early in the Grand Prix? Because I've started to feel the tyres about after maybe an hour and a half.
We saw some very quick times in the very early stages before traffic kicked in. What was it? Lap 102 accelerated that 49.7. But yeah, like Piers hasn't done anything quicker than his 9th lap of the race, so it's very good. So HWB go back out in 25th. Where are they going to slot in? 73 Matthew go by them. As we're nearly into the 3rd hour of the race. There goes Jack Goldsmith, still on the lead lap as well. And again, the Loughborough legends and Neil carry on rounds.
But there is Cal Freezy. There he goes into the first corner.
Not the first hairpin yet.
It's
all right. You've been driving for 2 hours. It's all right.
Apologies.
I think we need to stay with Cal because he is very nicely in the 51s and he is closing in on the BAR Humbug kart ahead of him. The gap is only 3 seconds. At this rate, he's going to be right on them within 2 or 3 laps.
Well, Andrew, this could be a 3-way battle for overall position because the 23 car, Club 73 Team Silent, also just behind. So it could be a 3-car battle before we know it.
Go on, big lad.
We've had a question on our stream that nobody's watching about faces. Senor Frogs, where has Senor Frogs come from?
Senor Frogs is a club in Miami.
Oh, okay.
Without trying to sound too rock and roll, personally, I've never been.
Yeah.
The boys have a particular affinity to a club called Senor Frogs. I saw we were initially down as sidemen, but I don't think we could have wigged that because there's only 2 of them here. Is that him losing position? Come on, Callum. What's the pace of the Club 73?
Club 73 did a 51.1 last time around, which was half a second quicker than Cal. So yeah, no, it's properly on.
There it is.
Battle for 17th place.
There's that battle then, making their way through Pullman's and then down in towards Paddock Bend.
Come on.
How tough is Paddock? That right-hander at the bottom of the hill.
That's the one. It's that in the corner before it, you feel it on your ribs. I was like, after the first maybe 45, 50 laps, you're taking it and you're going, I know that's not the fastest way for me to take it. Is that the guy from the lead or is that? No.
That's Goldsmith. So that is Jack out the carts. So we'll note that down in my list of many things. That 2 hours and 2 minutes is what the Send Hub Limited team.
Oh, and they're side by side. Cal Freezy, come on. Where are we into there? Up the inside now, lad. Send it inside. Send it inside.
That's okay, because you can now follow the number 23 and close up to the number 6 ahead.
We actually saw you doing that earlier on in the, I think it was the ditch finders you were following as well. I mean, okay, you went a lap down, but following them around must have given you a couple of tips because you went so much quicker when you were following.
Right. So I saw the black plate and I was like, oh god, I'm gonna have to fight him. But I saw the rate at which he was closing, so I thought, okay, maybe they've just got a rapid guy in the car. I waved him through and he just like notioned to follow him. So I was like, yeah, lad, I'm with you. I'll come with you. I'll try my very best, and kept pace for about 5 or 10 laps before.
And that's Fox Motorsport into the pit lane now for a fuel stop. So stopping just after Send Hub. So let's see how they change those positions. But I believe Loughborough and, just Loughborough at the top then, still yet to make a fuel stop in this stage. I mean, we're looking at past 2 hours now in this race. And, I mean, Will, you were in that driver's briefing.
Yeah.
Our race director did say it's on your hands, on your head be it, if it's over 2 hours and you run out of fuel.
Oh, so a few of them are still pushing it over 2 hours. Interesting. I think fair play to them to be... Firstly, just to be able to withstand that. But how many have we got pushing it over 2 hours currently?
Loughborough Legends have not pitted yet.
Fox
I think
Motorsport,
they may be the only ones.
They are because Fox Motorsport just came in. They were the penultimate team to make a fuel stop. So there they are, still yet to make their fuel stop, and it's still Piers Pryor behind the wheel of that machine.
37-second leaders, quite convincing. How often do you see this? Like gaps like that switch hands.
Randolph says hello, by the way.
Hello, Randolph. How are you? Oh, lovely. Yeah, good to see that, mate. Good to see that.
We can't read that one out on the stream. And people from Nottingham. Anyway, there's Piers Pryor on the inside. Sorry, you were asking a question.
Yeah, so how often do you see in races this long, is a gap like 36 seconds, is it that substantial, or is it such a differential when people swap over? And
that is nothing at this stage of the race, and even if we're in the if we've got a 37-second gap in the last hour, I'm going to get very excited and very
really
because
really
all it is it's one bad moment, it's one mechanical issue, and that's gone.
Yeah.
So and we have seen races be decided on that in the past.
That would be so sad.
The most famous one I can think of was the big one, Le Mans 24-hour a few years ago, where...
Oh, was it Louis Delatraz? Was that a recent one? Or
in fact, no, last year.
Right?
Yeah, no, last year in LMP2, Louis Delatraz had one like that, but Toyota lost the overall win with like a 3-minute lead, but conked out on the last lap, didn't see the checkered flag, so it's never over in an endurance race.
I'm pretty sure that story went that they went to restart the car an hour later and it started perfectly with no issues.
Absolutely.
No.
Yeah.
black flag for the Club 73 Young Guns. So they've been naughty, naughty boys. They'll have to come in. And still, Piers Pryor goes round. Now this will be triggering some thoughts, Kieran, I think, in the minds of Accelerate, because they pitted quite safely, 1 hour 45. If the Loughborough team keep doing this and do, 2 hour 15, for example, they're going to be doing less pit stops over the course of the 24 hours.
But what's not clear is how much fuel saving is Piers Pryor doing, or is he pushing that kart to its absolute limit? If he's pushed it over 2 hours, it's safe to say that he's doing a little bit of lift and coasting wherever he can. Black flag going out as well.
That's
to the
Motorsport
Where
UK
are they? Academy. Fourth overall and in class.
Still a little. So in terms of fuel saving in karts, is it just lift and coast? Is it maybe being a bit more gentle, accelerating?
A bit more gentle on the throttle as well. Being smooth.
Yeah.
Being smooth is, it's good anyway for.
I was going to say, Will, that I've got no qualifications to tell you. Absolutely, that's why I'm up here.
It's mental that I didn't think fuel saving would even be a thing when it came to this.
There is the number 7, which has just had the bad news, and
that's fuming, lad, fuming.
You watch enough of these, you could just tell by a driver's body language. The head starts to dip, he just rocks a bit, not happy with himself.
And what did he get his black flag for?
It looks like, I think it's track limits, but don't quote me on that. But that's, as you know, as you were told in the briefing, it's to the kart. It's Sebastian Malcolm behind the wheel of that kart at the moment. Corporate kart rating for 2 years and looking to move into the F1000 Championship for his first car racing championship this year. So there he comes into the pit lane for his black flag penalty. He'll be told exactly what it's for.
Is he fuming? Oh, he's livid. He's livid.
And he knows that could be a costly moment, even at this stage of the race, with 21 hours and 53 minutes to go.
20 seconds.
If it's a tight battle for a podium, come 2:30 on Sunday afternoon, they could be looking back at this moment and thinking, those track limits, what cost us a position? Off they go again, though.
It's the longest 20 seconds you'll ever face being held there. It is painful. Hearing all the other karts go past as well, painful.
We're going to say some comments on the DDMM stream. Tell Will it was the DAB Motorsport driver in the green helmet. Number 2.
Well, when he gets out, I'll chin him. No, I'm just kidding. We'll let him know. Yeah. Sorry, lad. I really didn't know you're on Pro and probably shouldn't have been fighting, but.
See, it's not just because you're here. I'd say you were absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Not had particularly good
decent. We'll take that.
Opening hours. Racing for position. Absolutely fine.
It's hard when you get. I think I lost a bunch of times. Sometimes I think in front of him, getting caught up in those fights of people who are behind and they see the black plate and it's like fight all you want. So it's tough.
And you've also got a nighttime stint, so I suppose at some point you're going to have to ditch us and actually get some sleep.
Do you know what? I might reel off and go and grab some food right now. It's top of my list.
Absolutely.
But, absolute pleasure to be on. Good luck with the rest of your stint.
Pleasure having you, Will. Good luck
with
with the next stint.
Driver of the Senior Frogs kart from the start of the race. Great to have him on. Very good stint indeed. I think Mr. Norris will be impressed with that one.
I think he will. I should have asked him about that. Oh well.
So 21 hours and 52 minutes of this, the 2022 Buckmore Park, 24 hours to go. You're watching live coverage from Alpha Live with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media, Andrew Mather and Kieran McGinley in the comms box for you. And what a lovely day it is. We're getting into that. I think Ollie's been forgotten about. Look at his eyes. It's like, why does nobody want to play with me? Piers, I want to go in the car.
Piers, please let me have a go. You've been out there for more than 2 hours. Come on.
I don't like it when Ollie looks sad.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's not a nice feeling.
It's that wonderful time of the afternoon where the shadows are lengthening, the race is fully in swing now, and drivers are all ready. And here it is. Right, so here is a big moment in this race. Note it down, 21 hours and 51 minutes on the clock to go. That was a mega Piers Pryor stint, and a slight fist pump there. Very happy with that. 2 hours and 9 minutes on a tank of fuel. They've brought it in the lead of the race.
That's brilliant. I mean, he might have had a spot check for weight, so that's why he's being summoned up to race control. They are random. You could be called up at any point to race control in a driver change to get weighed, and if you find yourself underweight, or if the race director finds yourself underweight, a very draconian penalty system takes place. But driver change complete, fuel is ready, and well, I wonder if he can match the 2 hours and 9 minutes, maybe even better it, of the fuel tank this time around. But yeah, very, very good stint from Piers Pryor. Very good.
I have a question. Do they not know how much fuel they've used then?
We've got a question in my ear that the DDMM stream will have heard. Yes and no. If they've had a quick little look in the tank, actually no, because the fuel cap's not taken off until they're standing away.
So they've got no clue.
So they've
how
got
much
no
fuel?
clue as to whether they've got fuel in or not. Apologies for the folks in the Alpha live stream. You won't have been able to hear that bit. But yes, no, that's a very, very good point. That the drivers, as they get out, because the fuel cap isn't taken off until the driver is well away from the car, they won't have known exactly how much fuel was in and left. But they've got that marker in now, 2 hours and 9. And the gap being 8 point, that's good as well, that the gap is only 8.3 seconds.
That's brilliant. That is brilliant.
When you look at that, comparing the two stints together.
Considering that's 20 minutes between stops, between Accelerate and Loughborough Legends, that's phenomenal.
Keep doing those 20 minutes, and the Loughborough Legends and Neil could be trying to shorten their amount of time in the pits. But still a very, very long way in this race to go. Keep your comments coming in, both on the Alpha Live stream and the DDMM Double Dash Motorsport media stream. And it's been a very, very good start to this race, and everyone very pleased with what's going on here at Buckmore Park. Anything going on the Twitter sphere, or is it still very quiet?
It's quiet for now, but if you do want to get involved on our Twitter and ask us a couple of questions to the comments box, hashtag BP24HR. If they're clean, we'll read them. It's that easy.
I don't mind the Twitter sphere being quiet. Sometimes it's just a bit too shouty. So
yeah, which is fine. There's Tom Langford just making his way through the field in the Accelerate Racing number 10, currently leading the way by 11.6. Now, of course, this is where the sort of fuel disparity between the two teams is going to come into effect. The Loughborough Legends and Neil, their machine is going to be heavier than the Accelerate Racing kart at the moment. That's purely because the Accelerate came in earlier for their earlier fuel stop. Therefore, they've got less fuel now. Therefore, the kart is lighter. So there will be a little bit of disparity in pace. And this is what we were talking about, is when the strategies really start to go in full flow. Around about last 90 minutes, maybe 60 minutes, that's when we get a true idea of how the field is shaping up.
Hello to Motorsport Magpie, David Whitehouse, big member of the Alpha Life family, saying DDMM would win this by miles. No, it wouldn't, mate. No, we wouldn't, because we'd start throwing fuel caps around down at the bottom end of the circuit if we were competing in this race, because that's what we do.
Do you?
Not deliberately.
I was going to say, if you were deliberately doing it, it's a different story.
A history of doing that in Club 100 endurance races around here. Big reminder, of course, 2 weekends' time. I'm really looking forward to this one, because if Buckmore Park is my favourite track in England, my favourite track in Wales is Gleneagles, and we'll be there in 2 weeks' time for Club 100 sprints. So if you like your complete opposite end of race lengths, if you like your 24 hours, but you also like 10 minutes of crash bang wallop racing in Club 100 karts, tune in for that here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel in 2 weeks' time. Make sure you're subscribed and make sure you've clicked that notification bell. Who have we got on screen at the moment? This is the number 9, fighting with the 20. This is for position, so that's a change of position for 10th place overall. And the RX Mechanics now ahead of Formula None.
Yeah, and any positions at this stage is an added bonus as well, as I saw one team get a personal best out there. Didn't quite catch out of the corner of my eye who exactly it was. I think it was a Club 73 team. But
it was Team Silence.
Oh, it was.
I think my timing screen's a little bit behind yours, which is good. Good for that situation.
And I've just seen on our big scoreboard opposite us, Broken Rib Racing, still in the 49s, and they're in the Clubman class. Everybody else in front of them who are in the Pro class, all in the low 50s, mid 50s at the moment.
It's quite ominous in a way, and it's one of the interesting aspects of this race that it has been known for there to be classification in terms of which class a team is can change midway through the race.
That's true.
Broken Rib Racing are leading in Clubman even though they've had a black flag. Excuse me. You're doing too well, guys. You want to slow down.
Yeah, just put the ballast on a little bit more. Just calm down. And there they are, Broken Rib Racing leading what is right now the Clubman class. And that is Tom Langford, leader of the overall race and, of course, of the pros at the moment in the Accelerate machine. Both of them leaders of their respective classes. They are 2 laps apart, which after 2 hours and 15 minutes worth of racing is pretty good, I would have to say.
Thank you very much, guys. I've just had a look at the number of likes that we've had on this stream. 1.3k likes. That is mad. I think that might be a new record. But thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in this afternoon on Alpha Live. You could have done absolutely anything with your Saturday afternoon, and you came and watched this, and we're very, very grateful that you did.
Definitely, definitely.
Can we just confirm that this is a private event and people are not to come down?
Oh, actually, yeah. But just had a reminder in my ear. Public service announcement. This is a private event, so it is ticketed. If you don't have a ticket for this event, please do not come down to the circuit. You will be turned away. So yeah, they all got all of our tickets checked on the way in this morning. The gates are closed.
Yes.
So yes, race continuing into the 3rd hour of the race. There's the number 17 going down the inside of the 26.
That's Mini Boost.
That is Mini Boost. Take no prisoners. So Mini Boost, some decent laps coming in at the moment from Mini Boost. They're in 26th position. And they're cracking through as they go. Change of position in the Club 73 ranks. Team Silence have just got past the Pirates. That's for 14th place overall and 6th in the Clubman class. A couple of problems, unfortunately, for Calfreezy. I've just seen that Senior Frogs have had a 54.1. They're in 19th place, but not to worry, because I say a lot of time to go. And I thought it was interesting with the guys saying as well that Will is going to do 1 more stint.
Yeah,
I'd have him in for 2.
Wow,
speed.
Well, yeah, there might have to be a little bit of a team meeting.
Whoa,
that's the
goes
26.
26.
That's the 26. That's Take No Prisoners, really taking no prisoners, trying to go in towards Garda. The door was shutting. He slammed on the brakes. Kart spun around.
And it's a very tricky corner, that, because it's one of those that again has got a very wide entry, but it tightens really, really quickly. But it's a very, very late apex.
Yes, it's one of those where it's very tight, but also it's a late turn in and a late apex as well. So it's a really challenging corner to get right, let alone try and make a move there as well. But yeah, the door can so easily and so quickly slam shut on you. And yeah, for Take No Prisoners there, just a little bit of a spin. A bit of a harmless one though. Just got going again, roughly 10-15 seconds lost, which, you know, in the grand scheme of things, you know, mistakes are going to happen. You know, if you're going to make them, get them out of the way early. That's what we would say.
Hello to Average Lime on the DDMM chat, who asks, do the drivers have accommodations on site? Some of them do. We've got some camper vans and stuff in the paddock over the far side of the hill from where we are in the commentary box. But I suspect a lot of the drivers, back seats of a Ford Focus would normally be where I would be going. Thankfully, the very kind people here at Buckmore Park have provided us with something a little bit more substantial this evening. Not to brag, but no. So but a lot of the drivers will be staying here, and actually, that is the better option, because it has been known before when drivers leave the circuit to say, go to a hotel or wherever. The trouble is, you then stay there, you oversleep, you missed your stint, and it all goes horrendously wrong. So I think most of the teams will be opting the version of stay at the circuit, keep everybody here, so that you can react to situations as they unfold. What situations have we got out on track?
Well, I did see Team Rango just out of the corner of my eye at the commentary box window. They might have had a moment down towards Paddock Bend, and I just had a look at their last lap. I can pretty much say that is probably what happened. Their last lap, 59.823. So they had a little bit of a moment down towards Paddock Bend. They got themselves going again, but yeah, quite a few seconds lost there.
Very good stuff. If you're just joining us and you've got a spare electronic device and you want a little bit more data and know-how of what's going on in the race, live.alphatiming.co.uk/ Buckmore. That's Buckmore. That will give you the live timing that we've got in the box. We've also got it up on our DDMM comms box cam feed over on the other channel. And it's a brilliant resource, shows you the sector times, shows you the best lap times for the karts so far. And if you click on the team names as well, you've got the driver tracker. So if there's a particular team that you're following, you can click their name. Well, actually, no, you click the number. So say you wanted to follow Senor Frogs going around the circuit on the little map that we've got there, you'd click the number 27 and they'll appear blue or red on the screen. You can follow them as they go round. So yeah, check out all of that. 14.6 seconds now the lead for Accelerate Racing at the front of the order over the Loughborough Legends and Neil. They are the two karts, I should say, remaining on the lead lap. But just see Max O'Shaughnessy there flashing through shot. The driver with the white suit and the multicoloured helmet. Very quick drive around this place, very experienced. And he'll be just trying to keep on the lap ahead of the Loughborough Legends, because that, if he did fall back, that would effectively be a lap between second and third.
It would be indeed. And yeah, just looking at it really, top two have broken away. Sendhub in third place at the moment. They're setting currently 51.2s, but there is traffic all around, and just looking to try and build the gap between themselves and Fox Motorsport. Looking at the last lap, yeah, Sendhub lost 4/10 on that last lap, presumably due to just a little bit of traffic. And that's allowed Fox Motorsport in the 5 machine to start closing in. There's the number 7 at Motorsport UK Academy, or at least briefly it was, as we get that little scenic shot of the first two hairpins. Well, I mean, coming into hairpin 1, you're coming from the fastest your car is doing around this circuit, and you're having to brake for one of the slowest corners. It's quite a complex of corners, this.
It is indeed. Apologies, chat. I personally don't have the power on my laptop to put a link in because YouTube shouts at me. Make me a mod. But yes, hopefully one of the guys from Alpha Live can put the live timing link in the chat. And 21 hours and 38 minutes of the race to go. Who's doing particularly fast laps out there at the moment? We've got, as of course, the leaders down in the low 50s. Dab Motorsport have come back into this. I'm not quite sure what was happening with them in the first stint. They were having some problems. They were down around 15th place. Well, they've quite quietly just nipped away and are now running in 6th place, and they've just set a 50.448. That kart, and we did talk with Luke about this, that kart does seem like it's just switching on a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the gaps there, I think they were, about 3 seconds back from the kart ahead, which is the Motorsport UK Academy car. So that's going to be a little bit of a battle to keep our eyes on, and just trying to figure out where they are out on circuit. Yeah, they're just coming up towards Garda, past our commentary box window. Yep. So that is going to be a battle for 5th place. And by the looks of it, let's see what lap times they're setting as they come across the line then. Let's have a look. Motorsport UK Academy with a 50.7 across the line. Dab Motorsport, 50.2. Half a second out of that lap.
Average Lime has asked a question where I'm going to have to do some maths about what the kart average.
I'll watch out for the smoke coming out of your
it
brain.
Should be fairly easy because it's a 1 kilometre circuit.
Well, okay. I was gonna play off the joke, but no, it rounds up very nicely. Yeah. Whilst he does some maths then about that, we have Accelerate leading the way. 170 laps so far in this one, in this 24-hour endurance. We still have 21 hours and 36 minutes to go. Loughborough Legends and Neil in 2nd place in the number 3. Number 1 of Sendhub Limited in 3rd place. Then it's Fox Motorsport in 4th place in the number 5. Number 7 Motorsport UK Academy in 5th. Number 2 Dab Motorsport in 6th. Number 18 and leader of the clubman, Broken Rib Racing, in the number 18, just set their personal best of a 49.814. I say that as well. Dab Motorsport 49.947. They are absolutely on a charge. Whatever happened to their kart beforehand, Andrew? They've unlocked some pace now.
They have indeed. In answer to the question of what the average speed based on a 51-second lap. You're looking at about 70 kilometres an hour if you're reading that in kilometres. And for those of you in miles an hour, it's just over 40 miles an hour. So thanks. Keep those questions coming in. Lots of new people watching this sport. Absolutely fantastic to have you on board. Now there is the interesting battle that isn't a battle, but it is a battle. But it's all about, can the number 1 stay on the lap, same lap as the number 3. And it looks like the number 3 has closed in even more on the number 1. In fact, they've switched. So yes, and now that is nice and easy for us now to say that between the number 3 Luthwood Legends and Neil and the number 1 of Send Hub Limited, second to third, the gap is 1 complete lap of the circuit. With a couple of tenths.
Yeah, which, I mean, if you're looking at it, is probably around 52, maybe 51 seconds. And to be that far behind after 2.5 hours is pretty good going.
Yeah.
Get my words out there. Number 23 has been black flagged. That's the Club 73 team silent team who have been black flagged. See if we can try and track if that was anything in particular. So I wonder if that's going to be something mechanical. It could be safety related as well. But they have been called into the pits. It's either that or it's going to be some sort of takeout as well. So
yep.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see when they come in. What's the reaction, I guess?
Absolutely. Great lap times coming in from Accelerate at the moment. This is a very good stint of the race for them. 50.228 last time around as Motorsport UK Academy looking up the inside of Team Rango there. That's not for position.
No, but
pretty close.
But it's Dab Motorsport right behind them trying to follow them through.
Yes.
That's the most important one.
We're going to catch them as they go over the start-finish here. Number 2's having a look down the inside into Conway's. Has that move been done? There's a long way alongside the number 7. Just trying to see through hairpin 1 out of our window whether that's completed or not, but there was a very good go.
We'll see them past our commentary box window coming through the S's very, very shortly. As, I think that move has been done. Yes, it has. So that is going to be Dab Motorsport getting past Motorsport UK Academy, going through the S's. And yeah, in fact, they've actually put a couple of carts between them. So actually, it's the Accelerate machine. Tom Langford behind the wheel there is right on the back of Dab Motorsport. They've also got another car in between them as well. So great going from Dab Motorsport. I mean, they have really unlocked a lot of pace in these last couple of laps.
Club 73 team silent in for their black flag penalty. They were in 14th. They won't be for much longer. And they're now tumbling down the order. BAR Humbug go by. 2 of their teammates, their stablemates, the Club 73 Pirates and Young Guns have gone by. Cal Freezy in the Senior Frogs cart has now gone by as well. So that's quite a costly black flag there for Club 73 Team Silent. They're going to lose a big stack of positions in what is a very tightly packed group of carts, around 3 or 4 laps off the overall lead.
Yeah, and I mean, that will pay off for some teams. It will hinder others. You know, these penalties, they are draconian. They are harsh for a reason. They are supposed to hurt. You know, in a long endurance, the last thing you want is 20 seconds added to your time, or at least having to wait 20 seconds. It would be even more than that once you've actually got into the pit lane, then rejoin the track. You're looking at losing possibly half a minute, maybe even more than that as well.
And it all adds up across the course of the race. The race continuing here with commentary from Andrew Mather and Kieran McGinley. We'll be on till at least around 8:30, maybe 9 o'clock, maybe a bit longer.
If you can cope with us that long.
That is very true. Yes. That is very true. If the chat lights up with "get off," we will.
But not this early.
But not this early.
Hopefully. What you've done now is you've lit a fuse there. That's what you've done.
Big pack of carts just coming round there. It's a yellow flag, I think there is, because you can see drivers' hands in the air just as we're looking out of our commentary box window.
Yeah, I think it's cleared now, whatever it was.
Yeah.
So, but yes, they're all holding their hands up. That's something they were told to do in the driver's briefing. If they do see a yellow flag, hand in the air to not only say that you've acknowledged it, but also to warn other drivers, actually, there might be something up ahead.
Change for 20th position. Team Rango, the number 4, have just got by TVP Racing. Had a bit of a problem on that lap. 53.659. We're kind of saying anything that's 51s or lower in terms of a lap time. That's a normal lap with good speed.
Yeah, and as well as that, the sun's starting to dip behind the trees as well. 5 o'clock. Sun sets just after 8 o'clock here at Buckmore Park tonight, about 7 minutes past the hour. So we've still got a few hours of daylight left, but as the sun starts to set, it starts to get cooler. The track starts to get cooler. So in theory then, you might get a better performance out of the engines, but in terms of tyres and track temperature, there might be slightly less grip out there. So what you'll find into these late stages of the evening is that the lap times do start to get a little bit higher. You're sort of looking, if you were setting high 49s, you might start be setting mid 50s, maybe even high 50s, depending on how the track has performed throughout the day.
We're going to talk about Club 73 Team Silence again, because they had that black flag, and it's either enraged or inspired or both. Their driver, who's just popped in a 50.338, new fastest lap that kart has done so far in this race, and now just gained a position as well. So I'm not recommending it as a strategy to make your driver go quicker, but it seems quite effective. Get a black flag and then start gaining loads of time, if the case of Club 73 Team Silence.
That's a great strategy. However, you've already lost 20 seconds in your penalty. So how much of that could you make up before you have to get another one?
An alternative strategy.
It did well.
See if it works out for him.
Yeah, it's a bold strategy.
But yes, it's time for another rundown of the order, as we are 21 hours and 29 minutes to go in this one. Just gone 5 o'clock here in the UK at Buckmore Park, just outside Chatham in the county of Kent. Accelerates Racing are your leaders of the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 hours, having completed 179 laps of this 1 kilometre circuit. Their lead is 16 seconds ahead of the Loughborough legends and Neil. Don't forget Neil. Those are the only 2 karts remaining on the lead lap of the race. There is the number 3 Loughborough legends and Neil karts going through. Third place is the number 1, last year's winners, Sendhub Limited. The lap off the overall lead. Max O'Shaughnessy is in for them at the moment, and they've got a 10-second lead over Fox Motorsport in 4th place, the number 5 kart. In 5th place, you've got the number 2 Dab Motorsport, who've had a very, very strong last hour, and they've really pulled themselves into contention here. They're 2 laps off the overall lead. That's your top 5 all in pro, denoted by the yellow number boards on your timing screens. We then go a further enormous 0.232 seconds back to find the number 18 in 6th place, Broken Rib Racing. They are your leaders in the Clubman category, the 2nd division within this race, where all the teams are on the same karts, but they are a less experienced team, so that's why they're in that category. But they're doing very well. They're leading their class, which is what they will be looking to achieve come 2:30 p.m. on Sunday afternoon. 7th place is the number 7, Motorsport UK Academy. They have had a black flag in the last hour or so, so they've got work to do. They are 2 laps off the overall lead, as are Team ARD, another team doing very nicely, particularly in the last hour and a half. They've worked themselves up to 8th place. They are 2nd in the Clubman category, and they've completed 179 laps, 15 seconds. They are ahead of the 9th place number 24, the Ditch Finders, who they are also in the mix for the Clubman category. 3rd place in that class at the moment. Wrapping out the top 10, 3 laps off the overall lead, the number 9 of the RX Mechanics, one of our pro entries. We then find in 11th place the number 20 of Formula None. All of these karts are 3 laps off the overall lead. We then find in 12th place the number 8 of Team 87, Jimmy Broadbent and the team. Chris Bridle is in for them at the moment, going along pretty quickly. 50.905 for Bridle last time around. It's a long race for them. It's been solid. They shouldn't be too disheartened at this stage, because there is a long, long way to go. And the team behind them have just had a black flag. So South Coast Racing, although it's now disappeared off my screen, they may have had a black flag, but the number 12 of South Coast Racing are in 13th. They are also 3 laps off the overall lead. 14th place, we find another pro team. I should mention South Coast Racing are 5th in club. BAR Humbog are in 14th place, one of the pro entries, the last of the karts on lap 179 at the moment. Just had a change, as I read it out, for 15th place. Club 73 Young Guns are 4 laps off the overall lead, but they've just taken that place off their stable mates, the Club 73 Pirates, the number 11 now ahead of the 22, 15th and 16th places respectively. 17th place, the number 27, the Senior Frogs, the team of all our big YouTubers. WillNE started the car. Cal Freezy is in there at the moment. We'll also be seeing Bazinga, Chip, Chris MD and Rota Shaw all racing in that car, and they are doing very, very nicely indeed. As I say, 17th overall and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th in class at the moment. Very good stuff from the guys in the number 27, just ahead of the number 23, which is continuing to have a really rapid pace. Get a black flag, go quicker. That seems to be the strategy. They have just set a 50.786. They're also 4 laps off the overall lead. They are 3.1 seconds behind Cal Freezy and the Senior Frogs and closing in quickly. 19th place, the number 25 of HWB Racing. Just faded a little bit perhaps in the last hour or so, but still 4 laps off the overall lead, still in there in the top 10 in Clubman category. Then to wrap out the top 20, we find the number 4. Currently, I think the last runners of our pro category. Yeah, they are. So the number 4 of Team Rango, 5 laps off the overall lead with work to do. 21st, we find the number 13 of TVP Racing, also 5 laps off the overall lead. All of these karts are Clubman entries from now on in. 22nd, the number 21 of Club 73 Mafia. 23rd, the number 26, 6 laps down, is Take No Prisoners. We've had a spin from them in the last hour as well. 24th, the number 19 of Milne GP, 7 laps off the overall lead. But now ahead of the number 16 of TR6, who are 25th, and 8 laps down. Also 8 laps down are Mini Boost and number 17. And problems continuing, unfortunately. They're now 11 laps down in 27th and last position, the number 14 of Refine Metals Racing. That is your rundown with 21 hours and 23 minutes to go of this, the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 hours to go.
Yeah, it's been rather intriguing. I mean, we've had the experiments with the fuel. We saw Loughborough Legends and Neil take the kart beyond 2 hours. In fact, nearer 2 hours 10 minutes. It was 2 hours and 9. They managed to get out of the fuel tank, and that might be a message to other teams if they can try and push the boundaries. But you know, how brave are they willing to be in order to, you know, make that stint and extend it past 2 hours? If they can get it to 2 hours, it would cause much fewer headaches further down the line. But that's all a little bit well. We'll find out how all the strategies play out. They're out there with their strategies for a reason.
As a number 7 passing through your shot, Motorsport UK Academy. Looking pretty good at the moment for them. They're in 7th place. They're in the mix. There's just been a change for 25th position, Kieran. Mini Boost have got past TR6. I don't know if there's a problem out there for TR6 because they seem to be fading at this stage. They are circulating. Actually, no, to be fair, I think this is Mini Boost getting a bit of a boost because they've just gone and set a personal best through sector number 2. For those of you probably wondering, what is a sector? This whole circuit is effectively, in terms of timing, split up into 3 sections. And it sometimes helps the drivers to be able to find out where are they a little bit quicker or maybe a little bit slower than the other karts around there, and then they can work on that section of the circuit and improve their lap times. And that's exactly what Mini Boost have just done, and they've set a 51.148.
Yeah, better that from them that time around. There could have been a bit of traffic, might have been a slight mistake, maybe a bit of something from column A, something from column B sort of thing. But yeah, it's driver fatigue is something we haven't actually spoken about yet. With these 2 hour stints, I mean, we talked about how physically demanding this circuit is. And you know, when it comes to fatigue, generally goes hand in hand in saying the more tired you are, the more tired you feel, the more mistakes start creeping in. And we see there Mini Boost really giving themselves a boost, trying to go down the inside of a number 23 Club 73 team Silent. Down the inside there. The only problem with that though is if you leave the braking too late, you leave yourself vulnerable to the exit and then in towards the entry of the S's. So whilst they did have the position initially, Mini Boost, they didn't quite get that kart stopped in time in order to take full advantage. So they find themselves still behind the 23. That's not for position. There's a lap or two. In fact, there's 4 laps between those 2 karts, but it's not going to stop them racing.
I've just seen a message from the Alpha Live boss. Oh no, I'm in trouble. plug time, Alpha Live podcast. A new episode of it came out earlier this week. Sorry, I did not see that message from Luke at 7 minutes to 2 this afternoon. We were busy. We were busy at that time, weren't we?
I didn't see that either.
So, the Alpha Live podcast. It was its second episode. I haven't listened to it yet. I've been preparing for this. Doing all the notes.
That's good. I like that. I like that.
But I'm sure it's very good. I know it's got Kieran McQueen on it. Very fast racer, which some of the Super GT fans might recognise that name because Caden did some driver training with Steve probably about this point last year when he was running in some national karting championships.
I just wanted to say, just opposite our commentary box window, I think we had Harry Gurney just watching over the track here.
Yes.
And next to him is a hoodie that says L Plan on it. So I wonder if
is it going to L Plan?
Is it going to L Plan for number 13 TVP Racing? Well, have to wait and see. We've got another 21 hours before we really find out. But they might not be related. They might just have both of them have names on the back of whatever they're wearing. He might walk around with L Plan on his back. Who am I to judge?
I should finish off the point that the Alpha Live podcast is available here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel for you to peruse at your leisure. Hopefully I'm out the doghouse now.
Should be part of L Plan as well.
It should be a part of L Plan. Your L Plan for this coming week is to give that a watch. Big thanks to our sponsors of the event as well here at Buckmore Park. G. Collins and Sons, like-minded family-run business in Kent. Discover their range of jewellery designed in-house, created in their on-site workshop. They provide the highest standard of British jewellery making. Visit them in their showroom as well if you're in the Tunbridge Wells area for a truly unique experience.
I think
Royal
there we go.
Wells, I should say.
There's yellow flags going in towards the S's, and that's why some of the blocks on the inside of the S's on the left-hander are slightly onto the track.
Who's been hitting Barry the blocks?
Be honest. If you're honest now, you'll save your later embarrassments later. But yes, they'll have to have a marshal get out there. There they are.
Oh dear.
But for a repair job there. It should be a very simple one. It's just pulling them all back in line, and on we go. But that looks like it's probably a side-by-side battle that's taken it slightly beyond the curb.
Who let Nicholas Latifi on the track?
Why, poor Latifi. You know what? He's nowhere near Buckmore Park.
Anyway, moving swiftly on. Change for position, and it's not going to be a popular one because the Senior Frogs have just lost out to the Club 73 team side. This is the car that had the black flag and has been rapid ever since. Well, they've just overhauled Cal Freezy and the Senior Frogs, but it's all right because the Senior Frogs are still running well there in the top 20, and I think we just saw a black flag come in as well.
For Formula None, number 20. Now, they did receive a contact warning just earlier on. They've now received a black flag. Now, the black flag could have been for multiple contacts, although we're still in that 4-hour window, the very first one, which if you weren't around at the start of the stream, where on earth were you? We're working at 4-hour stints when it comes to track limits and such the like. And we're looking at every 4 hours the slate gets wiped clean. So you're able to then have another little bit of another track limit to your heart's content. We're seeing drivers go side by side. There's the Senior Frogs, of course, trying to battle away with the number 9 machine. That's the RX Mechanics. They are not on the same lap. In fact, there's now a lap between them. But that's not going to stop them having a little bit of a battle. I mean, we were talking to Will there. It's difficult to, really pinpoint who you're battling and who you're not. But we see the marshal there just on the exit of turn. Oh, that's the S's there, sorting the track out and getting underway. So you see there the green light telling you the next sector is clear. And once again, we see the Senior Frogs trying to battle away. Again, a reminder, there's a lap between those two and they're in different classes. Again, that's not going to stop them. It's not going to stop them battling. That's how you know they've become true racers, is they will battle no matter what. Are they a lap ahead? Who cares? I'm battling you. Now they're racers.
I'm loving the positivity in the chat. Hello to Karina again, who sent Will a message earlier that I think he kindly received. It says she believes in Senior Frogs and they will come back strong. I agree. They're doing very, very well out there for relative newcomers to racing, and I think it's one of the things that Will touched on earlier, that you can do lots of practice, and practice is really, really good to learn the karts, learn the track, find where your limits are in terms of piloting around it. Especially in an endurance race, there are going to be periods like that.
Yeah.
But until you get into a race, especially when you take the start of the race, you can't practice that in any other scenario apart from the real thing.
No, just seeing Broken Rib Racing coming into the pit lane for what looked like a driver change there. They only stopped for 39 seconds, so it looks like just a driver change there. If it was fuel, it would have been nearer a minute to complete the stop. But driver change then, and away they go back onto the circuit. And because of that, they'll have dropped a couple of positions. In fact, they've lost position to Ditch Finders at the moment, but they are, well, due a stop soon. Looking at it then, we are expecting the number 2 Dab Motorsport. It's been roughly an hour and 40 minutes since they last stopped in the number 2 kart. So we might be expecting them shortly, and we might be expecting them shortly for fuel. Yeah, we are entering the second fuel window. So don't worry if your preferred team suddenly starts cascading down the order. It's probably because they're in the pits. And I think we have got the time loop working here on the screen. That little word that says pit will come up when they go in for some service. Some shorter service. Although to be fair, with how things have been recently, it probably is quite a short service relative to trying to get fuel out of petrol stations across the country at the moment. Yeah. There we go. Why not?
20 seconds is the gap at the front of the order. And the pace has swung back again. This has been an interesting stint so far for Ollie Wadden in the Loughborough Legends, because initially he was falling back a little bit as the 2 and the 10 scrapping over the same piece of tarmac. Not that the 10 will like that too much, being the race leader. So this is Dab Motorsport trying to trying not to go 2 laps down.
And he's trying to say, let's work together, which I'm not sure what Tom Langford will make of that as they head down towards the first hairpin. He's not looking for the move at the moment, but Dab Motorsport basically saying, let's work together, come on, let's help each other out. Which, well, looking at it, Langford's obliged going through the S's.
He has. They're both in the 50.9s. The trouble for Accelerate at the moment, though, is Ollie Wadden is flying 50.398 last time around. We saw a very Piers Pryor-like stint earlier where he just seems to go and go and go and go. And I've seen him do it many times where it's like, surely he's going to pit this lap. Nope, he's going to go around for another 10. This is a very Ollie Wadden stint so far where it just nicely crescendos up, and his pace, he's found that rhythm, and he's now hitting the mid to low 50s, and he's now got that gap back under 20 seconds. This could be a very exciting next hour of this race as we see these strategies start to play out.
Yeah, and that's going to be the main thing as well, is that these strategies, you know, only the teams will know really what's truly going on at the moment. We can try and take a guess, take a stab at it, but we'd probably be wrong with how many strategies are floating about at the moment. Sun's pretty much tucked itself in behind the clouds at the moment, so again, track temperature might be slightly dropping soon, but we have a phrase here at Buckmore. It's got its own climate here. You're never quite sure what's going to happen.
I'll have a look at the weather forecast for Rochester Airport, which is just across the way.
And we see then Tom Langford, I think he's had enough of working together with Dab Motorsport and trying to get that move to try and go 2 laps in front of Dab Motorsport then. Oh, still up the inside and still taking back that position. But that's going to help Tom Langford in trying to extend that gap between himself and the Loughborough Legends and Neil. But at the moment, yeah, another signal then from Dab Motorsport to work together. But I'm not sure Tom Langford's so keen on that idea.
Not at all, particularly when they're aware of the team behind who've gone longer on fuel. Down the inside go the race leaders again. Langford going for that move as, black flag for BAR Humbug. Now that is a big bit of news in the story around the top 10. BAR Humbug running in 12th place. But this is a great battle going on between the 2 and the 10. just wonder what happens when they come across a bit of traffic. Down the inside again goes Langford. That's the classic hairpin 2 move. Can he get it done on the exit? Yes, just about. And there's the points. You see that often from more experienced drivers to say, "Don't." That is international karting language for don't even think about sending it back up the inside. I am quicker. Now push me along.
Yes, it's international.
It is international. It's sometimes a little bit more exuberant if you go on the continent. I've been commentated in Italy, for example. Yeah, let's see if the number 2 obliges. That does mean they are now 2 laps officially off the overall lead. That's still, when your lap time is 50 seconds, less than 2 minutes behind. As into the pits comes the number 6. This is for the black flag for BAR Humbug.
Yep, so
have a little discussion.
They'll be told exactly what's happened, what's wrong. And it looks like a pretty simple conversation, which is exactly what the race director wanted.
That is what race director wanted. That was like, oh, okay, sorry, I did a bad thing. Can I go back out on circuit now?
Not yet.
No, you
wait
must
20
sit
seconds.
there for 20 seconds and think about what you've done.
Got someone into the pits then, into the fuel bay. That's the 17. That's Mini Boost into the pits for a fuel stop. So they were in fact, they were the first to fuel stop in this race. They now really become the next lot to come into the pits. They pitted around about an hour ago for more fuel as well. So that tank probably is going to be half full. So this is what Luke was talking about earlier, that because it's only half a tank of fuel, it's less time to fill it to the brim. So it's less time to stop their 4 fuel. So if that's a strategy that they're going to use, with every time they have to stop, they put in a set of fuel, their stops overall will be less, but the kart's always going to be slightly heavier than everybody else's in certain parts of the stint. So it's all balancing out. It's all trying to work out what's the best way forward, what's the best strategy.
Weather news. Undisclosed weather providers are saying, in case they're wrong, 9 o'clock this evening, light rain showers and a fresh breeze with a 40% chance of rain peaking at 10. Now, thankfully it's not January, so it won't get too cold overnight, but the problem could be, Kieran, that if it does rain around that time, around 9, 10 o'clock, and we go into single figures, say 8, 9 degrees, if it stops raining, it won't necessarily dry out until the morning. And that's going to make the night, which is already going to be difficult because there's going to be reduced visibility. Of course, we'll have the floodlights on. But that's going to make the night time really tricky for some of our less experienced drivers, don't you think?
Yeah, it's always tricky to make sure you keep your cool, keep your calm. As on that last lap, Team 87 in the number 8, which isn't confusing at all, Team 87 in kart 8. They got their way past the number 9 kart, the RX Mechanics, so that's up a position. They're now 10th overall, and looking at it, they're 7th in class at the moment. So that's Chris Bridle making his way up another position. How far are they away from the next pro kart? Difficult to say at the moment, but it's some distance at the moment.
Yeah. Changes as well, so you can see the chat's getting excited again because Cal Freezy's on the move. Senior Frog's now to 16th now that BAR Hamburg have come back out. Formula None have also gained a position out of all of that. They're 17th. BAR Hamburg have re-emerged in 18th. Sorry, I wasn't fully listening to that. Was that a discussion regards Team 87 or another pro team?
It was Team 87.
Yes,
getting a move done.
Thought it was.
You heard right. Trust your instinct.
I put 2 and 2 together and didn't get 5 for once. But yeah, no, they just need to keep plugging away. It can be a tough phase of an endurance race, especially 24-hour race, when you know you haven't quite got the ultimate pace at the moment. But being a 24-hour race, you've got to keep it clean. It's still very, very early days.
It is, and as long as you can, and as long as you can get into as much of a rhythm as possible, your quid's in. As there you can see the number 6 BAR Humbug just letting the likes of Tom Langford through, not making life too difficult for our race leader at the moment, as he'll come across the line. 207 laps on the books.
Good evening to the most exciting racing driver in the world, also known as Christian Bessel. He says, evening chaps, some good racing so far. It has been some very, very good racing.
I'm still trying to get over the fact of that race start. It had a little bit of everything.
It did,
and
yeah.
It was relatively clean. We didn't see anybody spin out. It was a very, very good start from everybody. Everyone behaved themselves for the most part.
Lots of chat about the rain now as well, and what kind of driver you'd want to put in for the rain.
Yeah, I think you've got to have someone with a bit of experience on their side. You get your wet weather specialists as much as in endurance races. You'll also get your nighttime specialists as well. You will have someone on there. It's just who is able to keep their cool, keep their calm. And when you're on slick tyres, because there's no change of tyre type, you can't just come into the pits and go onto a set of wet weather tyres, as we see Milne GP into the pit lane for a fuel stop as well. You can't just change the tyre type. You have to stay on slicks. Only slicks are available. So it's coming up to the drivers now of, well, what line is going to get me through this corner as quickly and possibly, when it's slightly damp, as safely as possible.
And we should explain that the reason for that, and it's the same in Club 100 when we do this, it's actually the other side. Because at first, sorry to mention it again, Lando Norris in a Grand Prix last year stayed out on slick tyres, and it all went wrong when it went to a very wet track. So yes, you do lose a lot of performance from a cost aspect. If you're on a wet tyre, a treaded tyre, and then it dries out, those tyres are done. Yeah. They are dead. Even in go-karts, same as in Formula 1, same as in Le Mans and all the others that run a treaded tyre. Those tyres are gone, and the guys here at Buckmore Park, they don't want to fit a set of wet tyres to see them all get chucked in the bin after 20 minutes because the track dries out very rapidly. So that's why everyone stays on slick tyres. It's the same for everybody, and you live with it.
Yes, as Senor Frog's got themselves a contact warning out there. Whilst you're explaining that one, that's why I flinched a bit.
Change of position for 13th place overall and 4th place in the Clubman category. These are the ones with the black number boards, and it's another switch of Club 73 teams. Team Silent, well, they're not silent at all on our timing sheet, because since that black flag, they have been flying, and they've now got past the Club 73 Pirates. That's another one off the list. They're now going for their Young Guns team, who are 6.2 seconds up the road, and the last time around, the Team Silence squad were 3/4 of a second quicker than their stablemates in the number 11. Here's the number 23 on your screen. Well picked up by the guys in cameras. And they're looking smooth, looking very good at the moment.
Yeah, it's just making sure, again, you just keep that wise head on the shoulders and just make sure you keep as consistent as possible, which I understand is absolutely not the easiest thing to do in the world. It's like telling someone to calm down. You try and tell someone to calm down, just the opposite effect. Take it easy, get some consistency on your side. Adds a little bit of pressure if you were to say that, but it's all about, as Luke was saying earlier when he was joining us, just finding your rhythm out there as best you can when there's traffic nearly every single lap. It's a tough thing to do.
I think it's Max Hamer in the karts at the moment for Team Silent with the blue and orange helmet. Blue and orange and white suit. Yes, that very much is Max Hamer at the wheel. Hello again to... apologies, we're getting more reading out of comments on the DDMM stream than the Alpha Live stream, because there's so many on the Alpha Live stream I can't keep up.
I did see someone, though, on the Alpha Live stream really resent you for bringing back bad memories when you mentioned Lando Norris on
I'm sorry.
I've warned you before.
I don't know why I keep doing this to myself.
I've warned you.
Because it hurts me as well.
I've warned you, don't do it.
Happy when that happened.
Honestly.
Average Lime asks, how do drivers get involved with these races? Do they get approached by the event, or are there places where they can sign up? Well, we talked to Rich, one of the managing directors here at Buckmore Park. They did open entries, and they sold out in 45 minutes. So if you're wondering a little bit like, I would have, where's been some of the information ahead of this race? It's like, well, they kind of need to put any out, because they sold the thing out in 45 minutes.
I mean, that's a great sign, isn't it? If you're selling out all your entries in 45 minutes, fantastic.
And in terms of teams, I think sometimes there will have been, so your Club 73 guys, for example, they are a touring championship that go around different circuits in the southeast of the country. they will have probably gone, okay, yeah, we'll fill 4 or 5 teams. Who are on those teams we'll sort out at a later date before race day. But no, definitely get involved. Head across to the Buckmore Park website, and because you can come and drive these very karts. You could drive the same kart as Cal Freezy.
You could even drive WillNE's car. It looked pretty quick. It did him a solid favour in that one.
Jimmy Broadbent's kart.
Yeah.
Take your pick.
Yeah, absolutely. They're all here. They're all here. There's the 26 coming into the pit lane. Take no prisoners. Into the pits solely for the driver change. And, well, we're approaching 3 hours into this race with 21 still to run. And number 9 into the pits then. That's the Rallycross mechanics in for their fuel stop. And looks like they might have a driver change, although the driver has to go back as far as they can in the pit lane, regardless of whether they're changing their driver or not. But I mean, it would make sense if you're coming in for a fuel stop and you have to leave the car, probably makes sense to throw another driver in.
So interesting point at this stage. We're 3 hours down. If you're pitting around this point, you average out the maths. I can sometimes do the maths. That's 90-minute stints that you're doing there. So you do that through the course of the race. You can get into a nice rhythm with that, and an hour and a half isn't too bad as long as you've done a little bit of training and conditioning. That's not too bad a stint time that you can do as a driver. But of course, if you do like Loughborough did earlier and do 2 hours something, you're not going to be coming in for another hour yet. So
Loughborough and Neil, and don't forget Neil.
You know, we're already starting to see those changes in fuel strategy, where the teams that can make the fuel last longer and keep the pace up through driving wizardry, they're the ones that are going to benefit.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're talking, 90-minute stints versus 2 hour stints, you're half an hour. You don't have to have too many stops in the race to then be a pit stop ahead, in theory. So there is that. But at the same time, with 90-minute stints, that is playing it safe, which is not a bad strategy to have. But it also means you're definitely in this race. Now there comes Dab Motorsport into the pits for a fuel stop.
And I'm going to check when they last pitted, because now this is interesting. So this has been, I think, a much longer stint. It has. So Dab Motorsport, first time round, pitted with 22 hours and 54 minutes on the clock. So that was an hour and 6. This time, they've done 1 hour and 56 minutes. So that is a lot more time. And we did wonder about this, because there were a couple of teams that came in pretty much on the hour.
Yeah,
the first stop, and we were like, that's a bit interesting. They've put themselves off a sequence there. Do we now start to see that with the likes of Dab Motorsport, where they now start going, well, we've seen teams do 2 hours. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to do 2 hours as well.
Yeah, it could be a dip of the toe in the water there, which has worked because they know they can get closer and closer to 2 hours. How close they can get to 2 hours, maybe that's up for them to decide. But at the same time, you can tell that's a fresh driver in the car, though. Straight away, head down on the steering wheel, try and reduce the drag as much as possible. I always wondered if that ever works, if you duck your head down as you're going down the straight. Does that actually work?
It does in some mobiles.
I've tried it. It doesn't work, but maybe that's me.
I think it helps if you're slightly shorter.
Or
don't have a bit of tub around your middle like me. So I just end up feeling very old and squished when I try and do it, so I don't.
Then again, it's a lot. To do that for 2 hours as well, that's exerting quite a bit of energy to make sure you just duck down. And then I have to remember I'm actually at the wheel of a kart and have a corner coming up. I haven't got the capacity to then duck my head down. I mean, if he's going to do that for 2 hours or however long his stint lasts, I mean, fair play. Do what you can.
It is funny that you pick up on this, because you've not got your eyes as close to the Alpha Live chapter. There is a little bit of discussion of this. Some of our newer viewers are seeing the drivers position themselves and move around. And this is a thing, because if you think your road car, you've got suspension, you've got differentials, you've got things that do a lot of the driving for you, whereas these kart drivers, especially the more experienced ones, they are quite deliberately moving their body weight around in the kart to affect the handling of the machine. So, for example, coming down here through Simon Sweep and then into Paddock Corner, which is very much a corner where all the weight is going to the front of the car, you do want to try and pick up the inside right, because if you can do that, you can pivot around the corner quicker, get on the power a little bit earlier when you're then getting out of the corner. That's all little smidgens of time for the drivers out there. And you'll definitely see drivers doing that if we do see a little bit of precipitation, a bit of rain later in the race, it gets a bit slippery, and you move that weight around to try and make the tyres work a little bit harder.
Yeah, I am trying to work out who's in that Dab Motorsport kart. I can't work it out. It could be Trent Moroney, perhaps. But I have to work it out. I'm not good at working out. Maths eludes me and whatnot, but I think that's going to be Trent Moroney. We'll have to find out.
Good lap times coming in here from Chris Bridle in the Team 87 car. It's a 51.0 last time around. In fact, just in general, the lap times are good at the moment. This is not quite what we'd call a happy hour in endurance racing. That'll more be tomorrow morning as the track starts to warm up from the stresses of the night. And as we say, we think there is going to be a little bit of rain here. But this period of time of days is good for the karts as well. The air temperature's dropping. There's still a good amount of heat in the circuit. There's still a good amount of heat in the tyres, and the tyres are relatively fresh as well. And I think that's why we're seeing some strong lap times, some strong pace coming in from pretty much everybody in the top 12.
Yeah, no surprise that the tracks, well, you could say tracks evolved, but it comes to a point now where the tracks start and get a little bit slower with the dropping in track temperature. You're looking at low 50s are going to be a good lap time here. So Accelerate 50.3, Loughborough Legends and Neil 50.3, Sendhub in number 1 50.6 just went over the line there. Team Ard in the number 15 in the Clubman class 50.1 was their last lap time. So yeah, if you're getting into the low 50s at this point in time, you're doing a good job out there.
Cal Freezy on your screen here. Senior Frogs are back into the top 15. I think this is as a result of Formula None having come into the pits again. Actually, no, sorry. No, they were ahead of Formula None already. And there are Formula None, so they've now got more than ahead of them. They're a whole lap ahead of Formula None. Well, again, this has been a really good stint from Callum so far. 51.5 for him last time around. He's looking smooth. He's looking comfortable in the car. And ticking the laps by.
Yeah, just, I mean, it really does fly by. When you're in the zone and you're enjoying yourself out there, it absolutely flies by the time. Before you know it, you're being called in to change driver and change your stint. It just feels like, I just got in the car. Then it occurs to you, once you stop the car and try and get out, no, actually, I have been in the car for 2 hours. No, that does make sense now.
20 hours and 52 minutes to go. You're watching live coverage of the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 hours here on Alpha Live. Commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. If you're enjoying the coverage, do make sure you've clicked that subscribe button on the Alpha Live website, on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, sorry, and click the notification bell. We're on Twitter, Instagram and Facebook as well. Give them a search, Alpha Live. And if you're enjoying the commentary, at Double Dash MM. Across all of your social media networks, give us a like. It really, really, really does. I know it sounds corny and cheesy and a bit cringe, but it really, really does help out to get the awareness out there, because we can keep bringing grassroots motorsport to more and more people, particularly today.
Absolutely great to see so many of you watching along, and if it's your first time watching karting endurance, a big welcome to you. It's a long, long way to go, and the first lesson I learned, which was a very young age, is that the order we see now, just over 3 hours in, it's probably not going to look like this at all towards the last 3 hours. So, you know, things can happen. They've also got their overnight maintenance stops as well, which we touched on briefly. The drivers have, the teams have one stop in the race that's the maintenance stop. It's a stop decided by a raffle, and it's basically 10 minutes in the pit lane so that the on-site team in the workshop can take the kart in, change the front tyres, give the kart a once-over, and make sure everything's running to spec. Now, they allow 10 minutes for that for every team. So even if they bring the kart up after 4 minutes after a tyre change, deem everything's okay, the team will be held until the 10 minutes has expired, at which point they'll be let out back onto the track. So it's one of those that, you get to the maintenance stop, you'll get some front tyres as well, brand new front tyres to take you to the end of the race, which at that point, I think the karts are going to need, some of these drivers are attacking these corners, which, to get the most out of the lap times, Andrew, you really have to.
Yeah, and it was something we were discussing with WillNE earlier, and I like the look on his face when I told him this. It's a really enjoyable, if you're the driver that gets those fresh tyres in the middle of the night, particularly if you've experienced how the kart's been when it's come into that stop, that's a really, really good feeling because the pace goes up, you have a little bit more grip. You've got to take care of those tyres, of course. You don't want to, use them up too early and then the rest of your teammates are then cursing your banditry, having made them expire. You've got to still take care of them, but it is a good feeling when you're in the middle of the night. And if you're then catching teams that haven't had their change yet, and you do get a little bit of an advantage from that. It is luck of the draw. There's no perfect scenario in terms of when you stop because the tyres, every team's going to have a period in the race where the tyres, Bono, my tyres are gone. So it does kind of work out, but it's how you take, if you've got that advantage, how you use it, those key parts of the race, which we'll see later on this evening.
Absolutely. I was just seeing Harry Gurney making his way into the kart. There he is in that TVP racing kart, number 13. His previous experience, well, he's put not that much. All the gear, no idea.
Aren't we all?
Yes. Absolutely. It looks good though, the lid, I have to say. It's that sort of fluorescent. I've always said that's a yellow colour to me, but everyone always says that's fluorescent green. It's one of those colours. It looks yellow there, really.
I'd say yellow on that.
Would you say yellow?
Yeah.
I'd say yellow as well.
Yeah, I'm getting agreements of yellow.
Is yellow, isn't it?
Yeah. It is, yeah, as our producer behind us is saying, it's like a Rossi yellow. Yeah, I agree. I know someone's going to say, no, Kieran, that's green. That's fluorescent green. What are you talking about? I don't know.
I'm just trying to open up the spreadsheets. It's not a spreadsheet of doom for regular TTMM viewers, but it is a very important spreadsheet because it tells us the service stops. And I'm going to tell everybody about this. And if I get told off, I get told off. Oh well. Service will start at 1:30 in the morning. Now, not gonna lie, we probably won't be on the microphones at that point. So, yes, here's an even more reason to tell you these important pieces of information if you can remember them to that point in the morning if you stay through with us. So, Club 73 Mafia will be first. Teams will then get called in on a 10-minute interval. Basically, everyone should be doing their 10-minute mandatory stop one by one. Club 73 Team Silent will be second. Team Rango third. 2 o'clock will then see South Coast Racing. TVP Racing, Send Hub and Senor Frogs take us through to 2:30. So for the followers, as we were discussing with Will earlier, 2:30, that's a decent time to have,
it's not bad.
Have you stop. It's not immediate, you're not the first ones. But there's plenty of teams afterwards, so I think if it is Will in the car at that stage, you'll enjoy that stint. Also, if you are a little bit tired, you can get and sit down for 10 minutes, and nobody can shout at you because it's part of the race. Carrying on, Formula 1 will be at 2:40 in the morning. Motorsport UK Academy at 2:50. Mini Boost at 3 a.m. in the morning. Broken Rib Racing TR6 BAR Hamburg takes through to 3:30. Dab Motorsport, Fox and Take No Prisoners take us through to, it doesn't actually show it on my screen, but I assume that's 4. Milne GP, Loughborough Legends and Neil, and Team 87 will be before, what will that be, before 5 o'clock. Club 73 Young Guns, Ditch Finders, Team Ard, Refined Metals Racing, HWB, Club 73 Pirates, Accelerate Racing in RX Mechanics. So actually that's quite interesting that our current leader of the race, and of course we've got a long way to get to this point, they are going to have a later service window, which could mean that they are very, very quick in the latter stage of the race because their tyres are going to be fresher. They're going to be a good couple of hours fresher than, say, for example, Loughborough Legends.
Yeah. But at the same time, they will have that couple of hours once they've had the fresh tyres to try and use them. So it kind of works swings and roundabouts. Yes, they'll have the slightly worn rubber towards the end, but they'll have to use the fresh rubber it in as quickly as possible, and then use that 2 hours between their opponent's stop. And that's the way it will have to balance out. Yes, you could argue it's a case of, but they've got fresher rubber at the end, but that team will have fresher rubber in that stint, in that moment. So they've got to make the most of it at that point.
Ben Clark asks a very good question on the Alpha Live chat. What is the requirement to be classed as a pro team? Is it some kind of qualification the drivers had? Not strictly, but all the drivers at Buckmore Park know their history, know their background, how much karting they've done in the past, and not just karting, because of course we've got teams like the Team 87 guys who've got a lot of the Britcar Praga endurance drivers, so they've raced on full road circuits like your Silverstones, your Brands Hatches, your Snettertons and places like that. But essentially, it's a team full of people who have done this a fair bit, versus, say, perhaps a team that's got half their drivers may well have done British Kart Championships, Super One, things like that, or things overseas as well, and raced to a high competitive level. But they've also got drivers who have never done a 24-hour race, or they've never done a kart race before. So they end up in almost like a bit of a pro-am category that we're calling the Clubman now. We've ditched rookie, because there are some rookies out there, but not a lot of them, as Team ARD come back out of the pits from a pit stop, and we'll talk about more of them. Keep them on screen, because we'll talk about them more in a bit. We haven't done enough talking about Team ARD. But that's essentially how it's working. So your yellow bordered pros, these are all guys who have all not necessarily do this for a living, but they have raced to a very high level, versus your ones who are on the black number boards, where they'll have one or two drivers maybe who have raced to a high level, but then more enthusiast drivers, shall we say, who are just here for the crack, here for a bit of fun.
Yeah, there's the 11 team in. That's the Club 73 Young Guns making a driver and fuel stop, and a bit of a debrief there, and pointing out the camera. Give us a wave if you can hear us. It was almost a wave. They were talking to each other. It was almost a wave.
Team ARD, we've been doing them a disservice because they have beautifully pulled their way into the Clubman battle. We've been talking about Broken Rib Racing and Ditch Finders. They've been towards the front of the order pretty much since the first lap. But Team ARD, they have nicely chipped away in that number 15, and even though they've just done a pit stop, I think they've still emerged in the lead in the Clubman category. And now, in fact, going on from the chat we were having there about the difference between the pros and the clubs, this is where I think you now start to see that. The pro teams up toward in that top 6, these are all teams that so far, as we're nearly getting towards 4 hours of this race completed, they've pretty much had clean races so far, with maybe the exception of DAB Motorsport, who had a bit of a tardy start, and Motorsport UK Academy have had a black flag. But all of those guys, they are just pounding in the laps now, lap after lap after lap after lap. The Clubmans, I'm looking through the list now, as it's cycled back round that Broken Rib Racing have now retaken the lead. They've all had at least a niggling small issue at this stage of the race. And those are going to keep happening for those teams with a little bit less experience. And the ones that reduce the errors, they're the ones that in Clubman are going to do well at 2:30 tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's all swings and roundabouts, really. And it's so tough to say, in terms of strategy, as you were mentioning there, how it's all going to play out. And every team is going to have some sort of problem. It's almost like, I call it a mandatory problem. There's something is going to go wrong. You just don't know what yet. And there's an element of 24-hour endurances where there's the act and the art of reacting. Something is not going to go right. How do you react to it? And how do you keep your cool? you know, under pressure, can you make the right decision? And if the cards are stacked against you, how do you recover from it? I see on the DDMM stream that we've got going there. Is that David Whitehouse?
Oh, it is. He's causing trouble again.
He is. Won't miss me in the comms box with his McLaren jumper. I have to say, David, it is yellow. I promise you, it's yellow, and that's because it's mustard yellow, as our producer says, mustard yellow. And the reason is, if someone comes across me, one of the drivers, it's yellow, so they know take caution.
Stand back.
Stand back. No overtaking.
No overtaking.
I might wear a blue one tomorrow.
Particularly important in the feud.
Well, that's it.
Later tomorrow morning.
Well, no, that's the blue one I'm going to wear tomorrow. So I have to
get through.
You see, I've thought about all of this. I've thought about all of this. You see,
next level commentary dressed.
They're all thinking I'm mad in here, but no, honestly, it's a strategy. The drivers and teams out there have a strategy. So do I.
You've just opened my mind as to different colours of DDMM race day kit that could get from down the road.
It's a step too far to wear red though, because that will catch drivers on unawares.
Yes. See, now we joke about this, but this is a genuine thing in endurance racing. As we start, we've got into that anecdotal stage of the stream now.
We have.
Le Mans a few years ago. I want to say it was, and someone will correct me in chat if I am wrong. 2018.
Yes.
Toyota were... Actually, no, was it 2018? No, it was 2017. I'm correcting myself. 2017 was the year Toyota brought 3 cars. And in the space of 1 hour, lost all 3 cars.
Yeah.
One of those cars, I particularly remember, got a bit confused with that exact thing when a driver from another team came out to... There was a safety car and the pit lane exit was closed. And Toyota driver comes and parks at the end of pit lane because you're not allowed to go out because it's a red light, like you have at the traffic lights in your city centre wherever you live. You don't run a red light. And driver from another team comes out and goes, "You're right, mate, thumbs up, oh, you're doing a great job," because they were leading at the time. But he was wearing orange overalls. So the driver of the Toyota thought, a person in orange is giving me a thumbs up. They must be a marshal. I can go.
Yes.
It wasn't. The car then broke afterwards for reasons which I won't bore the stream with, but there you go. So yes, no, I'm absolutely with you there. You have to be very careful with what colours that you wear on a race day.
You do. And at least if I'm wearing yellow, at least everyone's taking caution then.
Yes.
Which, you know, as we all know. I think it was Mika Hakkinen who said if he saw a yellow flag, he'd raise his arm in the air, but he'd still go full race pace.
Yep.
He's acknowledged it, which,
he's acknowledged it, he's in control.
Well, that's it, yeah.
And to be fair, the drivers have been told that about the yellow flags. Don't go, oh no, yellow flag, and jump on the brakes. And the same with the red flag as well, because you could cause a secondary incident.
Yes.
As long as you're under control of your cart, it's absolutely fine.
But it was pieced out in the briefing. If there is a yellow flag, slow down, arm in the air. So the Mika Hakkinen excuse does not work in this scenario. It was a great excuse though for Mika, but you couldn't get away with that nowadays. Oh yeah, hand in the air, but full throttle. Yeah,
yes.
Why not? Why not? Doesn't work.
I've never done that.
Have you not?
Swiftly on. There's Ollie Wedden.
That was a very swift move on. Maybe we should revisit that.
29 seconds is the current lead gap between Accelerates and Loughborough Legends and Neil. This last half hour, we were talking earlier about how the Loughborough Legends were chipping away at that lead. They'd got it under 20 seconds. The pace from Ollie Wedden and the Loughborough Legends is still good. It's 50.3s. The problem for them at the moment, Accelerate have picked their pace up. They're doing 50.0s, 50.1s, and it's now out to nearly 30 seconds. There's Max O'Shaughnessy. That's the third placed kart in the race at the moment. Send Hub Limited, 1 lap off the overall lead. What's their pace like at the moment? Well, they're in traffic. Just going past Cal Freezy there in the number 27, switching to the inside. That is classic Max O'Shaughnessy, reading the situation. See him hop there. That's him trying to just get a little bit of momentum as the kart's bogged down on the exit of hairpin number 2. But he's got through, past some more traffic, and we'll be back up to speed. So his lap times aren't absolutely there at the moment, Kieran, but that's pretty obvious because he's in traffic.
Yeah, I mean, as well as that, getting slightly bogged down out of hairpin 2. And again, it's that experience to sort of give it a little jump, and you should get the kart moving again so that at least you build that momentum up a little bit quicker. There's the Accelerate machine, number 10, driven at the moment by Tom Langford. It's leading the way by half a minute ahead of the Loughborough legends in the number 3, and Neil. We shouldn't forget Neil. Don't forget Neil. And looks like they're ready for another driver change, our senior frogs.
The race is about to get tasty, ladies and gentlemen. Rota Shaw is ready to get in that kart and take over, I would assume. But I say assume because we saw this before. We saw Bazinga kitted up, ready to go, and thought, WillNE's coming in. And then WillNE then did another 50 minutes.
Well, are they doing the strategy where they signal to other teams, we are stopping, and then just sort of leave it 3-4 laps and then not stop at all? Is that mind games at this point?
Or is it a thing, I'm going to pose another theory here. Is this one of like, we'll always have a driver on standby after X amount of time into a stint in case driver is a little... No, they're making the driver change. So Cal Freezy gets out, takes a seat insert with him. Another really good stint. Whoa. Steady, Cal. There we go. I had visions of a face plant there and all the memes.
Well, that's what I was talking about. 2 hours in the kart and your legs are jelly if you're not used to it. That's exactly what it felt like. Although my exit when I did it was much less graceful than that. Much less graceful.
Slightly shorter stint than what WillNE did, but in gets Harry Lewis. The man from Guernsey is in the race. Rota Shaw joins the Buckmore Park 24 hours. Visor down. Good. We won't get a penalty for that straight away. And they're still running really, really well.
It's interesting that the team dynamic, because they've got a man from Guernsey and a man from Jersey. That's a very bold call.
It is a very bold call.
Rota Shaw versus Chris MD. It goes trackside, but they have to work together. That's interesting.
No, that is going to be a thing, isn't it? Who's going to be the fastest Channel Island driver here today? And if there are any other Channel Island drivers in the field and they're like, hey, I could go quicker than them, let us know, and we'll put you in the pot as well.
Absolutely.
Whoa, look at that. Beautiful drift from Rota Shaw straight away.
Straight on the attack.
Straight on the attack.
What you like to see. What you like to see.
Is on the move. And they're currently running now, I think they're going to be around 18th place. Look at the lean. That is a pro right there.
You were mentioning about body weight and positioning of the body whilst you're in the car. There's the lean.
Liking this.
There's the lean into the apex as well.
And he's got one of the fastest drivers in arrive and drive karting in the form of Max O'Shaughnessy closing in. So this will be interesting to see how Harry deals with this out the box. But we'll have a rundown of the order in a few minutes' time at bottom of the race hour. This is just majestic. This is absolutely brilliant.
I wonder what's the first lap time.
You can tell genuinely that Harry has done a lot of laps around this place, and he's got the groove, and he's got that move, he's got the swagger. Let's see what the pace is like as he comes out of the pits. I think this is going to be his first flying lap. He's just going to take a moment to update. He's straight in the 51s.
Yeah.
Straight in the 51s is Rota Shaw. 51.887. That's a solid base. We can build from that.
Yeah, not bad for his first lap out there. Just what's that? A tenth of a second off of South Coast Racing.
Yeah.
Who are 10 seconds up the road. So that's not bad at all. If he can build on that pace, they've got a good chance of catching South Coast in this early stage of the race. And you still have to call it early stage of the race as well. 3.5 hours in.
We're not even a quarter of the way through so far. Let's read some of the comments on. David Whitehouse wants us to call it Neil and the Loughborough Legends.
Well, we would call it that if they called themselves that.
There's more Loughborough people, as Max O'Shaughnessy is going to go past Rota Shaw here. Rota Shaw's trying to semi-hang it around the outside, but again, just keeping the speed up. Pretty good. And this is actually what you want. When you come out, it doesn't matter what level of experience for me that you have, when you've just come out in an endurance race, this is almost perfect. Not a big battle, not loads of chaos around you, and someone who's been out there for a while and has a bit of pace just ahead of you to get to mark you in, to pace you in. It's actually worked out very well there for Senior Frogs to learn there a little bit what they can from Send Hub. There's the number 7 of Motorsport UK Academy in the top 5. Good pace at the moment, 50.276.
The number 12, we're just having a look at that. That is South Coast Racing. So this is the kart that Rotorshore is now trying to hunt down. The gap last time around was 11.2 seconds, 51.6 last time around for Rotorshore, but I hadn't seen just before that. He posted a 51.3. That is not bad.
No.
That is not bad pace at all when you're on a full tank of fuel. When did South Coast Racing last pit? Because that is going to be an interesting point to have a look at.
It was just over 20 minutes ago, I think.
Oh, okay. Okay, so they're still fairly heavy on fuel as well. So I'll keep an eye on that battle. I'll try and find out who the driver in the number 12 is. It's clearly a little bit pro. They've got a Bluetooth receiver on the side, so driver will be getting the information from the team that a man with 14 million YouTube subscribers is trying to chase him down. Bang on then, 20 hours and 30 minutes to go. Here's a rundown of your race order as it stands here at Buckmore Park for the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 hours. 250 laps are in the book for Accelerates Racing. They've been doing very, very nice things so far, and their lead is 30.7 seconds ahead of Loughborough Legends and Neil. It's fairly status quo as well for the situation to third, who were a lap down when we last did one of these updates, and they're still there. But the pace has been good for Max O'Shaughnessy and the number 1 Senhub Limited crew. They're there in third place. Still, as we say, a long way to go in this race. Fourth place is the number 5 of Fox Motorsport. They are 2 laps off the overall lead and some 23 seconds ahead of the number 7 of Motorsport UK Academy, who are 5th. Dab Motorsports are in 6th, solidly in 6th now, 3 laps off the overall lead, 15 seconds ahead of the first of the club entries. That's the number 18 of Broken Rib Racing. Their lead is 8.9 seconds over the next kart, which is the second kart in the clubman category with the black number boards. That's the Ditch Finders, number 24 in 8th. And it's been a good last hour as well for Team 87, Jimmy Broadbent, Gordy Much, the Bridle Brothers, Steve Brown have made good progress and are now in 9th place, 4 laps off the overall lead, and the kart seems to be starting to come on song. Watch out for them as we start to get towards night time. 10th place at the moment and 3rd in clubman is Team ARD, who've had a fantastic last couple of hours, really put themselves in the mix now. 4 laps off the overall lead, running well. They've recently come in for a pit stop also, so they've got a new fresh driver in to take them towards sunset. A couple of Club 73s next up. 11th is the number 23 of Club 73 Team Silent, also 4 laps off the overall lead. 5 laps off the overall lead is the Club 73 Pirates in 12th place. Then we find BAR Humbug, first of a trio of pro entries. The number 6 are 13th, 5 laps off the overall lead. Then we find the number 9 and 14th of the RX Mechanics, 6 laps down on the overall lead. And then the number 11 of the Club 73 Young Guns, also 6 laps off the overall lead. That is your current top 15. HWB Racing are next up in 16th place. The number 25 are in 6th place in Clubman, and they've completed 246 laps so far, as have South Coast Racing in the number 12 and 17th, and Senior Frogs, who've just had a driver change. Rotorshore, Harry Lewis is in the kart now, is 6 laps off the overall lead, and all of these teams are solidly in the top 10 in Clubman, which is a position I think any of these guys would have snapped your hand off at 2 o'clock earlier on this afternoon. Change for 19th has just occurred. The Club 73 Mafia in the number 21 kart have just taken that position. They're 7 laps off the overall lead. They've just got ahead of the number 20 in 20th position, which is Formula None. 21st, the number 4 of Team Rango, having a difficult time out there. They're also 7 laps off the overall lead. They are currently the last of the pro runners. I suspect they may be reclassified in the night as well, but there they are, 7 laps overall, 7 laps off the overall lead, I should say. They are 1 lap ahead though of TVP Racing. Now we're really getting into the teams that have had a few issues in the opening quarter of this race, or opening fifth of this race, I should say. TVP Racing, the number 13 in 22nd place. Take No Prisoners, a further lap back, the number 26 and 23rd. Then we go a further 2 laps back to find 3 karts that are 11 laps off the overall lead. Firstly, TR6, the number 16 in 24th, McGinley, the number 19 in 25th, and Mini Boost, the number 17 in 26th. 17 seconds between McGinley and Mini Boost, who've been battling ever since the first lap of the race. Last but not least, 27th position, the number 14, 13 laps down on the overall leaders. Refine Metals Racing still plugging away though, and they have pulled in a lap on those 3 that we mentioned there, 11 laps off the overall lead. That is your rundown of the standings. live.alphatiming.co.uk/Buckmore if you want to watch those numbers flick through live, with 20 hours and 25 minutes to go.
Yeah, I've just been keeping an eye on the timing screens. The Rallycross Mechanics and the Club 73 Young Guns, karts 9 and 11 respectively. There they went just through the S's there. That is a battle for position, and it's a battle for 14th place overall. It's the closest battle out on track, and in fact, I think the Club 73 Young Guns have just found their way through, and that was looking like it was through Sime Sweep and then in towards Pullman, so towards the bottom end of the track. They've got that move done. They've moved themselves now up into 14th place, and just taking a look at the Senior Frogs, they're starting to catch South Coast Racing. Senior Frog rode a short 51.1 last lap time.
I'm not biased, but come on, Bog, let's go. Let's go, son. This is going very, very nicely indeed. For the 51.166 last time around. He's right on the pace. Yeah, and he'll probably just come through shot in a second. There he is. This is good. This really, really is good. I'd say from own experience, especially again because all of these guys in this kart, this is their first big race. Nice, calm opening. Get your rhythm, and as you say, that if it's a 2-hour stint that Harry's going to do, it'll absolutely fly by.
It will, and that's the great thing. You know, there's so much adrenaline going around. You're really in the zone. Time just flies by before you know it. You're being called in to take a stop for a driver change and fuel. It really does fly by so quickly. But there is, you see the number 11, the pink-lidded driver, is now up into 14th place with the team. And just having a look here, Broken Rib Racing, they are 7th overall. They are leading the clubman class, but Ditchfinders in the 24 are only 9 seconds back, and they're roughly matching each other for pace at the moment. So it's looking pretty good between the two of them. What we've got to bear in mind though is their stops between each other are about 45 minutes. Ditchfinders stopped around about an hour and a half ago, whilst Broken Rib Racing around 40 minutes ago. So bit of a well, it's about 45 minutes different in fuel. Oh, there's a black flag.
Road to Shore has had a black flag, and now I'm very sad. I feel like Lando in that race that we don't like to mention, but we keep mentioning.
You've mentioned it again, Andrew. I can't believe that. Well, how many times?
Well, this isn't a good moment.
No.
Oh, do you know what? I think that is my first commentary curse of the day. I've just been saying how the pace has been good. It's been going along.
So what we're saying then, Andrew, is your fault.
Yeah, I'll take this one.
Yeah,
take this one.
There you go. There you go. So
that's a big one as well. My commentary curse hasn't taken out 14 million YouTube with subscribers before, but it has now.
It has now. No one will let you forget this, Andrew. No one will let you forget this.
This will be another one that goes into the catalogue of commentary. Don't worry, Harry. You're in good company here.
Oh yes, there's nothing like a good commentator's curse. There's absolutely. If you've done that, you're moving up in the world. That's what we'll say. Just having a look back at the previous warnings, just to see if it was a culmination of warnings, because we're 21 minutes away from the slate being wiped clean for another 4 hours. So we weren't far away from everything being overturned. And looking back at it, it is probably going to be a culmination of warnings right the way back to the race start.
Blame Cal Freezy then.
Well, this is going to be it. There he is then.
Now is it? Having a look down around the kart, it's not a. Now we did say this before.
Yeah, they're taking.
I think this is a mechanical issue. So it's not. Sorry, it's not that Harry's. This is even worse then, because this won't be just a 20-second penalty. Rotashaw has done nothing wrong. He looked
No.
a little bit confused there, and
so
well,
did we.
well, he should. Oh dear,
He's
this is not a good moment for any racing driver.
Yeah,
The equipment appears to have let Rotashaw down. They've pulled him in.
They're explaining.
The changed.
They're explaining to him what's gone wrong, why they're changing the kart, and well, the spirits are high. And to be honest with you, we've still got 20 hours to go. We were talking about, every team's going to have a bit of bad luck. This is Senor Frog's bad luck moment. So from now on, for the rest of the 20 hours, they should be in good stead. If it is a mechanical issue with the kart, they'll change it over, bring a brand new one up, and that's theirs for, hopefully, the rest of it. But yeah, that's going to be a bit of a frustrating one, but still plenty of this race to go.
I saw a comment from Michelle earlier saying that Tommy T would smoke them all. They need Tommy T in the workshop now. He'd get that kart turned around mega quick and get it back out there. So there's a little bit of confusion. Chip having a chat with Harry now. Hopefully they'll be able to get the kart back out on circuit. There's been a contact warning for Motorsport UK Academy. This is Motorsport, ladies and gentlemen.
It is.
This is what happens. And now a black flag for Motorsport UK Academy. It's absolutely gutting, but it happens to, well, everyone. Even at the top level of motorsport, this can happen, where the equipment just doesn't quite comply with what you as a racing driver want to do.
Yeah.
But hopefully this is the start of a redemption story now, that Senor Frogs will get back in the race.
This is the Phoenix story now, isn't it?
Yes.
This is what this is going to become. There's going to be a lot of support for them at this stage. And hopefully they'll get that new kart back up shortly. In the meantime, though, it is just a bit of a painful waiting game. Not so much a painful waiting game for someone else.
Oh, heck. What is striding towards us now, ladies and gentlemen? It's a Jimmer. I wondered who was doing that ridiculous walk, and it is the one and only Jimmy Broadbent. There's the new kart coming out for Senor Frogs. It's a great turnaround by the Buckmore Park staff here, and they'll get Rotashaw back in the race. They're going to re-emerge, I think, in around 23rd place. They've lost, well, they were closing in on South Coast, haven't they? They've lost 5 laps. So they've lost just under 5 minutes there.
Yeah, it's about 2.5 minutes to properly get that kart switched around to explain the problem, which is a great turnaround there. A frustrating one for the team, but they're back out there now, and this is going to be a Phoenix story. If they can pull a result from this, they'll be absolutely beside themselves. There's the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Looking at the positives, now got a fresh kart.
They have, yeah.
So
and that's all theirs.
And we saw the pace that Harry had. He was in the low 51s. Let's see if we can get back down there soon. The chat is lighting up, ladies and gentlemen. Big Jimmer is in the house.
I hope we've got that on record, that walk. As I turn to my producer.
Oh yeah.
There's a slight nod of the head. We might have that on camera. If we can get a not replay, but. Looks in the zone with Super GT there, Steve Brown.
Doing a lot of racing together, these two drivers were racing up at Alton Park a few weeks ago in Fun Cup. Jimmy's thinking, oh, come on. It's like waiting for a bus, this.
Except if 3 of your same team can't come in, you're a bit concerned.
Yes. But there is the Team 87 car. Oh, no. What is happening here? That is a black flag. My commentary curse is out of control. We've just been talking about Jimmy Broadbent waiting for the kart to come in. Well, he definitely is going to see the kart come in now, but not for the reason that he was wanting.
Now, that's interesting, because if it's a black flag due to multiple warnings, there's the hand up in the air. Well, at least he's acknowledged it. There's the hand up in the air. So if that's for multiple warnings, the driver change can't happen.
The driver change can't happen. Now, I'm just having a look. When were they last in? Ooh, this is going to be a bit tetchy, because this has been a 2-hour stint. And we've talked about the fuel. We've talked about how marginal it can be. This is twitchy bum time for Team 87, because they were planning to pit on this lap to switch Chris Bridle out the kart and put Jimmy Broadbent in. They've now got to do another one, Kieran, because they've got to serve this black flag.
I'm thinking this is going to be multiple contact, because they got a contact warning. Just having a look at it at 17:02. Then they got their second contact warning about 20 minutes later. So if it's multiple contact, this is going to make the most sense. They'll have it explain, Chris Bridle, what the penalty is for. They'll have to wait 20 seconds, gives the thumbs up, and he has to be reminded he's not allowed to go anywhere yet, and of course, not allowed to driver change. That's exactly what Chris has asked. Yep. Can I change driver? No, you can't. It's a black flag penalty. So we'll have to go round again and come back in for Jimmy to take over in the kart. Gets a thumbs up and away he goes.
And for those of us joining the first, this is classic endurance racing. We were having a nice calm hour, weren't we, Kieran? It was all chill. We were having anecdotes about Toyotas breaking down many times at Le Mans. And bam, all of a sudden in the space of 10 minutes, we've seen two of the key karts in this, we've seen two of the key karts in terms of you guys in the chat have issues. We've seen another one of the key karts in terms of the whole race as a Story Motorsport UK Academy have a black flag, and the race has completely changed all of a sudden.
Yeah, and Team 87 got themselves a black flag for what we assume is multiple warnings. Now, multiple warnings of what? Hard to say. It could be track limits, it could be contact, but either way, the kart itself has got itself in a little bit of hot water, and what's going to be especially painful is it's about 15 minutes away from when the slate is wiped clean, so that's going to hurt even more. So, fingers crossed this time, Chris Bridle will come in for the number 8. No, he's going to carry on again. You're going to have to wait for your bus again, Jimmy. Yeah, Chris is going to get a couple more laps in. He'll be a little bit frustrated that way. He'll want to get some more laps in. See if he can recover some time there, and launches it down the inside. He's absolutely not messing about here against the 15 here, Team ARD. They're not racing for position, but I don't think Chris Bridle was in any mood of going easy there.
No, he won't want to finish his stint in that manner. But Jimmy Broadbent, for those of you tuning in, supporting the guys in Senior Frogs, big motorsport YouTuber in his own right. Great content and great guy, because it's been great to see Jimmy's progress over the last few years. I remember when he first started racing with us in Club 100 and doing some races, and was strong out the box, if he doesn't mind me saying so, in a kind of similar way to how we've seen with WillNE and Motorsport as well. I remember being very impressed with Jimmy on his first race day, which was down at Lit. He did a 2-hour endurance race with Steve, and he picked it up pretty quickly to get onto a good pace, and he's just stepped forward and forward and forward, and is having some really good results now in car racing, in the Britcar Praga Endurance Cup, racing alongside Gordy Mucci, we saw in that kart earlier, racing as a pro-am effort, so Gordy being the pro driver, Jimmy being the am, but he is one of the quickest am drivers in that series, and knows this circuit well, so this hopefully is going to be a really good stint for Jimmy.
Yeah, that's when he takes over, as I'm just looking at, well, unfortunately for my timing screens, and if you're watching along with the live timing, because they had that black flag penalty, it resets back to 0 minutes, so it looks like it's been a 2-minute stint so far. That's not right, but that's because of the beauty of the pit lane line, is that once they cross that, it resets their stint time. So, but Bridle's been out there for a bit of time, and we are expecting him to come in, and so is Jimmy, in the next few laps. But Accelerate leading the way, and there is the number 7 Motorsport UK Academy car as Malcolm gets out, and refueling can begin. And yeah, it's been a bit of a mixed stint for Sebastian Malcolm. Got that black flag early on, got a second one as well. So it's been a really up and down stint for him. But he'll have a bit of a debrief with his teammate there, Dan McIntosh, before McIntosh takes over. McIntosh there, karting since the age of 7. So plenty of experience behind him.
Out he goes, or just making a quick adjustment on the pedals, making sure he's happy with the kart. Generally with these karts, the pedals have 3 positions: long, middle and short.
Long's not long enough for me though.
Well, yes.
My knees are still up to my ears.
Doesn't necessarily always be dictated by height.
Yeah, that's my fault though, because I'm tall. Because we all know to be a successful racing driver, you can't be tall. You can't be tall. It's just not possible.
Unless your name's Nico Hulkenberg.
Yeah, but even then, that 6'1", that's still.
It's not. Yeah,
it's not the tallest, is it?
Yeah. I have the pedals on medium or long, not because I'm tall. Because I'm fat. Here is the number 24 into the pits for a standard pit stop. This is Ditch Finders. What
what was that stint length then, Kieran?
Oh, you've put me on the spot now. I don't like it when you do that.
If I just adjust my screen a little bit more,
It looks like
it was a 1 hour and 53.
Yes. So again, running closer. You see now more teams are more confident of running closer to 2 hours now.
Now they've seen some other teams do it. They'll eke it out a little bit more. And also we've got to remember that pretty much, well, not everybody, and they didn't have to do this, but I did notice that a lot of the drivers who did stint 1 were the drivers who'd done qualifying. Now, yes, they had a little bit of a gap in, but you've still, as into the pits comes Team 87. This is the pit stop that we've been expecting. Chris Bridle gets out.
His brother Ed watches on, and Chris Bridle always says he's faster than his brother Ed. Nothing like a bit of sibling rivalry.
Nah, we love a bit of sibling rivalry. Jimmy Broadbent prepares to get in. Now, he can't go to the kart until summoned over, and that'll mean that the fueling is complete. So that's why, at the moment, Jimmy's just standing to one side. It's not that he's scared. There he goes, springs into action. Will drop the seat insert into the kart. Very calmly in. He's done that many times. Obviously has to do driver changes when he's racing in the Praga. And away Jimmy Broadbent goes. 20 hours and 10 minutes on the clock. And apart from that unfortunate black flag for Chris Bridle, that was a really good stint. And that now shows that kart can do 2 hours. As what has happened here, that is the race leader.
He's overshot the fuel bay, is what's happened there. So he was signalled there. He had to go around again. And if they were trying to time that, they were close to 2 hours on that fuel tank as well. So, Piers Pryor managed to get, 2 hours and 9 minutes?
2 hours and 9 minutes.
So how much could Tom Langford get out of that fuel tank, I wonder. But yeah, overshooting that fuel bay, not ideal whatsoever.
Now, at the moment, the lead was, 34 seconds. And the gap is now down to 21. So 13 seconds, you never know. That could be a very key 13 seconds in the latter stages of this race. Remember that moment, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of pit activity. So this is the thing now, that a lot of teams have realised, 2 hours. You can do 2 hours. So teams will have pitted after 1 hour first time round, done it very, very safe. And now they're elongating out the fuel. This time the race leader gets it on the marks, gets out the kart, and will be frustrated with himself. That is not how you'd want to finish a stint. And hopefully we'll just be able to reset, go again. Best drivers are able to get over a moment like that. But that will play on the mind a little bit for the remainder, or until Langford is next in the kart.
Yes.
Change of lead.
Absolutely, as the driver change takes place.
And Loughborough legends and Neil retake, confirmed on timing, the overall lead through these pit stops. 275 laps completed by the Loughborough legends. 21.6 seconds is the gap between them and Accelerate Racing now. So that was 20 hours and 8 minutes to go. So that was a long stint. It was a 2 hours and 8 minutes, I think it was there.
It wasn't bad at all, but a bit of a sort of a, what would you call it? A disappointing end to Langford's stint, because he was absolutely on it, wasn't he? Really was.
And not at that speed, but I have had it myself, where you get through a big stint, an hour stint, or whatever it may be, and you think, I've done a cracking job here. I've just got to do a pit stop. How hard can that be? And you butcher it up. And you're just like, why have I done that? Because this is what we always say about endurance racing.
Now, this is interesting. There's a queue in the pit lane. Sorry to cut you
No,
off there.
that's okay.
But that kart's been left unattended. Now, I wonder if they're going to actually move it forward, or if they need a driver to push it up. No, they are going to move it forward.
Sir.
Yes, just leave your car unattended. Not a problem. That was the number 4, so that's Team Rango. And they, as you alluded to earlier, they've had a tough time of it recently in this race, but they're still in it, and if you're in it, you've still got a chance. You just never know what's going to happen. We saw that happen to Senor Frogs with a bit of a mechanical issue. They had to change their kart. You don't know what's going to happen ahead of you. You have absolutely no idea.
I think I know what the issue was, and I had noted it in the back. I didn't say it. Because it doesn't count as part of the commentary curse.
Does it not?
I think the Senor Frogs, from a little bit of info that I can see from Chip in the chat, I think they had a Nassau panel failure. So this is so for the uninitiated, the Nassau panel is the panel as we're looking at Ollie Wedden here. It's the long thin bit that the race number is on. So that is connected at the bottom on a bracket to the front bumper, as you were, and I think that's the bit that's broken. So then that Nassau panel is waggling around all over the place. That's been defined as a safety issue by the officials. That, I reckon, is why Rotashaw had to come in and make that unscheduled pit stop.
Which would make sense, because if it's a safety issue as well, it's even more of an incentive for the officials to change the kart over so that it can be allowed to be repaired. Which, again, doesn't help how frustrating that is for the Senior Frogs, but it is something that can happen to any kart out there.
Now, what I will say is that these kind of things can, and again, I've had this happen to myself in not in the Buckmore Park corporate fleet, but other fleets as well that have miles put on them. Fatigue. Sorry, we're getting engineering now. Apologies, folks. Science is about to happen.
Batten down
the hatches. That nerd Mather is about to come out here.
We've entered the nerd part of the stream, apparently.
Fatigue failures. So this is like lots of shaking around, especially around here, because the curbs are bumpy, bits of the circuit are bumpy. It's a very physical track, as we've been talking about through the stream. We were talking with Luke earlier. A few years ago, I had a wheel pop off into hairpin 2. Hadn't particularly been roughing the kart around myself. It was just one of them that on that particular turn-in, on that particular time of day, the piece of metal that was holding the wheel on had enough. And again, it's part of motorsport. It happens, but the important thing is how you then respond. And as you said earlier, all of the teams at some point are very, very likely to have that kind of issue happen to them, and that's why taking care of the kart is so important.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Team ARD come into the pit lane, Stevenson is getting ready to jump back in and take the reins and making sure everything's all in order. Popping the seat insert in and a bit of comfort just to boot. And Poppy Stevenson goes around. That's dabbled in a bit of corporate and owner-driver racing. Has Poppy Stevenson, also has a full racing licence.
Yep.
So let's see how she can get on.
But there we go. So we're about to cross through and past 4 hours. In terms of the commentary, we'll carry on for a few more hours. I think we're going to go up to about, what were we thinking? Half 8?
Possibly half 8, possibly 9. It did well. You know, how long can people stand us talking? I don't know.
I think they've had enough already.
They probably have, you know. It's interesting as well because just a shot of that camera, which is a fantastic part of the circuit, the Symes sweep followed by Pullman's, which is the left hand there. You see now they've got a couple of plastic, I suppose plastic blocks on the inside of the curb. Obviously that's to keep drivers away from that grass, but it also stops them from cutting it too much. So if you even touch that little plastic block, then you see that marshal post right behind, prime position to see even if you catch it slightly, that's going to be some sort of track limit warning.
The far side of that curb is nasty. You don't want to be dipping. And again, when we're talking about making sure that the cart isn't getting unnecessary damage and you're putting too much load through the cart, you don't want to be hitting those bits of the circuit that you're not meant to be hitting, because they will damage the chassis. They will damage axles, and that's when you start having bits falling off.
Yeah, that's it. That's absolutely right.
We've had a question in again. Who is currently driving the number 3 kart? It is still Ollie Wedden, the former BUKC, British Universities Karting Championship champion when Loughborough A won that a few years ago. Has got quite a few members of that team, of course.
And Neil.
And Neil has won one as well, just not for Loughborough.
I have to go down and say that's probably my favourite team name in this one. You've got Loughborough Legends and Neil.
See, it got rinsed in drivers briefly.
It did.
But we love it. We love it.
It's got a place in my heart, that team name. There's nothing like a good team name in an endurance.
There goes Harry Lewis through shots. Right, pace check. How is Harry's pace now that he's got a new kart? Well, I can tell you, it is good. It is really, really good. He was doing 51 ones before the pit stop, the unscheduled pit stop for the change, he came out and did a 53.4, then a 51.5, 51.5, 51.4, 51.0. He's been sub 51.
Yeah.
There is not just pace in Harry Lewis. We saw that before the kart change. There is also pace in the kart.
Yeah.
They could come back to look at that moment and think, actually, that served as well.
Yeah, I mean, no less the 3-minute stop in order to rectify everything and make sure everything worked okay. But yeah, you know, they've got themselves a good kart, and they've got themselves an even better kart now. So they'll look to push on. And
sorry, Chip, it's not a new kart. It's just been fixed. So it is just pure Harry then.
It is pure Harry then. Go on, Harry.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for sending that information in.
Yes.
Correctly.
We've even got our own roving reporters now out there.
It's excellent.
This is how much we've. This is
have
great.
More often. We are just about to pass through a quite significant moment in the race. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 4 hours of the race are completed. Only 20 to go.
20 to go. 20 to go. And on that mark, we have a new driver for the Refined Metals racing team. They are currently at the back at the moment, but they just completed their roughly 1 3/4 hour stint. And now they're back out there, only a lap down on the next kart, which, again, as we've already alluded to, a lap is not that big of a gap in the grand scheme of things.
I did note on the suit there that is a member of the, I want to say it's the Surrey Police karting team. So, Boggo, behave yourself, because there's a member of the constabulary 2 karts behind you now.
Yes. The next thing they'll do is put blue lights on the cars, won't they? Turn them on.
That would be ultimate strap.
It would, wouldn't it? It'd certainly get out of the way, wouldn't it?
I was going to say, it would work in motorsport, blue flag, get out of the way.
Put the blue lights on, maybe even a siren. I'm not sure how a siren would be effective when you've got all the kit on, but worth a try.
I mean, it could act as ballast as well. Anyway, BAR Humbug are in the pit lane and are just completing a pit stop. Looks fairly straightforward. And they're going to emerge 15th. It's not too bad. Not too bad at all. There is a new driver in second place and Jimmy Broadbent just behind. What's Jim's pace like at the moment? Pretty good as well. 51.150 last time around from Broadbent. And I'm just going to have a look. What has his fastest lap been so far? His fastest lap has been a 51.002. How dare that timing tick those extra 0.002 of a second by? We want a 50 point something for Jimmy, please.
Yeah, can we just bend the concept of time just slightly, so that can happen? Why not? Why not? I wonder what this lap's looking like. 20.9 through sector 1. We'll get the sector 2 time. 15.1. It's pretty good so far.
Saying earlier before the race started that Jimmy and Steve Brown, aka Super GT from Team Quadrant, who's not seen out of circuit yet, we've seen him doing some camera work, did 13 hours between the two of them 2 years ago in this race. So he's definitely got a lot of experience around here. There's racing Club 100 round here as well. He's even driven a Formula 1 car around here. One of the Surtees cars that we saw earlier on today having a demo run. Jimmy and Steve drove, I want to say that was last year. It's 2021 and 2020. It's all mush.
I know what you mean. It really has just moulded together.
Hello to
Who are you again?
Aaron Shenhoy, who has put the best comment of the day, which says, give the commentators a raise. Yes, I'm absolutely on board with this.
No, hang on, a raise of what? I don't... That could be ambiguous.
Raise a hand.
Raise a hand, yeah, raise a hand.
Clip me around the back of the head for being cheeky. Understandable.
Yeah, it's too ambiguous, that. But thank you for the kind comments. Hopefully we've added to the experience as well. Track limit water going out to the number 26. Take no prisoners. Yes, as you said, we'll probably be here till about 8:30, maybe even 9 o'clock. Maybe we might even treat you to 9 o'clock. Who fancies that? Please don't say no. My ego needs it.
We'll be back early in the morning as well. But yes, Where was I? Where was my brain?
I don't know. We were talking about how 2020 and 2021
yeah,
just
it's
sort
all
of
just a
mould
mush.
together.
My brain's now mush. There was another comment that I wanted to read out. Hello to TMET Marduk. Hello, Ben. Jimmy's getting ratioed by Harry's pace. He is. Come on, Broadbent, sort it out. Come on.
I mean, I want to double check this. Let's have a look. Where are we? Team 87, last lap time, 51.013.
Very, I was going to say for
Senior
Ben,
Frogs, 50.958. That's exactly what's happening at the moment. Road to Shore is faster than Jimmy Broadbent at the moment.
Get that on a T-shirt.
Get it on a T-shirt.
Get it on a T-shirt now.
Print it.
Not Fernando is faster than you.
We want 5%
Road to
commission.
Shore is faster than you. Ben, sort it out. Get it in your store.
And we want
well
5%
done on that,
commission.
on the result at Wilton Mill a few weeks ago for the Motormouth charity race. I had a watch of the video.
Oh, yeah, that was snowing.
And he had snow
It had
at Wilton
snow.
Mill in April. Welcome to Northamptonshire.
Welcome to England.
No
I think.
snow today, please.
Snowing in Snetterton as well.
And but no, very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Snow in April. Yeah. Well, I think I did read somewhere.
Hello to Alan as well at Karting 1. Raise thy celeries. I mean, we could do with some healthy
The
food.
celeries, yeah.
We could do some.
Don't they say that if you eat celery, it's like subtracting calories? Isn't that what they say? Or am I thinking of a different
Get
recipe?
me some of that.
Because apparently...
How much celery can I eat in 2 weeks before my first race of the year?
I don't know. I mean, to be
Lockdown
honest...
has not been kind.
To be honest, it is a myth. So I don't know if it's actually true. There is Road to Shore, who is, well, by the timing screen,
you and you know it.
faster than Jimmy Broadbent at this moment in time. He's absolutely loving it out there. All that practice that he's put in is absolutely paying off. And I think there's going to be a very, very happy man under that lid.
51.2 for Mr. Broadbent. This is just frustrating. I'm
And a
going to go
51.198 from Road to Shore.
balmy when a 50 comes in.
Yeah.
You've got to remember he's on full fuel.
That's true, he is,
on
yes.
full fuel.
But no one can take away right now, at this current time.
Yeah.
I can only read the timing screens in front of me.
As they say a lot in motorsport, the watch doth not lie. Having said that, guys, come on. Sort out this GoPro positioning. We're getting a very nice video. Oh,
hello.
steady on, son. We're getting a very nice video of the sky at the moment.
That's not good content.
How many millions of subscribers? They can't even... I say this is what...
Look.
Actually, genuine thing, if you are going to take a GoPro, Phillips screwdriver. Sorry, we're getting engineering again now. You must have
Not
a Phillips
again.
screwdriver with you because the vibrations do that. Hand tight, even the tightest of hand tights will never be enough.
Christian
So there we
Bessel in the chat saying,
Harry
Harry
to
to Praga
Praga
confirmed.
confirmed.
Yes. Sign him up.
Oh, what has become here?
We've lost control.
Alan's
Is what's
back.
happened.
Celery is a great source of important antioxidants.
That's a lot of words.
Things that I was not expecting to say today. There's one of them.
There's one of them.
But
to
don't
be
worry,
fair-
the GoPro isn't on. That's fine. That's all good.
Okay, that's all good.
That's
Because
all
otherwise,
good.
yeah, it's just catching the sort of grey. Well, it's sort of grey, kind of bluish sky at the moment. There's a bit of
Yeah.
cloud around, but nothing that says threat of rain soon. Speaking of which, we should probably just have a quick check and see if that.
Yeah, let's have a little bit
that
of weather
forecast
watch.
has
We
changed.
were looking at the weather earlier, and I'm setting it on Rochester Airport, which is just the other side of the M2 to where we are now. And unfortunately, it's why we can't do things like drone cam. I know some people have asked about that before, but small planes don't like hitting drones.
No.
And airports get very cross.
Yeah. And so does air traffic control. That
And
gets
so does
very
air traffic
cross.
control. We are still looking at a growing percentage chance of rain as we get towards 10 p.m, where it peaks at 40%. But the description has changed. It is now light rain showers and a moderate breeze. It was a fresh breeze earlier. It's now moderate.
The wind's picking up.
But yes. Thank you to Spreem as well. Thank you for the support, mate. Thank you for subscribing on the DDMM YouTube channel with our
Is number
enormous
3
550 subscribers.
losing time to 10? He's lost about 3 seconds.
We're just having in our ear that yes, there is some development with Accelerate and Loughborough Legends, where even on a full fuel load, Accelerate are accelerating 50.0 for them last time around. The gap is coming down 19.17 seconds. But is this again Loughborough Legends saving fuel?
Well, I think Centup have just come into the pit lane. They were close to 2 hours on their stint in the number 1 machine. From 3rd place. It says on our timing screens anyway. We might be. No, there they are. Refueling now. And yeah, from 3rd place overall. So where are Fox Motorsport? They were 57.3 seconds behind. So they have unlapped themselves. So in theory then, Centup should be able to get back out there on the same position they entered the pit lane in.
Good news for Team 87. They've just gained a position on track. Jimmy Broadbent has overtaken the Club 73 Team Silent kart. So that is Team 87. Team87.gg. Go check them out. Are now into 8th place. There they are. In fact, there is the battle right on cue on your screens. Broadbent now up a spot, so we'll give him that. See, he's cutting through the traffic. This is why we haven't had a 50-point something yet.
Well, this is actually a battle for overall position as well, for 9th place between Team 87 and Club 73 Team Silent. So that might be why Broadbent's losing slightly a bit of time, because he's focused on keeping this position.
Now, if you're the Club 73 Team Silent driver here, I hope you go, opportunity to work with a driver of similar speed and similar position to try and catch up to the guys ahead, because they've got, I think it's about a 45-second gap at the moment up to Ditch Finders, who are 8th on the road.
However,
instead of fighting back and forth and losing time.
However, when you're out there and it's just you, and we have seen some teams have radio comms, not all of them have radio communications between almost pit wall to driver, pit to kart, I guess you could call it, radio comms. Now that looks like, from what I can see, the Club 73 Team Silent don't have that. At least it's not obvious that they have that. So this might be a case that the driver doesn't know that they could be helping. They might just battle. You can easily get suckered into that.
Shout out to our sponsors once again for this 2022 edition of the Buckmore Park 24 Hours. G. Collins & Sons, like-minded family-run business based in Kent. Discover their range of jewellery designed in-house, created in their on-site workshop. They provide the highest standard of British jewellery making. Visit their showroom in Royal Tunbridge Wells for a truly unique experience. Big thanks to them for their continued support. Keep your comments coming in. Progress for Senior Frogs. They have got themselves already back up to 22nd place. So when they had that issue with, we think, the Nassau panel, they fell down from around 15th place. The pace continuing to be good here as it ebbs and flows. And it does very much feel like there's a different air now that we've started to get towards sunset. Just coming up to 6:45 in the evening here in the UK. If you're watching around the world, thank you so much for your continued support of us here at Alpha Live. 1.8k likes. If you've just joined, leave a like on the way in. Can we get it to 2k?
Go on.
We
can do that.
If you haven't done it yet, it'll take you 2 seconds. Click that like button, and if you're enjoying the content, especially click the subscribe button if you haven't done so before. And if you've got a second account, if you're like me, you've got the account and then a Andrew Madden account. Quick flip over, double like, double subscribe, do the quad. Everything is good with the world.
Absolutely. Yeah, keep your comments coming in on the YouTube chat. Don't forget as well, if you want to reach out to our commentary box on Twitter, you can using the hashtag BP24HR. And if they're clean enough, we'll use them. Just like the drivers, they have to keep it clean. So do you, unfortunately.
More great pace from Harry, 50.713. Starting the hashtag now. WTS, faster than Latifi. I've gone there.
Oh my goodness. It's a long hashtag though.
Let's get it going. Also use the hashtag BP24HR. Let us
us know if you've got any questions at _MM on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram as well. Ollie Wedden continuing to put laps in. He's in a bit of a squabble here, though. This is the thing sometimes. He's in amongst. There's a conglomeration of pros out there.
Yes, and I think this is why he's losing a slight bit of time. He's losing about 3/10 per lap to Accelerate Racing behind. This will be the reason why.
So you've got the number 9 in there of RX Mechanics, who are 6 laps off the overall lead. No blue flags, remember, so they're not, the back markers are not obliged to get out of the way of the race leader. The race leader has to get by cleanly and safely. It's their prerogative to do so. The number 7 is in there, as in comes the number 23, who's having a little bit of a adjustment.
That's no, don't need that seat insert anymore. Hopefully that's not torn it by doing that. You can get yourself into trouble by doing that.
I was here if oh dear, 3 wide involving the race leader. This is dangerous times for the Loughborough Legends. The number 7 is the Motorsport UK Academy, so we know that's a quick kart in there. And this is the moment where if you're the race leader in this situation, and I'm sure Ollie is doing so, you've just got to stay calm.
Yeah.
You can easily pick up a contacts warning here or get tipped round. There's number 16 involved in there as well. That's one of the club entries.
TR6 it is.
Yep.
As they now descend their way through towards Pullman's now and down in towards Paddock Bend, and 3 wide going in towards Conway's. Don't often see that, and you don't often see it end as well as it did. That was fantastic stuff. It may not be for position, but my goodness, that kept us all on the edge of our seats. But that's not going to help the Loughborough Legends and Neil. They're losing even more time. They need to try and get their way past this number 7 Motorsport UK Academy's machine. 4 laps down and coming in towards hairpin 1, still no way through at the moment. This is going to be frustrating.
But in theory, Accelerate Racing will have this same problem in probably about 10 or 15 minutes time if this pack stays together.
Yes.
But yeah, 1.2 seconds. And oh my goodness me, Accelerate Racing, I don't know if they're aware of this or if this is a reaction. They're into the 49s. 49.943 from Accelerate Racing. For reference, the fastest lap of the race so far, ladies and gentlemen, has been a 49.713 set by the same karts. Accelerate Racing are on the move here. That's 2.5 seconds they've taken out. And Ollie's just getting a little bit frustrated now. And in fact, they've got traffic themselves, Accelerate Racing. This, once again, you just have these moments where it just lulls in endurance racing and then it takes off. And everything's happening out there.
And this is not going to help the Loughborough Legends as well, because they've been out there for nearly 2 hours now, if not over 2 hours. So their fuel tank is going to look slightly empty as there goes number 10 up the inside. Taking no remorse there on the 20, but trying to make his way through then, as that's Harry Chapman in the send hub, 3rd place overall. And looking now, our Accelerate to try and get another lap there. All just trying to make their way through now in towards the S's, and then they make their way through in towards Sime Sweep. Black flag for number 15, Team ARD. They'll have to come back to the pit lane immediately. They will be indeed. And there is Accelerate. They have dispatched of that traffic up towards Garda. Clear track and clear air for a little bit at least.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Team in the chat, I think it's Ryan Horton in for them at the moment with the white helmet with the light grey race suits and the day glow yellow gloves. Try to spot that next time around. Oh, as race leader Loughborough Legends and Neil trying to go around the outside of the number 26 there, nearly got tipped round. Now, I just wonder what is going through the minds in terms of strategy at this point, because could there have been an argument there to say, well, instead of trying to go through all that traffic, pit the car a couple of laps earlier than you were necessarily planning and stop this?
It's a bit of contact.
Or is this a scenario where they're running such a tight schedule on their fuel that they've got to stay out, they've got to eradicate those minutes because they're running a tight strategy that they've planned out throughout the course of the race? Number 15 is now in.
Yep, number 15 into the pit lane. That's going to be Team ARD for their black flag penalty. But there you can see that's Oliver Whidden is spun around on the exit of hairpin 1. And he is absolutely furious with that one.
Yeah, not a good moment at all for the Loughborough Legends. They've still got the lead of the race, but they will have lost, what, 6 or 7 seconds in all that. He's absolutely furious with what's happened there. I think he was trying to communicate back to the team as well to say, do we need to think about coming in? And I just wonder there, if I
If that was one of my karts running in an endurance race like this where you don't want to be in traffic, I don't want to criticise them because they're all good guys and I know them well, but I would have had that kart in.
The only problem is...
Let's have a look at it again. This was into hairpin 1 and it's the number 26. I mean, we apologise there. There was no intent or malicious intent there with the number 26.
I just wonder...
one of those.
Well, take no prisoners, certainly taking no prisoners into hairpin 1, but I wonder what race control is going to make of
Well,
that.
yes. Now, that is a very good point that you make there, Kieran.
In fact, they've given a black flag.
I have to agree with that one. I have to agree, because that was a straight takeout. It doesn't matter if it's a faster car and a slower car, or a slower car and a faster car, or two karts that are relatively the same pace. A takeout is a takeout, and that is going to be a black flag.
Yep, so there you can see, just briefly on the E flag on the start-finish line, that is going to be Take No Prisoners getting a black flag for that takeout on the Loughborough Legends and Neil. They'll see that now as they cross the line. But at the moment then, there's no change in the lead, but as you said around 6 seconds. Pretty much bang on, 5.8 seconds they lost to Accelerate Racing there.
I know, because I've been... And I'll look back at the data after the race. Anyway, hello to Will Ham, who's asked, what's the time difference between the karts number 22 and 21? This is Club 73 Pirates, the number 22, and Club 73 Mafia. So a bit of a Mafia derby. Sorry, Club 73 derby. With my quick maths, Will, we're looking at about 34, 35 seconds. There's two positions. That's the difference between them. The Pirates in 16th, the Mafia are in 18th, both 7 laps down, with Formula None in the middle. So I hope that gives that information. And if you've got a spare device or whatever, live.alphatimer.co.uk/Buckmore. If someone from the Alpha crew, the social crew, are able to put the link in the comments, that would be fantastic. Leader is in. Not a very happy Ollie Wedden at this stage of the race.
I would stay away from Ollie at the moment. Just give him a couple of minutes to recover from that one. I mean, he will be furious. Oh, there he is. There's
it's Neil.
It's Neil.
It's time.
It's the and Neil part of the team that's going to be taking over. Neil Vincent there, ready to go and take over on that spot. Just needs to wait for the refueling.
Another long stint though from Loughborough. So the last time they were in, they had 21 minutes and 50. But look, he's like a
man on a mission.
Like a scalded cat into the car.
Sprinting out there.
And here is a man who is not only very, very quick, not only an awesome dude, but is also experienced with driving one of the worst pits of road in the country. This is a man who went to Coventry University, so knows how to deal with Coventry Ring Road.
And that is a very useful thing to put on your CV.
Get your elbows out, Neil. It's racing time. And there's a thumbs up to say, yep, I agree with that statement.
Was it, though? Was it your statement? Is he secretly listening into the stream?
He knows.
Do you think?
He knows.
Well, he knows.
But no, it's another very good stint. That was actually longer than the first stint. That was 2 hours and 12 minutes that time for Loughborough Legends and Neil. And here
That's
is
a very
Neil.
good
We'll talk
stint.
about him all stream.
Very good stint. I mean, that's sort of opening up even further, for the other teams.
Yeah.
2 hours is possible. It is possible, but there's got to be a strategy there that you've got to, is there, how much fuel saving is there? There's the 26, then Take No Prisoners coming into the pit lane. Yeah, he knows exactly why he's been
Committed
brought
a murder,
in.
sir, and he agrees. They'll sit there for 20 seconds and then get back out on the circuit.
Yeah.
That's how you respond to a black flag.
Yeah. Because the thing is as well, if you're in the pit lane, yes, all that adrenaline is running through you, but the guys in orange down there, they're only being told what they're being told by race control. They didn't make the call. The guys up in race control did. So, yeah, fair enough. Pleaded his case, but fell on deaf ears on that one.
Here's the kart in 9th place, the number 8, Team 87, Jimmy Broadbent. It's a really solid pace. Last time around 51.1. I'm just trying to pull up to see, have I got my 50 something out of... Yes, we have 50.977.
Go on, Jimmy.
New fastest lap for Jimmy Broadbent. And this, I've got to say, I don't mean to be blowing smoke up his backside. What I've been really impressed with Jimmy, whilst because he's still relatively new to the karting game. He's not one of these people who've done it since they were 6 years old and they've come through Bambinos, cadets, juniors, seniors. No discredit to people like that. He started when he was 28, and
he is so consistent. I'm just going to read you through his last few laps now that he's in clean air. 51.051, 51.153, 51.031, 50.977, 51.151, 51.2, and now he's let me down because he's just done a 51.593. But this is really solid pace from Jimmy Broadbent. This is what we want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, a solid, consistent pace in some clean air as well is absolutely brilliant for him. And I wonder how it stacks up to the rest of the pro drivers, because they'll obviously be trying to chase down the Motorsport UK Academy, 7th place at the moment. Motorsport UK Academy 50.6 and teammate 751.5. So there's a bit of a gap between them, but you know, traffic could be. Oh, we've seen Jimmy in clear air. Oh, that's 25 going over the pumps there, running out of road there. That's HWB Racing. He obviously felt like he should have been given a little bit more room there. However, that all goes through there. Now, we had drivers raising their arms. We have got yellow flags up through going in towards Simesweep and Pullmans. That's why we've got a marshal there on the track, I assume, to adjust that little bit of curb there on the inside of Simesweep. That's the 27, Senior Frogs. Road to Shore is on a mission now and moving himself up a couple of places is a bit of an inaccurate statement. And there's a calm down warning for 25 at HWB Racing. You don't normally see those, but that will have been at hairpin 1. That's why they've got that calm down message from race control. But there is Road to Shore. Let's have a look at some of the last lap times he's been doing. Last lap time in a bit of traffic, 53.582. Bit harsh to judge him on that sort of pace. But looking at it when he's in slightly clearer air, having a look at 51.2, 50.99, 51.7, 51.0, 51.0. It's solid pace from Road to Shore.
No, it's very, very good stuff indeed. And so they're trying to recover these positions now. In terms of overall in the race, they've got 2 laps up to the next kart, which will be a bit of a kick in the stomach for the guys. If they are listening over in the green room, don't be too disheartened. There's still a long, long way in this race to go. And the race, if they keep doing this, if they keep driving in the manner which they have been doing, you know, they've had a bit of bad luck. A great example of it just there. The number 2 Dab Motorsport coming through. Quicker driver. How he didn't try and fight it, just let them go through. And if they keep doing this, this race will come back to them. They got a little bit forced out wide there by the number 25. There's not a lot of grip on the outside. Through hairpin number 2. Yeah, will come back to him.
Yeah, we'll say
it's less than 2 minutes. If we think that the lap time around here is 51 seconds, that's less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, which is, as we've already alluded to, nothing when it comes to endurance racing, especially when we've got 19 and a half hours still on the clock.
I'm going to give a shout out to Team Rango as well, because if we can find the number 4, the pace from the number 4 is fantastic at the moment. They've had a really tough first few hours in this race, but they've just banged in a 50.092. That's their fastest lap of the race so far for the number 4, and it was their second personal best in quick succession, I want to say as well. Yeah, because they've done a 50.275 a couple of laps before. It is something that we talked about before the race, because these karts are so brand new that some of them are almost still turning on in terms of performance. There's more reason for all the teams, if they're a little bit like, oh, not quite happy with this kart at the moment, stick with it. There they are, the number 4, cutting through very nicely indeed now.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, this is endurance racing is, I mean, it is tough, not only on the drivers, but also a lot can happen in 24 hours. Anything can happen in 24 hours, and it normally does, to paraphrase a commentary great better than myself. But it is so true. You know, a lot can happen. You can't predict what's going to happen. Yes, there could be a couple of contacts. We saw the race leader at that point, Loughborough Legends and Neil, being taken out at hairpin 2. You know, sorry, hairpin 1 they got taken out. You know, it can happen to anybody. Anybody can fall afoul of an endurance race, but it's how you recover. And after all of that, you'll look back at it and you'll think, yes, do you know what? We got everything we could. We got all the performance we could. We're happy and proud of this position. And to be honest with you, getting to the checkered flag of a 24-hour race, I think you deserve just a bit of champagne just for that.
I want to say, I think it's Hans Janser in the kart for Team Rango at the moment. The team of Chris Barber, Jake Denny, Ben Conway, Damon Bettles and Hans Janser. Apologies if there's any other drivers in the team, but they haven't. The information hasn't come through to me here on my sheet. So, again, 8 laps down at the moment, which at first may be like, oof, that's not a good day so far, but there's still a lot of this day to go.
Yes, and again, thank you to everyone watching along. Hopefully you're enjoying it as well, as we have 19 and a half hours left of this race. We're coming towards a that little bit of a marshal just put back those past plastic blocks going through Simes Sweet. Now they've got to put them back again. That's not very nice, whoever's done that. I just saw that at the corner of my eye. Not very nice at all. But anyway, number 12 into the pit lane. South Coast Racing, stint complete. Fuel stop and driver change coming up. And you can see then they've got the Bluetooth on the side of their lids there. You can see that radio communication definitely on board for that team.
Yeah, and it really is a key thing to have around this circuit in particular. Things can change very quickly around here. You've got to be able to respond. And number 12 just sorting things out, getting the thumbs up. Away they go. So South Coast Racing will re-emerge. I think around in 18th place. Yeah, just behind Club 73 Mafia. And ahead of Team Rango, who we were just discussing. There's number 23, another one of the Club 73 entries. That's the Team Silent Karts, who we were talking a lot about, Kieran, kind of about an hour ago, and they've continued this really good run and this strong pace at the moment. They're in there in 11th place, 5 laps off the overall lead, and now sitting 3rd in Clubman.
Yeah, it's not going bad at all, and you know, they're really enjoying themselves of the Team Silent team, as we're just watching Send Hub, Harry Chapman at the wheel of that machine, 3rd place at the moment, and of course they come into this as defending champions. They have had a team change name. That might be why you don't recognise them. They used to go by Brentwood Banter. They had that name change. They're now Sed Hub Limited. So if you're wondering why they've got the number 1 on their kart, that might be the reason why. Either that or they were the first team to enter. Either way, they've got the number 1 kart. They'll want to retain that number 1 if they can. So we have Dab Motorsport as well just behind them. Just having a look, that is going to be 4th position as well, as Dab Motorsport try and go up the inside then, going in towards hairpin 1, battling away then, and that is going to be a change of position then. Dab Motorsport move themselves up into 3rd place, Send Hub down into 4th. Nice move going in towards hairpin 1 then. I wonder if these two will try and work together, or is it going to be a case of, well, Send Hub are going to be losing count. Dab Motorsport's going to try and break away. Well, we're about to find out in the next couple of laps.
You guys watching this race are a bunch of flipping legends. 2K likes for us here on Alpha Live.
Get in.
Thank you so much for your continued support, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the race. Hope you're enjoying the commentary at @MM across your social media networks. I've never seen that number before on a stream that I've been involved with, so thank you so much, everybody. The lead is now, I think that's saying correctly that it is no, it can't be that it's a lap. It must be that we're just waiting
it's the timing loop, I would say,
to come round.
I was going to say, if it was a lap, that's going to be a huge one. But I do believe that in the Dab Motorsport car, that is Trent Moroney who's made that move, and earlier on he was ducking down as well. He's the same driver, so I think ducking down then, Trent's made a good case that it works. I'm going to say that right now. Ducking down, reducing that drag. I mean, I've asked this to several drivers, especially when I used to work here as well. I asked several drivers, does that actually work? Does hopping up and down when you start the race, does that actually help as well? Mixed answers, I think. Some drivers believe it does. I think some drivers just want it to work. That's why they do it. Anything that can help them, even if it's just psychological, they'll take it.
I pressed the wrong button then. It is a lap. It genuinely is a lap. Okay. Yeah, because there's Neil Vincent behind the number 10. Now, I'm just going to look at pit stop times. The pit stop affected lap time was in 1 minute 35.2 for the Legends, including Neil. For Accelerate, give me 1 moment to see where their lap time. I'm really confused as to how they've managed to gain that much time, because we saw the spin from Ferroli. Well, he's initiated into the spin. I didn't think they'd lost that much time.
No,
I think after they came out, they were 45 seconds after the pit stop and spin behind, so they were close.
Just hearing him here that they were 45 seconds behind when they came out from the pit stop, and now they've popped down a lap, and I suppose they were. Actually, no, that is about right, because before this second pit stop cycle, the gap was 30 seconds. Add on what did we say? 6 seconds for the spin.
Yep.
We had those laps as well where we could see 1.2, 1.3 seconds being chunked out. No, that is genuine. That is through those last 5 or 6 laps of the previous stint for the Loughborough Legends, they've actually fallen off the lead lap.
Yeah, and that actually dates back as well. You can count that back because, I mean, looking at it, pit stops, well, they're almost in line with each other again, really.
Yeah.
You know, that's the great thing about endurance racing. It's just a case of, well, you know, again, the strategy won't be as clear to us until we get to about 90 minutes, 60 minutes before the end of the race. But, you know, in the early stages, Accelerate leading the way. Half an hour they pitted earlier than the Loughborough Legends. So that's got to be taken into account. So in theory, they should have 30 minutes less fuel in the kart. What that does to the weight of the kart, well, you know, any weight is marginal, and it can make a difference. Dab Motorsport as well, starting to try and close in. Again, Trent Morinay is really starting to close in.
Change for 6th place, Motorsport UK Academy have just got past Broken Rib Racing. And those two kart teams have been going back and forth for a long time now through this race. Doesn't affect Broken Rib's racing hold on the clubman category. The second tier based on levels of driver experience across their squads. That's another move for the Motorsport UK Academy. Has a bit of a difficult lap. I think that was through traffic actually for the Broken Rib Racing team, because they set a 53.186. Take No Prisoners have also gained a position. There is the number 7. Past. In fact, no, they've just swapped back again. So TR6 have just gone past Take No Prisoners. That's a reset on 23rd place. So some drivers having a little discussion amongst themselves. And this is the thing, you know, we saw it earlier with the Legends team and others as well. Getting through these bits of traffic, these periods where everyone just seems to conglomerate together. That's where you lose a lot of time sometimes in these endurance races. So you've got to reduce your losses if you want to do well.
Yeah, it's...
Oh my goodness, there's loads of frogs in the chat.
Yeah, a bit of a spin there from the 26 of Take No Prisoners. Again, I only looked up when the end of that spin was happening, so I'm not quite sure how he ended up there. I'm sure all of you in chat will be able to tell me how. And I look forward to watching and reading how it all unfolded.
So 19 hours and 23. I'm trying to remember, did we do a rundown at the...
I don't think we did.
I don't think we did. We've missed one.
Would you like to do a rundown?
Go on.
Go on then.
Whilst the chat's full of frogs. Frogs out for the rundown. 328 laps. That is the number completed by your race leaders at this stage. Accelerate Racing. They have, and it's the first time I've been able to say this, the lead lap all to themselves. Their lead gap is 1 lap and a bit, a couple of seconds ahead of the Loughborough Legends and Neil, with Neil Vincent now in the kart, trying to get themselves back onto that lead lap and close the gap there at the front of the order. Dab Motorsport, again, under the radar. They did this earlier a few hours ago. They've got up to 3rd place in the race to the number 2. They're 2 laps off the overall lead. They're 7.5 seconds ahead of Sendhub Limited, last year's winners. They're in 4th place. Fox Motorsport, who again I don't think we've given enough credit to. They are in 5th place, the number 5. Also 2 laps off the overall lead. So it's actually a really good battle at the moment for 3rd place, because you've got Dab 7.9 ahead of Sendhub, who are 6.3 seconds ahead of Fox Motorsport. Motorsport UK Asylum are next up in 6th. The number 7 kart is their kart. They are 3 laps off the overall lead. So we said they've just taken that position away from Broken Rib Racing, the number 18 in 7th place. They are your leaders in the clubman category. And the bit that they're interested in is the gap to the next clubman kart, which they can find in 8th place, the number 24, the Ditch Finders. And the gap is at least more than the lap. So in comparison to the leader, Broken Rib Racing are 3 laps off the overall lead. Ditch Finders are 5 laps, and somewhere in the middle it'll be like 1.5 laps in reality between those 2 karts. Next we also find the kart number 8 out there, Team 87. Jimmy Broadbent out there on circuit for them as we speak, setting some really good lap times. They are 5 laps off the overall lead, and they are closing in on the Ditch Finders as well. The gap is now under 40 seconds between the number 24 and the 8. So good progress there from Broadbent. Wrapping out the top 10 at the moment, the Club 73 Young Guns. This is another gap that's generally going out as well. 8.4 seconds is the gap between Team 87 and the Club 73 Young Guns. That is your top 10, 8 pros and 2 clubmans in it. 11th place is the number 23, Club 73 Team Silence. That's a key position because that is currently 3rd in the clubman category. They are 6 laps off the overall lead, and they are 27 seconds ahead of karts number 15, Team ARD. RX Mechanics are next up in 13th place. The number 9 are 7 laps down, 22 seconds ahead of the number 6. These are 2 pro entries, so battling for class position here. As I say, 22 seconds back to number 6 of BAR Humbug. Formula None have had a good last hour. They've crept themselves back up the order a few positions. They're back in the top 15. They're 1.1 seconds behind BAR Humbug at the moment there. So the number 20 Formula None doing very nicely. Then we find the 2 Club 73 karts of the Mafia and the Pirates. 2.6 seconds between the 2 of them. With the leader of the race in the middle, so that's 16th and 17th places for the number 21 and the number 22. South Coast Racing have had a tough hour or so. They've slipped a bit. They're now in 18th place, the number 12, 8 laps off the overall lead. And they're about to be overhauled, I think, by the number 4, Team Rango. The kart that just seems to have come alive in the last hour or so, is setting some really, really strong lap times. A 50.282 has just gone in for them. They're 19th. But I think they've got their eyes upwards the table, upwards the standings, or up the standings to get that into the top 15 in the next hour or so. 20th place, wrapping out the top 20 at the moment, is the number 25 of HWB Racing, 8 laps off the overall lead. 21st, you then find TVP Racing, who I feel like they've gained some positions in the last few, or the last hour or so. So number 13 progressing now, 9 laps down. And 22nd, we find what I think so far has been one of the stories of this race. The Senior Frogs, the team of Rotashaw, who's in the kart at the moment. WillNE, Chris MD, Cal Freezy, and Bazinga, and Chip. Sorry, I nearly forgot Chip there, my goodness me. They are really doing well, even though they've had this problem where they had to come in the pits for about 4 minutes. Because the pace is strong, they are closing in. They have now got that 2-lap gap that we were talking about earlier down to 1 lap. This is a superb stint from Harry. They're there in 22nd. They're pulling away from TR6 behind in 23rd. That's the number 16. 24th, you find the number 26 of Take No Prisoners. They've had a black flag in the last half hour or so for contact with the Loughborough Legends at hairpin number 1. Milne GP are next in 25th place, the number 19 of 13 laps off the overall lead, and they're still having this brilliant battle with Mini Boost on the same lap. 5.2 seconds between Milne GP in the 19 and Mini Boost in the 17. Last but not least, I am very pleased to say this, Refined Metals Racing, they are still in 27th, they are still at the bottom of the table, but they are on the same lap as the competition ahead of them. The gap up to Mini Boost is 25 seconds. That is your order, with 19 hours, 17 minutes, and 22 seconds of the 2022 Buckmore Park 24-hour to go.
Just had a
Kieran.
question. Yes, just had a question in that chat there, asking about what happens when it goes dark. We switch the floodlights on. Well, it gets dark, but then we switch the floodlights on.
Yes.
And it just becomes racing under the floodlights, which can be a case of, there is yellow flags in the S's there. They're just repairing those plastic blocks again, which is almost complete, which has now been completed as the flags are clear. But yes, once it gets dark, all that will happen is the floodlights go on. We carry on racing. It's great time. Yellow flag now in, that's going to be Symes Sweep. That will soon turn to a yellow flag, a yellow light. Marshall just repairing a bit of bit of plastic blocks there to get them out. Keep your comments coming in though. Lots and lots and lots of support there for the senior frogs. Great to see, and hopefully we can give them, or they can have a great ending to the race. There's still 19 hours to go in this race. Plenty of time for the senior frogs to make their way back up the order and accelerate racing in the number 10 kart, leading by a lap at the moment ahead of the Loughborough Legends and Neil. And Dab Motorsport at the hands of Trent. He's absolutely flying out there. Trent Moroney, who took over that kart about an hour ago now. If it's not close to an hour, it's over an hour now. And he's been absolutely lighting up the timing screens as now. Very close to 49 seconds, very consistently as well. With the track cooling down, the sun going down, it has now dropped to sort of high 50s, low 51s, which is still a very respectable lap time for these conditions. But as we approach, really, I think I looked up sunset here was 8 minutes past 8. So we've got less than an hour, theoretically, of daylight. And the track lights will come on shortly after. So we're probably looking at half 8, that the floodlights will start to appear on the circuit. And this was an important one in the briefing as well. The drivers have been warned that if they've got dark visors on there, tinted visors of any kind, they have to remove them once the floodlights go on. Now there's going to be sort of a 5 to 10 minute grace period on that to allow the drivers to react so that they can get themselves the right visors. But at the end of the day, if and when when the floodlights come on, they have to get rid of their dark and tinted visors. Clear visors only when the floodlights are on. And then when we get towards the morning tomorrow, once the floodlights go off, tinted visors, dark visors are once again allowed. So that's the ruling on that one. Having a look out there, just evenly spread out at the moment. Just having a look at some of the gaps between a couple of drivers. Fox Motorsport in the number 5 machine are starting to close in on Send Hub. Now they're closing at about 4/10 of a lap at the moment per lap. Gap is under 4 seconds out there. Andrew, I was just talking about Fox Motorsport. Now they really have flown under the radar because they're starting to catch Send Hub.
Yeah, no, we were saying in the rundown, I don't think we've given them anywhere near enough attention.
No, there they are.
Let's do that now.
Well, they went just through Garda there.
But from a perspective of having been in some of these races in the past, quietly, you don't mind this kind of run so far.
No.
And under the radar, not too spectacular. You know, there will be a sense, I think, out in that paddock. Accelerate will very much have their eyes on Loughborough Legends. They'll have their eye on Dab. They'll have their eye on Send Up. But there's a little possibility that because Fox Motorsport haven't featured yet at the front of the order, you may just take their eye off them. And it could be one of those that all of a sudden in the middle of the night could be like, oh, heck, we hadn't quite anticipated these guys coming through, but here they are.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
I could be talking complete rubbish.
Well, I think the fact that they managed to get nearly 5 hours in without us really mentioning them. I think if that was part of their strategy, we have very well. Yeah, until we've absolutely undone it, because we've now mentioned them. Oh, I don't know.
Michaela asks, do I watch a certain program that I'm not going to mention, or stay watching this? You stay watching this.
Stay watching this. I also saw another, I think it was a comment there, didn't quite catch the name, asking about the tyres, if they have different types of compounds or anything like that. No, every kart has the same compound of tyre to keep it fair, and also they're only allowed slick tyres, so no wet weather tyres.
Pit stop this, and also I'm trying to think, did Ditch Finders have any black flags? Why are they in 57 minutes after we last had them in the box? I don't think that's scheduled.
Well, thumbs up for their current driver, but they're back out on circuit at least.
Yes. And it wasn't a particularly quick stop either. 1 minute 50 on the pit affected lap time.
So that could be a case of the drivers come in and said that they can't carry on anymore, but little warning has been given to the team, so they've had to pretty much dispatch a driver quickly.
And there was the sense of a driver very, very rushedly getting, you know, belts checked and all the rest of it, and helmet buckles and all the rest.
Checked, yeah.
All the helmets. I mean the helmet. Yeah.
Oh right, the strap.
The helmet buckle.
I was going to say they've put in belts, have they? That's new.
But yeah, I don't think that was a scheduled pit stop. That was
way too long to be a scheduled one.
And it's dropped him a few positions, and it's promoted Team 87, another spot for Broadbent, up into 8th place now, and Club 73 Young Guns are also, in fact, that's very good for just in general Club 73, because Young Guns are now up to 9th, Team Silence into the top 10, and I don't think I've said that yet so far today.
No, I mean, it puts Ditchfinders, they're still 3rd in class, mind, at this moment in time, so they won't have lost too much in that regard, but they will have lost, you know, nearly 2 minutes in the pit stop, so that is a couple of laps lost for them. We'll see how they get on with their new driver, and as you said, Andrew, definitely not a scheduled stop there. It did seem like a rushed, I don't know what the word is, a rushed aura, I guess you could say, of a driver trying to jump in and take the reins pretty quickly. Looking at the lap times, though, I mean, across the board, I mean, they're very, very close together.
Yeah.
We're talking Accelerate, 49.938 on that last lap. Just picking out Take No Prisoners, 52.7. So it's 3 seconds covering the entire field, lap after lap. That's pretty good. Pretty good in terms of pace.
It absolutely is indeed. A couple of people asking about what happened to Senior Frogs. They were down in 22nd. Yeah, they had a kart issue. They had an unscheduled pit stop for about 3.5–4 minutes. But they haven't changed karts. Contrary to my statement earlier, they have not changed karts. They've just had it repaired. And it's serving them well at the moment. That is another absolutely stonking lap time. 50.684 for Rota Short. Who else is going pretty quickly out there? Team ARD are doing great lap times as well. 50.425 last time around for them. In 4th place in Clubman at the moment. There's a track limit warning for BAR Humbug. Yeah, something definitely went wrong on that last lap, because they did a 53.8. HWB Racing as well are putting in some nice lap times, Kieran. I've just seen that they've done a 50.699. They're 8.4 seconds behind the Club 73 Pirates. This is the battle over 18th position, so let's keep an eye out for the number 25, because it seems to be on a bit of a mission.
Yes, and we should probably keep our eyes out for the number 11 Club 73 Young Guns and the number 8 Team 87. They're sharing the same bit of track somewhere out there, and they're really separated by not much at all. So we'll have to wait and see where they are out on track, as we see race leaders Accelerate Racing making their way through. And there's the number 8 of Jimmy Broadbent making his way through there.
Yeah, I think the number 11's already gone through and past. Was that a little bit of an issue, or Jimmy just feeling the cart out there as he came off of Paddock Bend? You can see he's getting a nice line through Conways.
Yeah, there's 51.6 from Jimmy that time around, compared to a 50.6 from the Young Guns Club 73.
So the drivers are allowed to straddle that patch of red. Oh, that's perfect from the number 13. I tend to find that there's... Well, now this is a very interesting one, because there's an argument that you don't want to do this in a race like this. There's a little bit of a dip in the curb that sometimes I've used as my turning point, because you get a bit of a skip on the floor of the carts, that just kind of like under your knees. It's like bonk, turn in, there we go, and it gives you quite a nice line. But that's putting stress and load through the cart potentially. So do you want to be doing that in a 24-hour race?
It's a good point. You know, stressing out these carts. You know, you can ride these curbs, you can keep going on them, but how much vibration are you putting through the cart? How much punishment are you putting the cart through? You know, will it make it? You know, in theory, it should, but there still needs to be an element of care about it. You've got to make sure the cart will make it to the line, and you know, we've seen in motorsport how mechanicals can decide races, and even the race wins. Track limit warning going out to the Loughborough legends and Neil.
Yeah, they need to be keeping those under control. 2 warnings, and then if you do it again, it's a penalty. Thank you for your continued support. We've got 2 streams going, one that's far more interesting than the other. So if you're watching on the Alpha Live stream, keep watching the Alpha Live stream. But if you have got a second monitor, or actually no, if you've got your second thing, your second laptop, tablet, whatever, doing your live timing, you can, if you want, change that over to the DDMM Motorsport Media channel, because we've got the live timing on here as well.
We have.
And our faces.
And
if
us.
you particularly want to look at that, but there we go.
Look, if you weren't sold by my mustard yellow jumper, you're not going to be sold at all, really. Track limit warning going to the number 7 Motorsport UK Academy. As looking at some of the lap times in and around. Well, Fox Motorsport. Keep an eye on them. They're at the top of the circuit. 1/10 of a second separate them across the line. They're going to making their way towards the hairpins very shortly, if not they have already. In fact, yes, there they go past my commentary box window. They're heading down towards the bottom end of the track. And yes, looks like number 1 still ahead of number 5. So Send Hub versus Fox Motorsport. That's going to be for position. That's going to be for 4th place. And just looking out of my commentary box window, they're making their way out of Garda. Up the hill they go. And towards Cafe Curve. They'll be in the camera shot very, very shortly, hopefully, as they make their way towards the start-finish line. Might see them now battling their way through.
There's interesting things happening through my telecommunications device for the Senior Frogs. Such is the fantastic performance that their drivers are putting in the I'm genuinely, I'm taking a cut in this if this comes to pass. I'm taking a commission cut for being, the fixer in all of this. I mean, people saying that, they should get into some owner and step-up karting sessions because these boys can pedal. So there we go. If you're listening, you want more video content.
That's the way you sell it, isn't it? Give them that content. By the way,
Rotax.
Fox Motorsport did get that move done on Send Hub, going through in towards the top 2 bends and in towards the first hairpin. So Fox Motorsport, there it is on your screens, now up into 4th place. So Send Hub at the moment down to 5th place, and 3rd through 5th still on the same lap at the moment. Team ARD, they just crossed the line there. They're now ahead of Ditch Finders. Ditch Finders there having to come in just a moment ago, really, to make an unscheduled change. Broken Rib Racing moving up a position as well.
Yeah, it's not really gone the way that the Ditch Finders would have wanted there. They've lost, holy moly, a load of people have just tuned into the TTS. That's a big number for this channel. Thank you very much for joining, guys. Hello. Yeah, that's not how they would have wanted to go. I mean, again, it's still, I know I keep saying it, very, very long way to go.
Rowan Aspen, yes, the mustard jumper does look great. Thank you very much. It does. It does.
It lightens up the room.
Do you know what? It does. You say that as a joke, but it does.
I don't say it as a joke at all.
It sounded like you did. Well, then
that's
again,
just my condescending northern self.
Well, then again, you're in a black shirt. I'm in a yellow. Does that make me pro when you're a clubman?
Yeah, that's fair. I am the definition of clubman. There's been a change for 18th place. HWB Racing. We said to keep an eye on them, the number 25. They are rollicking through. They've just taken Club 73 Pirates, and they're still in the 50-point somethings. There's a bit of activity going down in the pit lane. It all looks a little bit fraught. There's a track limit warning as well for the number 17 of Mini Boost. It's the number 11 that's been in the pit. It's the Club 73 Young Gun. Sorry, you were pointing that out and I wasn't paying attention to you, Kieran. That's why I'm clubman.
Right, okay. Bit harsh on yourself there.
So that puts Team 87 back into 8th place. Team Silent now to 9th place. They are chipping away very nicely. As I say, it's getting the black flag. Get a black flag and you go quicker.
Apparently so. I'm not going to say 100% that's a good strategy, but it seems to. It's a risky one. It is a risky one, but hey ho, if it works, it works.
So what are the? I think we've got Dab Motorsport in as well. The number 2. Ooh, now is that the second track limit warning for the Legends and Neil?
It is. So they've got to be careful now.
Yeah.
They really do have to be careful. as Dab Motorsport are into the pits as well from 3rd place.
1 hour 55 minute stint, that one. So that's pretty solid from the Dab Motorsport team. Live timing link's just gone into the chat as well, so if you want to have a look at that, live.alphatime.co.uk/Buckmore, or alternatively, as we say, it's on the DDM stream of Commons Box Cam. There's a Jimmy Broadbent in 8th place. Still Collins. It's a good stint, this. I'm liking this from Jimmy. Pacing through. They're 6 laps off the overall lead, but they're continuing to just eke out that gap to those behind in their class, and holding ground to those ahead, which we'll take right now. That's all right.
Yeah.
As we pass through, that's almost 5 hours of this race completed. Be into the 6th hour of the race, and once we've completed that, we'll be a quarter of the way through.
I was going to say, actually, with Loughborough Legends, they got 2 track limit warnings in very quick succession. Not great, because they've now got to try and make it to 16 hours left before the slate gets wiped clean. That's 3 hours from now. That's a long time to go without a single track limit warning. That's a very long time.
Yeah, especially as it's so easy to do round here, especially off the likes of Hairpin 2. Good pace at the moment from Broken Rib Racing in the club class. Just to be clear, we have renamed the rookies class the club class, because there's not really that many rookies. Naughty Jimmer. Contact warning for Mr. Broadbent.
Yeah. No, I will say, excuse me, Broken Rib Racing really doing a top job at the moment. 50.4 was their last lap. They did match Motorsport UK Academy on the last lap, who are in the pro class. Now, we have to try and take this with a slight pinch of salt, because in a sense they're self-entered. So, and a track limit warning now for Jimmy Broadbent. You're going to love that, Andrew. Track limit warning now for Jimmy.
Yeah,
so there we go.
Naughty boy.
Anyway, so we've got Broken Rib Racing up there leading their class. Now, if the race director feels that they should not be in the correct class, then it will be changed accordingly. But having a look at it, they're 4 laps down on our overall race leaders in Accelerate Racing. Compare that to the next Clubman class, kart, that's another 2 laps. So I don't think Broken Rib Racing are get a class change here. I think they're going to keep the Clubman lead.
Yeah. It's been a very... They had the 1 black flag, was it just into the 2nd hour? But apart from that, they have been pretty faultless. And we said earlier that for those running in the Clubman class with, on average, a little bit less experience than the pros, it is going to be about minimising the mistakes and keeping the kart running and circulating around this Buckmore Park circuit. We are now into the 6th hour of the race. Up the inside of Road to Shore, there goes the number 7 of Motorsport UK Academy. That's not for position. That's another car that's really putting in some good lap times at the moment. 50.491 for them. Let's have a little look further down. Who else is in the 50s at the moment? I like it when drivers are in the 50s. Club 73 Mafia, the number 21, are in the 50s at the moment. 50.799. They're in 14th place at the moment. They've got a 35-second gap to the RX Mechanics ahead of them. In terms of their next Clubman rival, there's another 27 seconds. Call it a minute between Club 73 Mafia, the number 21, and the Ditch Finders, number 24. And then if we're looking backwards down the road, it's 24 seconds to the next club. The number 12 South Coast Racing, and again there's a pro kart in the middle. This is the number 6 of BAR Humbug.
I'm intrigued to see who's in the number 5 Fox Motorsport kart, because they've just gone 4/10 quicker than the Loughborough Legends. Now there's something you don't see every day, a curb warning for Dab Motorsports.
Someone's been airborne.
Someone has been slightly airborne. So I think that's our...
has been airborne.
Yeah,
that was the quotation from our race director to say, you can use the curbs at your peril, because of course they're a little bit bumpy, but if we see you airborne, that will be a curb warning. So yeah, that's...
I'm trying to think where that would have been. So I'm thinking that's going to be the inside of Simon's Sweep, where the
Yeah,
where the plastic blocks are. That's probably where he's picked it up.
You're absolutely right on that one. The boss is in contact, by the way. Good news, everybody.
Good news.
The technology should allow a fluid transition to part 2 of this stream. So just to be clear, at 9 o'clock there will be a stream link change, but you won't have to do anything, because once this stream on this link that you're watching at the moment, once this ends, it should redirect you straight onto part number 2.
Very nice.
It's easier than when BBC turned the tennis from BBC 1 to BBC 2. You won't have to do a thing, and to stay with the action. As a bit of a wild moment there for the number 2 DAB Motorsports. They've just been, I think that's them just going to 3 laps down, as well as Rota Shaw going for an overtake up the inside of the number 24. Can he get it done round the outside? They're going to be side by side as they go up through Cafe Curve. We've got some racing on here. This isn't for position. The number 24 is the Ditch Finders in 4th place in Clubman. Did the move get done? We need to know. Yes, it did. Yes,
wow.
It did. And that shows the pace in that number 27 kart at the moment. We've been talking about the Ditch Finders a lot as one of the lead karts in the Clubman class. And they've just gone by them. And they're pulling away from them now.
Yeah, it's massive, this, isn't it? As Rota Shaw is putting his skates on. I mean, looking at his last lap time, 50.7. Now compare that to the 3 karts in front of him in the same class. TVP Racing 52.0, Formula None 51.7, Club 73 Pirates 52.2. He's flying out there, Rota Shaw.
I like this question from Chanel Entwistle. Does each person get a set amount of time on the lap before they have to change person? Not really. It's very much down to the teams as to how much time each of the drivers do. But from a strategy perspective, those really pushing for a top result today will be trying to align it to a fuel which is around about 2 hours. And I want to say that's going to be about 150 laps before they change, as it's less than a minute a lap.
That's your guess, not mine.
Good question. Keep them coming in. The GoPro is still facing the sky, but we have been reassured it's not on anyway, so it's not any wasted footage.
That's what we've been told.
That's what we've been told.
Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of footage of a nice sky.
And very successful YouTubers who, as I say, buy a Phillips screwdriver.
I don't know. There exists.
You can afford it.
Well, I don't know. Maybe Sky content might be pretty good. There's a video that exists that's a 10-hour video of paint drying, and that's got loads and loads of views. Anything, bit of Sky never hurt anybody.
Gap at the front of the field. This is a really tricky bit of the racer field for the Loughborough Legends and Neil, because they just don't seem to be, either through choice and doing this fuel saving, which you kind of hope it is, because if it's not, they are not living with the pace of the leaders at the moment. And Accelerate Racing last time around were a second a lap quicker than Neil Vincent. Into the pits has come the RX Mechanics, and they've also pitted after a very slow lap. So what has happened there? The number 9, they're in the pits. It's looking fairly scheduled and straightforward, because they've not crossed the timing beam. They'll cross the timing beam now, or thereabout now, once there's a bit of a delay on our timing screen here in the box. Yeah, what happened with the RX Mechanics on their in-lap? They did or the lap before their in-lap, I should say, because it was a 61-second lap. That's not the end of the world, but probably not what they would have been hoping for. Here's Neil Vincent, number 3, second place. Loughborough Legends and Neil.
There is Neil.
There he is.
Question in the chat then from Finley. Do all drivers have radio, or are they all communicating by pit boards?
A mix. There's a mix out there. So I would hazard a guess half the field are on radios, and those will be the teams that have done this before. And I remember when we started doing it in Club 100, we ran the first few races without radios, and we just kept kept messing up the pit stops. It wasn't going for us. It's like, what are we doing wrong? And then you look around your competition and you go, yeah, there's enough people doing this to warrant it to be a thing.
Yeah.
We got some Bluetooth radios, popped them onto our helmets because we're allowed to do that in the series, and it transformed the way that we operated as a team, because you can make those split-second decisions. Now, saying that, the ones that don't have radios, that's not necessarily meaning they are at a huge disadvantage and they can never win. They just have to be a lot better on their preparation and make sure that they're coming in at quiet times in the pit lane. They're not trying to chuck their driver in when there's 5 karts in the pit lane. That's the advantage with a radio system, that you can go, no, don't come in now. Yeah. Every man and his dog has come in for fuel. It's like last September again. But no, if they've not got radios, they will be having pit boards, and Buckmore Park have provided number boards as well for all of the teams that don't have that equipment to their disposal. Here's the leader.
And there's that sort of Bluetooth speaker you were talking about on the side of the lid. So you can tell then Accelerator are definitely using radio comms.
And it's generally very simple. A couple of in-ear headphones, stick them in your ears, chat to your team.
Job done.
And
very
then
good. Tell you what,
talk about F1 memes as you go around.
That's what it's there for, isn't it?
That is definitely what it's there for.
I'll tell you what, Accelerate 50.062 from them on the last lap, compared to Loughborough Legends 50.7. Now, I'm not sure if Neil Vincent had a bit of traffic on that last lap, but even so, that is a phenomenal pace from Accelerate.
Francesca Silva asks a good question. Do we know why Neil is not a Loughborough legend? Yes, we do, because the majority of the team are all ex-Loughborough University, British University Karting Championship drivers. The BUKC, a championship that visits Buckmore Park regularly. And Neil's sister is one of those Loughborough legends, so there is a very good link there. But Neil did not go to Loughborough University. Neil went to Coventry University. I think lived with Ollie and Piers for a while. I might have got that wrong. I might have made that up. But no, he's very good mates with... He's like an adopted Loughborough driver, but they are still very clear on the boundary of, like, thou shalt not cross.
Yes.
You Coventry person. But that is why he is not technically a Loughborough legend.
I'm absolutely certain you're paraphrasing there. Absolutely certain. As I don't think those were the exact words.
There we go. Have I come out with something silly?
Oh no, not at all. Not at all.
I'll watch that back later.
Sure.
Yeah, 18 hours. He's got to that stage of the stream, folks. 18 hours and 48 minutes to go. Oh no, what have I said? Someone tell me in chat what
No,
I said.
no one tell him. No one tell him. No one tell him.
This
didn't say anything bad, it's just...
This is why I'm clubbing. Jimmy Broadbent flashing through the shot there. Not in that way. Team 87 in 8th place. What is the gap to the Motorsport UK Academy? It's 2 laps. 2 laps at the moment. 51.064 last time around for Broadbent. 50.393 for the Motorsport UK Academy. A couple of changes. What's happened to BAR Humbug last time around? We've just lost 2 positions to South Coast Racing in Clubman and Team Rango. But there we go. Salad asks in comments how fast do these cars go. We worked out earlier that on average around the circuit it's about 70 kilometres an hour. The circuits say that they can top out around 60 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Times by 1.6 to do the conversion.
Yeah, I mean, it's 60 mile an hour as Centhub sends it up the inside of the Club 73 Young Guns there. They've also got Accelerate right behind them. Yeah, I'd say top speed of these karts is possibly even close to 70, but with Buckmore Park, there's just not a long enough straight to extract that near 70 mile an hour performance out of the kart. What it doesn't lack, what it lacks in a straight line to get you up to that top speed, it makes up for with very much high-speed corners. You know, you're talking Sime Sweep through Pullmans. I mean, you're lucky there. If you're going through there flat out, I mean, I commend you. There are drivers that can do it.
Yeah.
I can't. And I'll willingly hold my hands up and say I can't.
It's about getting your line absolutely correct, and a bit of bravery as well.
As as there goes Accelerate then to put another lap on Send Hub, but that's the 11, Club 73 Young Guns, again trying to go up the inside at Garda on Accelerate Racing. Last time we had someone try and go up the inside of a race leader at a hairpin, didn't quite end so well, but it did end well this time around. And now you'll see there Send Hub, that's the 11 of Club 73 Young Guns. I didn't quite catch the cart behind that. Is that the number 14 there that looks like of Refined Metals Racing? They'll all be trying to follow the same lines now, trying to help each other, try and see if they can extract a little bit of performance out of each other. At the moment, though, Accelerate Racing leading by a lap ahead of Loughborough Legends and Neil. Another lap separates them from Fox Motorsport. But I have to
that's
say,
brave. Sorry, I just saw the number 11 sticking a nose down the inside on the left-hander through Pullman's. Thankfully, that didn't end in disaster, because I have seen that end in disaster from time to time. Probably won't be doing that again.
Well, I don't know. These drivers are a different breed, Andrew. They might try it again. You just never know. You just never know.
I've got good news, if we've not mentioned it already, for the number 14. Just see them there in the back of shot. Refined Metals Racing are off the bottom of the table.
Well, hey.
They are off the bottom of 27th. They've
now
got up to 25th.
Now they are slightly out of sync with their pit stop start.
They are indeed. They are 1 hour and 13 minutes into their current stint, as with more side-by-sideness through Paul. Oh dear.
That's Send Hub and Club 73 Young Guns there. Send Hub run wide on the exit of Paddock Bend in towards Garda. And that's not for position. There's a couple of laps, in fact about 5 laps between the two cars. But as we keep saying, Andrew, you could tell them, you know, you're a lap behind, you're 5 laps down, you're 10 laps down. They're going to battle you anyway. Track limit warning there for going out to Broken Rib Racing. I think that's their second of this 4-hour stint. If you aren't aware, you get 2 warnings before you get a black flag for whatever reason. So you can have 2 contacts, then a black flag, and so on and so forth. But that slate gets wiped clean every 4 hours. So we're looking at 16 hours to go will be the next time those warnings will be wiped clean. So, you know, expecting drivers to go through and teams to go through an entire 24 hours with only 3 times they can commit a crime is very, very unreasonable. So the slate gets wiped clean every 4 hours. Once you do that, you start afresh as if nothing happened.
Nikhil asks a very good question about ownership of the karts. All of the karts, all equal karts, all owned by Buckmore Park Kart Circuit, and is one of the bits that I always, when I talk to people about arrive and drive karting, and people go, particularly up my way, because you know we don't like spending money in Yorkshire. They go, that's a bit expensive, isn't it? If they're just pottering around. It's like, well, if you do it to a competitive level, and a very high competitive level, here today, or in something like Club 100 or Club 73, you are paying for a high caliber of racing experience, but when you done break it, it's not your problem.
That's true.
It's not your problem, and when you come back to do it again in a month's time, cart's all repaired, and you go again, and it takes a lot of the pressure out of maintaining the karts, and it keeps the level, the playing field level, relatively as well versus owner racing, where it's sadly just a reality of the way that the owner side of karting works. Money talks.
Yes.
And it does get very, very, very expensive. But yes, in answer to your question there, Nikhil, the circuit own the karts, and you can come and drive and race them as well. So if you head across to www.buckmore.co.uk, so you see it on the banner there, on the grandstand. You can get yourself and your mates booked in to come and have a go in these karts, and maybe then go on and be in this race next year.
Great question from Joshua Hubie, though. Any drivers in particular that have surprised you today?
I know it's going to be slightly cringe to say so, but I've got to give it to Senor Frogs. When I saw their entry list, I was like, this could be interesting. These guys haven't raced before.
Yeah.
Do they know what they're letting themselves in for? Boys can pedal.
They can.
Straight up, they can pedal, and they've come and had a lot of fun with it. And they've thrown themselves into the challenges. They'd always do with all of their challenges that they put themselves into, and I've been really impressed with their attitude today. So they've been fantastic.
Yeah.
I think the Club 73 efforts as well, seeing how down, that's a big cone, and it's a Club 73 kart as well. Oh wow, that was almost an instant commentator curse. But no, Club 73 and their support of this today, and apart from going and whacking cones, I think the fact that they've got 2 karts in the top 10, they've got another one in the top 15, they've really impressed me as well so far. I say it's a lot of. I don't mean this in a harsh way to the pro teams. I expect the pro teams at this stage of the race to be packing out most of the top 10. I don't expect to see clubman teams there. So yeah, I'm loving how the clubman teams are doing, and I'm also looking just generally the field spread.
Yeah,
is still not that big at this stage of the race. I've seen 24-hour races where we've got to 6 hours in, and there's already karts 50 laps behind the leaders.
Yeah.
It's almost like they've already gone home.
I think that's what surprised me most of all. I think how competitive the entire field has been. It does seem like a cop-out answer, which I'm totally willing to accept. But how close this field has been throughout has been great. 17 laps cover the entire field after, what's that, nearly 5.5 hours worth of racing?
Yeah.
That's phenomenal.
But yes, so it's still Accelerate leading by a clear lap now. They're 1 hour and 27 into that. Yeah, let's have a look. Who's next in? I think it might actually be the Frogs. It might be Senor Frogs, because they're 1 hour and 38 minutes into a stint. And I'm trying to think now, did they... they must have. They must have... No, I'm going to question myself straight away. I just question, when they came in for the repairs, did they refuel? Because it wasn't that long into Harry's stint that the issue occurred.
Yeah, I would have thought no, because if they brought the same car back,
it won't have gone through the fuel bay.
It won't have gone through the fuel bay.
So it's going to be even sooner then. So
yes.
if you pop another 10, 12 minutes of what Road to Shore was doing before the unfortunate stoppage, I think you're going to see Senor Frogs in very, very soon. And just for the record, they are now 18.5 seconds behind their next up the road opposition. And we remember earlier in the hour, or say 2 hours ago, not quite 2 hours ago, when they came back out of the pit lane, we were saying that gap was 2 laps.
Yeah.
They really have taken this comeback drive by the scruff of the neck.
Oh, there's a black flag for TVP Racing.
And it won't be 18 seconds anymore, because that is the kart that is ahead of Senor Frogs. Sorry, TV. See, it started now. It started.
You cursed one team.
Everyone's in danger.
You cursed one team, and now you can't stop. This is a
Vincent
real
going
worry.
Past Jimmy Broadbent, I am open to bribery if you don't want to be hit by my commentary curse.
I like that.
Firstly, subscribe to Double Dash Motorsport Media. We need all the help that we can get. Biscuits, sustenance.
Yeah, all good stuff.
Anything that will get us through. Cake's good. Cake's good.
I don't know if you saw there.
The UKC teams know that. I'll not talk about you for ages if you give me chocolate cake.
Oh, Club 73 Pirates getting themselves a black flag. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're acting like it's your decision to black flag them, though. Oh, I see. I see. You do have the button there.
I've got a set. Oh, yeah. We were meant to talk
button.
about that.
Sure, you didn't see anything.
Talk about that.
I was going to say, actually, I mean, you see here, watch this number 3. Look at that rear wheel. Just slightly in the air. Might get a better angle here in towards hairpin 2. Look at that. He's chucking the car through there, is Neil Vincent.
Pure Neil
Absolutely chucking it in. It's covered by yellow flags at the moment, going through, I believe, through the S's. I think the yellow flags have just cleared now. And come on, Neil. They just put that back in place. Oh, Neil. That's what Loughborough legends and Neil, they want nothing to do with him. It makes sense now. Makes sense.
Draw that line.
Draw that line.
Keep him on the Coventry
They
Ring Road.
they just put that back in place. Why have you done that? That's not fair.
There's the number 20, Formula None. And not in 20th place anymore. They're up to 19th. So they're doing very nicely. 35 minutes into a stint. Just gone by the number 8 of Team 87. 51.675 last time. That was with a yellow flag.
Reese Nolan in the chat saying, "What's this hands up business?" Well, this is the yellow flag. If they've CF yellow flag, which you see there just on that marshal post there to cover the marshal, the drivers will raise their hand so that they basically signal to not only the marshal but to race control that they have acknowledged that yellow flag is there, and therefore they will be slowing down. It also provides a reminder, because it's so easy to make you've got your eyes focused, you can get tunnel vision. It's then easy because if the driver in front of you raises a hand, it gives you a signal that something's not quite right up ahead.
Jimmer on the attack, but also being attacked by the number 5, it looks like, of Fox Motorsport. So in terms of track position, Broadbent goes forward 1, back 1, and pretty much ends up back where he started. Number 23 of... Oh, now this is going to be a key battle. This is for position. This is Club 73 Team Silent, who've been talking about for the last few hours, have been brilliant and have had some really good pace, and they're closing in now on Team 87. They're at the back of this train of 4. Down the inside goes the number 20 there, who wants to get through. This isn't for position. Broadbent is not happy about it. He wants to work together, or at least not be attacked by the number 20.
He was not happy with that, was he, Jimmer?
No.
Not happy at all.
Jimmy will be feeling that at this stage in clean running he is quicker or not that much quicker, that the driver behind will pull away. And this is one of the difficulties with this style of endurance racing, where yes, you could be a bit bolshy and go for that move and get through, but you just, unless you pull away or like then sit 5-6 tenths ahead of the kart in front, the driver that you've gone by is just going to get annoyed and then try and get you back, because in their view you're in their way, you're affecting their braking zones, they're affecting their turning points. That's why sometimes, for me, in my opinion, for both of these drivers, it'd be better if they just worked with each other at the moment and kept trucking on, because what they have done is that they've allowed the number 23 to get involved here, Club 73 Team Silent, and they'll just be waiting for the opportunity now to nip through and try and gain a position overall. A couple of minutes away from our next run down the order. And
there's a black flag gone out to BAR Humbug. We saw
pit stop, for Senior Frogs. We said they were going to come in, and they have come in. And I think they've had a driver change as well. There's a bit of defensive driving there from the number 20. And here comes the leader now. This is really going to get tasty now, because the leader's going to take no worries about getting through this pack. Has got past the number 23. We'll try and get past the number 20 here into turn 1. Up the inside, stick it there, hit the inside curb. Brilliant stuff, but the number 20 is going to fight back. I don't want to criticise drivers too much, because I don't know, what their level of experience is. But this is what I would say to anyone watching endurance racing for the first time and thinking, how do I go about this? This is probably not the way that I would tackle endurance race, because the number 20 is actually losing time now relative to where we were talking about, how the pace was relatively similar to where Broadbent was, but it's now 3 karts, 4 karts, 5 kart lengths behind.
Now, race director's just over the tannoy at the moment, advising drivers that the circuit lights will be on momentarily. So what that means is if anybody's out there with a dark visor or a tinted visor, they've only got about 5 or 10 minutes once the circuit lights come on to get in, change their visor or change the driver. So that's going to have to be something they have to weigh up and decide, well, actually, we need to do this now. And anybody out there that went out recently with a tinted visor is going to feel a little bit, well, there are a couple out there with tinted visors and dark visors, so that is something teams and drivers will have to think about.
Well, we were told in the briefing, as the leader trying to cut through a lot of traffic at the moment, 8 o'clock was when the floodlights were going to come on, and we're less than 1 minute away from that now. Now, the key bit will be, have any teams made the error? And the number 13 is trying to go up the inside of the leader. I mean, this is where we said it's going to ebb and flow.
It is.
Is this not a near identical situation to what Ollie Wedden and the Loughborough Legends had, what, an hour and a half ago? With a little bit less? A little bit less. Where they came across a big clump of traffic, and they just had to be patient and pick off one by one by one and hope, and that's all they could have done, that there weren't going to be any incidents. And there was an incident. Now this time for Accelerate, it's gone all right. They've got through that traffic unharmed, but they will have lost a little bit of time because of that. They'll just have to get over it.
I don't think they'll be too concerned. They've got a lap on the Loughborough Legends, so I don't think they'll be too concerned about that one, but I think they'll be happy they've got through the traffic as well, so they'll be happy with that. Just making sure they get on with the job, because they know as well the Loughborough Legends also had to go through traffic at some point as well, so it will be swings and roundabouts as we see Jimmy here trying to go up the inside of the 13. That's TVP Racing up the inside in towards Conways, but then TVP come back then going through in towards Surtees and now in towards the hairpin 1, hairpin 2, and pretty much it's as you were at the beginning of the lap.
Yeah, and as I say, it's all about keeping ahead at the moment. Oh yeah, TVP are a little bit slow out of the S's there. I would try and line up a move into Garda if I was Broadbent, so looking to just try and hold back and then slot up the inside. Yep, that is absolutely perfectly done by Jimmy Broadbent. And hopefully now, got to get a clean lap in. This can play on your mind as a driver when you're like, oh, right, I've got through the traffic, but I don't want to get lunged back by the traffic. And you can overdrive. You can overdrive very easily in this situation, make a mistake, and all of a sudden you're then back behind the driver. This is a key battle that I should be talking about here, because these are the two lead karts in the race. Not absolutely racing for position because they're on different laps, but that is Accelerate moving, I believe, to 2 laps ahead of the Loughborough Legends and Neil.
Yeah, and now they've got Fox Motorsport ahead, who they could put 3 laps down. As they make their way now in towards Paddock Bend, up Damon Hill and towards Garda. So that is a very healthy lead that Accelerate now have, with 18 and a half hours left on the clock. 2-lap lead. Meanwhile, then Team 87 and Club 73 Young Guns, as you say, battling away for position as they head their way up through in towards Garda and onto the Sisley Straight towards Conways we go. A little bit of a flick of the visor from 23 then as we make our way through towards the first 2 turns. The floodlights have just been turned on as we speak, as these 2 drivers and teams make their way down in towards hairpin 1. Is there a way through then for the Young Guns up the inside? Yes, there is. Is there a way for Broadbent to try and find a way back? No, there isn't. Club 73 Team Silent up to 8th.
That's the sign of a driver that's far more experienced now after a few years of doing this game than was before. I think Jimmy knew that there was no point fighting that, because the 23 is a little bit quicker at this stage. Because if he had fought it, he could have fallen back into the path of those 2 karts that we were talking about that was having a little bit of difficulty getting by. I like that. I like that a lot. Yes, Team 87 have lost a position on this particular lap.
Have reported spots of rain.
And I've just heard something very interesting in my ear, which I'll come on to in a second. And I had thought about this, but that's one of those wise up endurance things of keep the kart running, keep it pointing in the right direction and running well. Now that I've finished that point, the eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed on the previous lap, as the drivers were coming over start-finish, there was a wipe of the visor from both driver of the 8 and the 23, and we have just heard in our ear, Kieran, that the cameramen, our brilliant cameramen here at Alpha Live, are reporting spots of rain.
Now that's critical, because it doesn't take much for this track to get greasy. Not much at all. It'll be interesting to see what these spots of rain will do and where they fall out on the track. I wonder, it's psychological rain at the moment. Some more inexperienced drivers might see this and think, oh, I've got to slow down right away. But this is psychological rain, we like to call this.
So what we mean by that term, for those who are maybe a bit new to motorsport, and it's fantastic to have you, this is where the level of rain is so low that it doesn't actually affect the level of grip. If you think we've had these karts running around this circuit for 5.5 hours, and I've missed another bottom of the hour update, we'll get onto that in a minute. The track's warm, so even if it's just a really tiny little bit of water, it'll evaporate off very, very quickly. Same with the tyres, so it doesn't really slow you down that much. And I'm looking at the lap times, they're not going down. They're in the mid-50s, the 51s, as we've been talking about for the last few hours. But it's as Kieran said, it's the uncertainty of, I can see water on my visor. Water is not good. Water does not comply with adhesion. As, my goodness, that was a good move from Harry. Down through Symes Sweep, gains another bit of track position over the number 22.
He's going for another one. Up in towards Carter.
But it just puts you off. And you again, you start to overthink it, you start to overdrive, and then you make mistakes. So the drivers have just got to keep calm and trust what they're feeling as opposed to what they're seeing.
Yeah. It's a difficult thing to override your instinct, because what you can see is very, very... not very very ominous, I should say. Spots of water on your visor. You would have, as you've seen, drivers wipe their visors on certain straights to make sure that they just get the clearest view possible.
And just because I know that we've had a few new people coming in, there won't be a change of tyres. They will stay on slicks. And the idea is this is mainly a cost thing. You can run a set of slicks in the wet, not particularly well, not particularly quickly, but you can run them. When you try and then run a set of wets going into dry conditions, they do the big die very, very quickly.
What a phrase.
And that's not good. That's not good for back pockets of people running the karts, and in this case, Buckmore Park kart circuit. So we will stay on slick tyres throughout. We are 5 minutes overdue a rundown of the order, so I'll try and make this very quick.
Sorry, I will just say, I think chat's trying to tell us something, that Senior Frogs probably had a driver change.
Yes, and we think
probably
Bazing is in.
Yes. So thank you, chat. Thank you for picking up on that one. Anyway, your rundown.
So this is where we are at 18 hours and 24 minutes of 2022. Buckmore Park, 24 hours to go. This is what the order looks like. Leading, having completed 398 laps, are Accelerate Racing, and it's been a big hour for them, a really big hour for them, because they now lead by 2 clear laps over the number 3 of Loughborough Legends and Neil's out there at the moment. So the 10 from the 3. A further lap back in third place is the number 5 of Fox Motorsport. We've just had a change, literally just now, a change for 4th place. Both of these karts are 3 laps off the overall lead. The number 2 of Dab Motorsports has got ahead of last year's winners, the number 1, Send Hub Limited. That is your top 5, covered by 3 racing laps here at Buckmore Park. Motorsport UK Academy, the number 7. They are in 6th place. They are 4 laps off the overall lead at the moment. And then we find our first Clubman Karts, the 2nd division of karts, all in the same machinery, of course. Broken Rib Racing, 4 laps off the overall lead, leading in Clubman, and their lead within Clubman is 2 clear laps. In 8th place, we find that kart that is 2 clear laps behind. It's the number 23 of Club 73, Team Silence, who keep marching on. This has been a very good few hours for those guys. And they're actually ahead of one of their stablemates at the moment in 9th place, the number 11 of Club 73 Young Guns. They are also 7 laps off the overall lead. They've just taken that position away from Jimmy Broadbent and the number 8 of Team 87. Team87.gg still running there strongly in the top 10, and there's a long, long way to go. The Ditch Finders are next up in 11th place overall and 3rd place in Clubman, 8 laps off the overall lead. They've got a 42 second now gap as the timing just resets ahead of me. 42-second gap ahead of the 12th place number 15 of Team ARD. 13th place the number 21 of Club 73 Mafia. All of those drivers, all of those teams are 8 laps off the overall lead. We next find the karts that are 9 laps off the overall lead. Firstly, the 14th place number 9 of RX Mechanics. Good battle with another team that have really come on strong, and keep an eye on them, because the last time I looked at their record, they were 8 laps down. So you look at it compared to, say, the Loughborough Legends, they've actually gained in the last few hours. It's the number 4 of Team Rango. Very fast lap times. They were outside the top 20 earlier. They're now 15th. 16th place, HWB Racing, also 9 laps off the overall lead. Currently 6th in Clubman. And they've got a 4.4-second gap over South Coast Racing, the number 12 in 17th. We then find the karts that are 10 laps down. Firstly, the number 20 of Formula None in 18th. And the number 6 of BAR Humbug in 19th. Top 20 is currently wrapped out by the only car at 11 laps off the overall lead. That's the number 22 of the Club 73 Pirates. TVP Racing are next in 21st place. The number 13 are 12 laps down. And being closed in on by Senor Frogs, who are in 22nd place. They had the technical issue a couple of hours ago. The number 27 are now 24 seconds behind TVP Racing, as I say, closing in. The pace for Ethan Payne is pretty good at the moment, considering he's just got in the kart and it's on full fuel. 23rd place, the number 16 of TR6, 13 laps off the overall lead. They've got 2 clear laps, though, over Refine Metals Racing, who've gained 3 positions in the last hour and have really started their comeback drive now. The number 14 making progress there, 15 laps off the overall lead. 25th is the number 26 of Take No Prisoners, 16 laps down. And still on goes the battle for the wooden spoon. Probably not the wooden spoon, maybe it'll be a little bit higher later on in the race. But Mini Boost are now leading in the battle between themselves and McGinley GP. 26th place for the number 17, 17 laps off the overall lead. They do have a clear lap now, though, over McGinley GP, the number 19, who wrap up the field in 27th.
And that's you all caught up.
It is indeed. So there we go. Keep your comments coming in. Keep pressing that like button. We will be having a stream link change for YouTube technical reasons that I don't fully understand, if I'm being perfectly honest, but we will be redirecting to the new stream at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I think it's something to do with 12-hour archives on YouTube, something like that.
So do a 6, a 12 and a 6.
Yeah, don't quote me on that.
But there we go. And the fountain of knowledge is Mr. David Whitehouse. Motorsport Magpie has just reminded me on the DDMM stream. So thank you very much for those of you watching that one as well. Club 73, we talked to him on the grid, run by Clinton Bell, who works here at Buckmore Park. 73 was his race number, so that's why it's Club 73.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a couple of races in Club 73. I've finished way down the order, but it's great fun. It's great fun. I'm nowhere near the talent level to get into this, but yeah, they run a great series, and definitely worth looking if you're looking to get into some corporate karting racing in the south and southeast of England. We'll say as well, have a look at Fox Motorsport. They just passed the commentary box window. Bit of hands going on. Whoever was in the Fox Motorsport machine wasn't too happy. I couldn't figure out who it was, though, unfortunately. Hey ho. Hopefully they'll sort it out. Hopefully everything will be calm with all that adrenaline running around them. Let's hope, eh? Yeah, looking just at some live timings once again. Don't forget as well, live.alphatiming.co.uk/Buckmore if you want to have your own look at the telemetry. Gives you an idea of lap times and whatnot. But at the moment, we're looking at the leaders then. Accelerate Racing, back into the 49s in that last lap. 49.919, that's 7/10 quicker than Loughborough Legends and Neil. Dab Motorsport as well, 50.007. They've just gone purple through Sector 2 at the moment. So they might be on a pretty nice lap. I think they might have just made up the time they lost in Sector 1. But I'm keeping an eye on that lap time as they come across the line. 50.007 their last lap time, 51.27. So yeah, their first sector really did cost them there. Had they pulled that lap together, definitely looking at a 49.8 there. So I mean, it's still really good pace at the moment. Really, really good stuff. Accelerate due a stop soon. By our calculations, they're about an hour and 40 into their stint, so possibly another 20 minutes. I mean, they were a team that pushed the 2-hour limit and even further than that. So too Loughborough Legends now. So yeah, we are expecting Accelerate to hit in the next 20 minutes or so.
I'd have thought then, and then it's not going to work. It's
you can reveal the thought if you want.
The thought is some of the staggering of the fuel stints and maybe why Accelerate
did a shorter stint at the start of the race and then started the 2 hours. Was it potentially to do with when they're scheduled mandatory services in the middle of the night?
Perhaps.
Yeah, they can't refuel during that mandatory pit stop. That is, it's like a penalty, but it's not a penalty because every single team has to do it. But
That's
it
a
is
good point.
you are coming in for this reason, to do your 10 minutes of getting the kart spruced up a bit. You're not doing anything else. You're not doing driver changes. You're not doing fuel.
That's a good point. I mean, it could be a reason why. I mean, unfortunately, none of the drivers are going to tell us who's out when their stints are, because that just gives away their strategy. So, unfortunately, we'll never know until after the race. But looking at it, you know,
apologies for the guys on the TDMM stream who probably just saw us go for a second. GoPro does that. But it's
no,
all
we
fine
did
now.
that. It's fine. We're good ventriloquists now.
We just played statues for about 60 seconds. But yes, no, keep your support coming in. It's been absolutely amazing today how much support we've had. RX Mechanics have just gained a position. I just saw there, Kieran. I nearly called you Howard then.
That really is
that stage of the night.
That really is force of habit, isn't it?
This is why we're not doing the whole thing. They've just taken 13th place away from Team ARD. And I should also say, if we can get a sight of the 21 and try and work out who is in the 21 of the Club 73 Mafia, this is another Club 73 kart that has really just, this is where the experience, even at the club and level, shows. Just set a 50.387, which is the fastest lap that the number 21 kart has done in the race so far. For those asking about link for the new stream, it should automatically redirect when on the Alpha Live channel it resets at 9 o'clock. But what I will say though is, if you've subscribed and if you've clicked the notification bell, when that new one goes live anyway, say you, for whatever reason, you know, you needed to pop off now and you're back on it in an hour, if you've done those two things, you will get notified when the new stream goes live anyway. On your phone or your laptop or whatever you're watching us on.
And wherever you're watching us on.
Wherever you're watching us from.
Absolutely. Yellow flag somewhere in hairpin 1, I believe that is, which have been quickly cleared. That could have been the 21 just getting back up to speed, but don't quote me on that one. I'll have a look at their lap times coming through. Don't tell me you've commentator cursed another one, Andrew.
Who have we done now?
21. Possibly. I don't know. They were leaving hairpin 1 just as the yellow flag was out, so that's my only inkling.
Cake. That's all I'm going to say.
Well,
you've got time. There's 24-hour supermarkets in the region. When we come back on for the last 6 hours of the race, if you do not want me to curse your race and all your efforts, bring me cake.
Now you've misled everyone now, because 24-hour supermarkets close at like 10 on a Saturday. They do.
That's no good.
Well, because they have to run Sunday hours, so it's 24 hours up until Saturday evening. So that's
a very good point.
So that's your theory out of the window. Things you learn on this stream, eh?
Yeah.
The things you learn.
Callum H predicts a top 20 finish for Senor Frogs. Well, they're 22nd at the moment.
I would not rule that out at all.
Hello. More. These YouTubes, they're pretty quick.
These YouTubes.
50.722 is the latest lap time from Daddy Bears.
These YouTubes. I like that. Can we use that? Can we use that going forward?
I've just started dropping letters now.
Out
of my English.
To be fair, they've taken 0.8 of a second out of TVP racing on that last lap.
Again, and this, I think, coming out in these conditions, this will be a real challenge for someone who's not done it before. Not necessarily just for Senor Frogs, but for any of the teams as well.
Sorry to interrupt. That's a great lap from Dab Motorsport. They just set their personal best, 49.812,
and the fastest sector 2 in the whole race of the whole field, 14.565. Dab Motorsport absolutely flying at the moment and on a move again. We saw this earlier on a few hours ago where they just seem to kick and start to really put the pressure on, and they are putting the pressure on now to Fox Motorsport ahead. The gap is 8 seconds, 1 lap further ahead to the Loughborough Legends and Neil. But it's especially if you've done lots of practice, say in daylight, you can go out into the circuit in these conditions, and it's just like, oh, these floodlights are a little bit spooky, and you can get freaked out a little bit easy. Here's one that I have had in my experience: shadows, and shadows in your peripheral vision, where you suddenly think, oh no, someone is charging down my inside to absolutely obliterate me. Everything is going to go, and it's your own shadow.
Yeah.
It's your own shadow pivoting as you're going past some of the lights. So
it's all right. The shadows in here don't catch us out. So
no.
I think we're all right in here.
Who's that?
Who's that?
But yeah, no, it is a big challenge, especially if you've not driven in the night before, to go out, especially in this climate.
I thoroughly recommend nighttime driving, though.
Oh yeah, love it.
Absolutely, it's completely different. Just want to say as well, hello in the chat to Yusuf bin Sahel. Great to have you along,
Hello.
Yusuf. Hello. Saying, I love myself a bit of McGinley in the evening. Steady on.
You calm yourself, Yusuf. We know what you like.
Absolutely. Chanel asking in the chat, commentators, who are you both rooting for? I don't think we can say who we're rooting for. We're supposed to be
Motorsport. That's who
Motorsport's the real winner of the day. But I think it's hard not to have a soft spot for as you put it, the YouTubes.
The YouTubes.
Because what they've gone through today, I mean, they've been having some good pace. And you're pointing at a screen.
I'm pointing at a screen because I'm going to tell you right now, Chanel, who I'm rooting for is the team that's just set their fastest lap of the race so far. This is another kart that's coming alive. Refined Metals Racing, this is the team that voluntarily pulled their kart into the pits earlier in the race. This is why they're a little bit further down. They lost, what was it, 5 or 6 laps?
Yeah, they did.
Bottom of the table for a very long time. They've done a Newcastle United. They're on the way up, and they've just put in a 50.313. That's who I'm rooting for right now.
That lap time, is that equivalent of 3-0 today, is it? Yeah, Newcastle, yeah. See? I do the footballs too.
The footballs. Balls have been kicked in the goals.
That's it.
It's quite a few changes of position. We've got some pit activity. Club 73 Team Silent are in. 1 hour and 35 minutes into a stint. There they are. Thank you very much, guys. That's going to put Team 87 and Jimmy Broadbent back up to 9th. But it might not be for long because Jimmy has been out there for 2 hours. That's absolutely flown by.
It has.
That does not feel like 2 hours ago since we were saying, and away goes Jimmer. But he has done, and he's still the pace of Broadbent at 51.096 last time around. Jimmy might be a little bit frustrated. He's way too harsh on himself.
He is, yes.
But this again, this has been a really, really good stint. That kart is solidly in the top 10, and it's you pass it on to the next driver, and they do a good stint. And then you pass it on to the next driver, and they do a good stint. And you don't think about position right now, either good, bad, or indifferent. Just get that kart through another stint. Start thinking about the position when you're like, I'd say at the earliest, 6 hours away from the end of the race.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, I've seen teams when they come across the line, you know, once they
change for another 2 hours.
Wow, apparently we're hearing in our ears
Ryan
that he's supposed to be in the kart, Jimmy, until 10:30. So that means he's going to
double.
He might be doing a double stint.
Oh,
he might be. But that's a little birdie that our producers told us has told him. So this could be a game of whispers at the moment.
Well, we'll see soon enough because the kart will come in for fuel. The kart cannot do, I think still the longest stint that we've seen anybody do so far is 2 hours and 11 minutes by the Loughborough Legends. Pit lane is going to get busy though, Kieran, because I'm looking at some of these lanes. Accelerate, 1 hour 59. Fox, 1 hour 48. Motorsport, UK Academy, have been out there for 2 hours and 4 minutes. Team 87 out there 2 hours 2 minutes, as we mentioned. Club 73 Mafia 2 hours. I'm feeling a disturbance in the force. Why do I feel like someone is about to screw up a fuel pit stop?
Yeah. Are you getting that? I've got a bad feeling about this.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Someone is going to get it wrong, and this is why we love it. This is why we love endurance racing, because you've got to be on your toes all the time.
Yes. I mean, as well, I was going to say, actually, after 24 hours, all everybody should be giving themselves a pat on the back, no matter where you finish, because it's a heck of a race to finish. It's a heck of a race to even participate in. And it is a real team effort. I mean, it brings together teams that, you know, if it's hardship, you know, if things haven't quite gone right the whole day, you know, at the end of it, you're just sort of laughing. Oh, look how much went wrong for us, and we still finished in this position.
Yeah.
It's a great feeling. Maybe one day it's one I can experience myself in a 24-hour, but no. Full credit to these drivers out here today. They're, you know, pace-wise, you can't say there's a real, you know, there's a team that, you know, and pace-wise shouldn't be here in quotation marks. They're all pretty much on the pace. Every driver we've seen has been on the pace. It's been wonderful to watch, and yeah, after, what are we up now? Coming up towards 5 hours worth of racing? Maybe, no, so coming up to 6. 19 laps separates the entire field.
For the interview, I'm just going to turn to our producer Tom. We are on static cams now, aren't we? Okay, he's going to give us a bit more action. Because I just saw there was a track limit warning for Bazinga out there. I hadn't seen him in a while. I'm worried about him. Is he okay?
You are.
Is he okay?
Number? You need some sort of like massage or something.
Yeah.
Shoulder.
The pace
get
is
those
still
stress
good
out.
19.6 seconds is now the gap up to the Club 73 Pirates. It's so close, and it really is a case for those guys that if they get one of those positions, I think they'll get the second one fairly quickly and be back in the top 20. They're just going to keep pressing on and taking care of the car. There's Bazinga. There's the number 27. Thank you, guys.
Breathe a sigh of relief, Andrew.
He's okay.
You're all right. He's okay. He's doing fine.
okay.
Ethan's doing fine. It is Ethan, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. I don't want chat to correct me again, because they're right.
They are right.
They are right. It is Ethan in the cart. I don't like getting scolded by chat. It's not a nice feeling.
Just accept it.
Yeah,
it's gonna happen.
Yeah, it is going to happen.
As we're almost to a quarter distance of the race so far. We had some questions earlier about how many laps we reckon the field are going to do. And we talked about how, as 2 years ago, the winning number of laps was 1,300 something, just as I new fastest lap of the race.
Yep.
Who had 8:30 for when the fastest lap of the race was going to come in? Because I didn't. That is another stonking lap time from Accelerate.
Isn't it just? 49.690, new fastest lap of the race. And, well, we were saying, you know, early on in this race, we'd already gone quicker than we did last year. Sorry, you were going to say total laps. Oh, there's a NASA panel that is... Oh, no, that's the race leaders.
That is way worse than we saw from Senor Frogs earlier, and we saw Senor Frogs get pulled in for a mechanical.
That has to be a black flag. That has to be a mechanical. It has to be. You can't have the NASA panel like that. That's going to mean then Accelerate, 2-lap lead, might just be stricken off the record. Still attacking, though. Of course, the NASA panel...
That's got to come in.
It's got to. It has to. There's no other choice.
Now, Senor Frogs lost 4 laps when they had to have theirs changed. It's a fairly quick change. It's that the bracket at the base of the nose cone has broken. The trouble is that NASA panel, that is part of the structure, and there it is. That is the mechanical flag being showed as a black flag today. Whole race has just turned on its head. The leader of the race has suffered mechanical damage. Not going to speculate on what the cause of it was, but what we do know is that they're going to come in and they're going to lose. Based on what we saw earlier for Rota Shaw and the Senor Frogs, they're going to lose about 3.5 minutes.
Yeah,
and he's probably wondering what's going on.
Yeah,
why have we got a black?
That's not clear for the driver's eyes to see that NASA panel is like that. But he'll be watching this footage back and thinking, wow, okay, yeah, that is bad.
Because it's not wobbling too much at the top. I mean, I have had a NASA panel fall off a kart before, and it can be quite distracting. But with the way that this has failed, I think you're right there, Kieran. He won't necessarily. He will have spotted that, but they're going to have to come in. And this is what we've been saying since 2:30 this afternoon. Things will happen. You just don't know when they'll happen, and it's how you respond.
Now, how quick is the fix going to be? Because it took roughly 2.5 to 3 minutes.
3.5 minutes was the effective. 3.5 minutes was the loss for Rota Shaw earlier. In will come the 10. Okay, now he's acknowledged it. And it's probably because someone's from the side of the track waved at him and gone, Your Nassau panel's falling off, mate.
That's if there's a hand signal for that, that's incredible. But I doubt there is.
Your Nassau panel.
Yeah. NASA. What? What are you saying?
Pointing to space, NASA?
Pointing to space, yeah, that'll do it. That'll convince them.
Well, that panel is going to space the way it's going. But yeah, no, this is a real shame. You hope now that we don't talk about this.
The thing
at
is,
1 o'clock, 2 o'clock tomorrow is that moment when they had to come in for damage.
What's the interesting thing is, how has that happened? Because that's, if it's a part failure, then
and I'm just about to make the situation even worse.
Yeah, there they come.
Fuel. They're not going to refuel here.
Yeah.
Now, they've been out for 2 hours and 6 minutes.
I want to see his reaction here to this NASA panel.
The reason for the black flag is being mentioned. A member of the events team has taken over. We'll spin it round. Oh, beautiful.
It's
beautiful
nice.
car.
It's nice when it works. It's nice when it works.
Start the clock. 20. So it was 8:30 that kart went into what I've called at other 24-hour races that I've called in karting circles before, the abyss.
That's
the
very
abyss
ominous.
of the workshop. There is who we would assume is your new race leader, Neil Vincent, and the Loughborough legends, and Neil, the one and only. Now, will they have told him? I wouldn't tell Neil in this situation, because I'd just keep him plugging away, because the pace is good at the moment. They're back in the 50.3s. This is what we saw from Ollie Wedden before. He's in the zone. Keep him trucking. Don't disturb him at the moment. They've already chalked off one of the 2 laps that they were behind. This is going to be them going on to the same lap as the leader. So that is them going on to lap 425. Fox Motorsport are in for a pit stop, and I think that's quite a wise pit stop. They've pitted on 1 hour 56 of their stint, but I think they've been looking at the field, looking at the situation and gone, let's get this one out the way, because things are getting spicy out there.
Yeah, and we were talking about how Fox Motorsport also now into the pit lane in the number 5 machine, so taking their stop now, setting some really good lap times in the closing stages of their stint there, so really, really top job. But there is Loughborough Legends and Neil. They're coming around the final couple of corners. We haven't seen Accelerate Racing yet, so this then, Andrew, is going to be a lead change.
Lead change will go over the line now, completing lap 426. There it is. New race leader, Loughborough Legends and Neil. Neil Vincent takes the lead of the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 hours.
Yeah, it's not a lead change we're expecting, but my goodness, is this going to be sort of a call of vindication for Accelerate? A 2-lap lead, a NASA panel that eludes them, and now they've got to try and pretty much make up the lost time. I mean, they've done it before in 6 hours to build a 2-lap lead. Nothing's impossible at this point.
It's the number 5 of Fox Motorsport.
And they're fresh out of the pit lane as well. So new driver in the kart, and eager to make a move. And does that mean then Dab Motorsport will also move up a position? They'll cross the timing line shortly. Are we seeing? Yes, we are. There's Accelerate Racing. Back in they go, and away they go. And again, some sort of beckoning there from Accelerate there. They have dropped to 4th place, so they've lost. What's that? About 3 laps, perhaps.
3 minutes. 3
yeah,
hours.
3 minutes.
Sorry, 3 hours.
3 hours.
3 minutes and 54 seconds is the lap time that they had for the Nassau panel change. So we said 3.5 minutes was what we were going to lose. Normal lap time is 50 seconds. That's, again, like clockwork bit of work from the Buckmore Park workshop mechanics.
Yeah, and I think the driver in the Accelerate car, he was beckoning to his team, saying, "Well, we've got
to come in next lap.
We've got to fuel. Yeah, we have to fuel. They won't have fueled under that mandatory stop that they had to make." Club 73 Young Guns, meanwhile, personal best from them 50.013. So, is it going to be this lap, or is it just going to be in a couple of laps' time? It's going to be in a couple of laps' time.
I love the sport. I love endurance race because it just changes. You never know when the racing gods are going to throw something in like that. And my goodness, they have done here. I think it's Will Young out for Fox Motorsport, by the way. I'm just looking at the driver sheet. A light blue and red helmet. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. In fact, no, I think I am going to correct myself. I think it might be actually Harry Rook, because it's a red, white and blue helmet going around there at the moment. Light dark blue
black flag.
suit. And oh my goodness, there we go. Now that's your track limit warning. We talked about it with Neil Vincent's stint earlier on, that he got too early on. That's another one, and that's a black flag.
It is indeed. It is indeed. And we said that, what was that, nearly 2 hours ago now. He did phenomenally well, but at the end of the day, you know, he asked a lot of his teammates there to make sure they keep it between the white lines, and a track limit warning for accelerators as well.
It's all broken down out there.
It's pandemonium out there at the moment. But what that's going to do then, Dab Motorsport, there's a chance they could grab the lead here, the number 2 machine.
So if you're just joining us, this will be a stop-and-go penalty for 20 seconds. But that does not include the time running down the pit lane or to the penalty box and then out of the pit lane. So it could be more like a 30-second loss. Neil Vincent is in straight away. Don't take your eyes off this race, folks. We're definitely not going to take our eyes off it. I think we're going to go a little bit over what was going to be our schedule, but never mind. And Neil Vincent has to sit there and wait.
So where's Dab Motorsport out there then?
Dab Motorsport have come through sector number 1. They're down in sector 2 at the moment, which is down the bottom end of the circuit. They've just come through sector number 2 now, so they will hold on to the lead.
Up the hill then, so yeah, that's going to be roughly, I'd say about 10-15 seconds.
Sorry mate, I could have crossed it there. Looks like we've had a driver change for the number 8 of Team 87, and Steve Brown makes his first appearance in this year's edition of the Buckmore Park 24 Hours. You just see him there behind Neil Vincent. Now this stint I am very interested in for Team 87. There's not many drivers in this country that know this place better than Steve Brown and have, you know, the level of success that Steve Brown has had around this place. When we come here for Club 100 events, I hope he doesn't mind me saying, I think this is Steve's strongest track. This is the one he really, really is hard to beat around. He takes it to another level.
Yeah, he does.
When he comes here. I would gather that we are about to see the ultimate pace of the Team 87 kart. There is the number 10. This is the 10 back in for their fuel stop that they would have hoped that they would have done.
And that's
6 minutes ago.
I believe that's Paul Gasson now jumping in.
Yep.
And taking to the field. Phenomenally quick around here. And a very, very quick driver, very experienced as well. And he comes out right behind Harry Chapman, who's raced for quite a number of years now. So that's quite a battle to have on your first lap out.
And all of a sudden, Accelerate will have gone, what on earth has happened here? We had a 2-lap lead. It was in control. They are now 6th and a lap down off the lead that they once had.
And that's just the first 6 hours.
Yeah.
There's still another 18 to go. I don't know what possibly else. Who's playing 24-hour endurance bingo at the moment? Has anybody got a full house yet?
If WillNE asked a very good question earlier as a newcomer to this. It's absolutely the kind of question that I like. And he asked, what was it? Is 37 seconds a big gap? And we both said, no. No, it's not. This is why 2 laps isn't a big enough gap if you have something go wrong in the last hour of the race.
Well, Gasson here straight onto the pace and trying to put Harry Chapman under a bit of pressure at the moment. Just trying to work through all the order then. So Broken Rib Racing out there as well in the 18. They're the highest clubman kart and they're 5th overall. I mean, they've had a phenomenal day, haven't they, Broken Rib? Phenomenal day so far. And I wonder if when we come back, what will their classification be? Will they still be a clubman, or will they be promoted up into the pros and see if they can try and take the win overall, because they're not that far away at all. Here comes Dab Motorsport then trying to negotiate through some traffic. They're trying to get through the 25 of HWB Racing, which they have done. HWB go back up the inside. You're not having that position that easily. That's going to allow the 11, Club 73 Young Guns, to gun it then through the S's. And Dab Motorsport, after all of that, have trying to make their way through round the outside at Symes. in towards Pullman's, and I think they have got that position that time around. A little bit later than they would have liked, but they are now up a position. Well, not a position, but they're past a kart.
Hello to Craig Cole, who's just tuned in and is new to this sport. Welcome, Craig. Fantastic to have you with us. What are the differences, or what's meant by some of the team numbers being in yellow? These are the teams that are the pro teams, so the teams with more experienced drivers, and the ones in black are the clubbing teams with some experienced drivers, but also some not so experienced drivers. And that's the only difference between the two teams.
And
the same machinery.
And at some point they are sort of self-assessed, so
Yes,
they will enter as a clubman or they'll enter as a pro. And if the race director feels later down the line, oh, actually no, this is definite pro pace, then they can change your classification and your class midway through the race. But it doesn't happen often. I think the last time we had endurance, I think 2 teams were changed class, 2 or 3, and it really did spice up the end of the race for that class. So they will do it in good faith in order to basically give it a good go at some good battles. And to be fair to Broken Rib, they're not that far away from the overall race win. They could be promoted and try and go for overall win.
Yes.
They could. But that is entirely at the discretion of the race director.
So we've had that change. Them up to 4th place now. The gap for the lead is coming down. It's 5.5 seconds now. And who would have thought this? At the start of the race, they didn't have a good, what would you say, hour and a half to open this race, Dab Motorsport.
Yeah.
They were in the mid-teens. They have plugged away at this and really, really come into the game now. Trying to close in on this kart here, the number 3. Oh, there we go. There's another one.
What on earth is going on?
There is another one.
And for Broken Rib as well, who've now been promoted to a pro.
So sorry, Dab Motorsport. That was, I think that's the biggest one I've had so far this year.
What are you doing to these teams? What are you doing? Well, what that's going to do is that's going to put Sendhub up into 2nd place. It's going to put Fox Motorsport up into 3rd because Broken Rib Racing also have a black flag. You would have seen there in the bottom right-hand corner the little pro in the brackets. They are now promoted. They are now a pro team. So they could go for the overall win here and even go for a set of trophies in the Pro Championship.
That's the 2nd black flag of the race for Broken Rib Racing. And they are good, the Brentwood Banter Boys, under Sendhub sponsorship this year. I think they've, by that, as the ditch finders have now, this has got to be. I wonder, is this all track limits? As the lights faded, yes, we're under floodlights. Drivers struggling with the track conditions maybe a little bit. So, whilst we assess this situation, that is 2nd place overall, 2nd in pro, 4th place overall, leader in club, 9th place overall, 2nd in club, all with black flags.
And ditch finders now as well with a black flag.
In the last few minutes, race control are busy.
They are, and they're all teams that are at the top of the order in their respective classes. In fact, Rich has just messaged us. Can we stop commentator cursing people? It's all.
Give me cake.
It's all on Andrew. I've done nothing. I'm being absolutely thrown under the bus here.
I'll let you know what.
Did you just plug your Twitter?
Yep. Give me cake, and I'll stop commentator cursing people.
What on earth is going on? What on earth? Well, ditch finders have served their black flag penalty. They're now rejoining onto the circuit, and there is Super GT out there in the car.
GT. Steve, please.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't.
Race,
what have you
please.
done? What have you done? I can't believe it. I can't believe you've done that. I can't believe it. Well, I can actually, but that's beside the point. Anyway, there is Steve Brown now making his way in towards Garda. And like you said, if there's one driver who knows Buckmore like the back of his hand, it's Super GT.
It is indeed. This is an interesting squabble, actually, because the number 11 behind is the kart ahead of them in the order. But again, they're not on the same lap. The number 11 going down the inside there. The 2 going through there as well. So Dab Motorsport have not come in for their black flag yet. Now there's a hand up.
Yeah, so these will be yellows, will they?
Yes, these are for yellow flags.
So what's happening there? Oh, there's a marshal on track. That'll be why. Doing some track repairs. And of course, when these yellow lights are deployed, these yellow flags are deployed, the post afterwards automatically goes green. So that's the signal to the drivers. You can overtake from this point onwards. So it's nice and clear for everybody.
Good news, everybody. Senor Frogs are back in the top 20 with that pit stop.
They are as well, yeah.
Racing. It's a scheduled pit stop.
That's the repeat black flags for Dab Motorsport and Broken Rib Racing. And I think that is Dab Motorsport into the pits. Yes, it is. So they're now serving their black flag penalty. They'll be told the reason why. There you see, the shake of the head from the driver and just sit back, relax, and listen to the karts go by.
Yep, just got to get on with it now. Head down.
I think he's actually getting told by the race director himself. Oh, head in hands moment. That'll be why. I think he knows why the kart was brought in.
Hub are in. That's a really good stint from
Harry Chapman.
2 hours and 3 minutes. They're in the top 3. And they're in this fight now. And we know they know how to win this race because they did it 2 years ago as Brentwood Banter.
Oh, and black flag. Well, you've done it again. Why do you keep doing this, Andrew? Seriously.
Oh, now
a black flag then. Yeah, you are in trouble.
My phone number. He knows where I live.
He has. Well, Team 87 then, a black flag. And they'll have to come back to the pits then. Andrew has single-handedly changed this race, changed this event, put it on its head.
It's gone out of control.
It has.
Ethan, I'm not going to talk about you.
By doing that, now you've done it. Honestly. Can any of our teams catch a break from Andrew? You'll have to bear with us.
Treat it like the mandatory pit stop. At some point, you will get hit by the DDMM commentator's curse.
Yeah, but it's back to back. I mean, how's that? There's 5 teams now that have been hit in, 15 minutes? You're out of control.
I'm not popular with chat at the minute.
I am. I am.
Oh, dear me. This is what you tune in for, folks.
That's it. This is the high class. You don't tune in for to see your favourite drivers out there. You don't tune in to see your favourite YouTubers take on a huge mammoth 24-hour race. You tune in to watch Andrew completely
destroy everything. Samuel Mumby.
He's shaking. He knows it's you. He knows it's you.
I'm so sorry, Steve. I really am.
That is ridiculous. Get a hold of yourself, Andrew.
Samuel Mumby is channeling a certain actor. Don't worry, this is the clean version. Keep my team's name out your mouth. Okay. It was a joke. 17 hours and 44 minutes to go. You're watching a stream that has just broken down into complete madness. It forms the 2022 Buckmore Park 24 hours. No team is safe out there. I'm on a roll.
Jeffrey Belk has said, just mention every team to make things right, Andrew. That sounds like a fair compromise.
Well, 14 minutes time, we've got another rundown of the order, so we'll go with that.
Vin Petrol says, can we get a black flag for the commentators?
It wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be the first time.
None of this is my fault. Why is... Oh, I don't like this.
Oh, dear.
Oh, well. I suppose if we're in this together, which we will be to a certain extent, fine. Oh, well.
Andreas Venn asks a very good question. What is the weather forecast saying? Let's see if I can curse that as well.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not ruling anything out at this point.
Those spots of rain that we had reported earlier were just indeed that. They were just spots, nothing more. Light rain showers and a moderate breeze is still the forecast as we move towards 10 o'clock, which is still the peak for the precipitation chance. 40% chance of rain by 10 o'clock. Then just gradually dropping off and away as we go towards midnight and into the wee hours of tomorrow morning, where at least during those hours they'll be safe from me because I won't be chatting.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I can't believe how quickly that will happen.
This is getting this. We've got chess games going on in the chat now because there's now teams wanting me to talk about other teams so that they get a black flag, so that they benefit up. I keep telling you, Cake's the only thing that I can be bribed with.
What you've done is you've opened Pandora's box here. This is what's happened.
Good evening, Sahib, on the DDMM stream. Hope you're doing well, mate. There have been some changes for position. The RX mechanics have just had a very that's not slow enough to be a pit stop either. 1 minute 12.072. That drops them to 12th. Ditch Finders and Team 87 have both gained a position. And the lead gap is now 29 seconds.
Yes. Now, just to clarify one thing, a black flag then for the Motorsport UK Academy. Now, I think that's going to be for track limits.
I didn't talk about them.
That's fair enough. Andrew didn't say a word about Motorsport
That's
UK Academy. Not a word. I can verify that. I'll back that up. But one thing to clarify, Broken Rib Racing, they are now a pro team. They will still have their black number board next to their name for the rest of the race, but they are a pro team. There are no other changes as far as I can see in team status. So it's just Broken Rib Racing are now a pro team, but they will keep that black number board for the rest of the race.
Okay. Hello to Caroline Friedrichsen, who's just subscribed to the DDMM channel, and Lando's spraying champagne on our stream now. I forgot that I'd said that. There we go. Big thanks to our sponsors as well. G. Collins and Sons, like-minded family-run business in Kent. Discover their wide range of jewellery design in-house, created in their on-site workshop. They provide the highest standard of British jewellery making. Visit their showroom in Tunbridge Wells for a truly unique experience. We are into the second quarter of the race.
We are.
Everybody. Well done.
It's
all doing
absolutely
very well here.
It's flown by, hasn't it?
And
I think
been a
it
lot of
has.
fun.
Unless anybody's ears are bleeding at home, then we do apologise. But I mean, at this point, we've had so many curses from Andrew. Who wouldn't? You know.
Out of control.
You are out of control. It's what this is. I'm expecting better behaviour from you tomorrow.
Nah,
I really am.
Not gonna happen.
Is it not?
Nah.
For the sake of the
No
teams.
Nah.
I reckon though they'll have a nice peaceful 12 hours now without you here.
And then all hell will break loose.
From 9 a.m.
For 9 a.m.
Yeah. Sounds good. Should we make it a date?
Go on then.
Go on then. Oh, go on then. Go on then. What about you as well at home? Go on.
Oh, go on.
You know you want to. You know you want to.
I'm just going to turn to our producer Tom. Are we on static cams now? We are on static cams now. Okay, so we will have the stream restart with a new link, so we can have a proper 12-hour archive. Because we also let you guys watch this back. So if there was any of the racing that you missed and you're like, oh no, I've got to go out and do something, or I've got
Any
to
of
do
the
something
curses
Sunday
as well.
morning, you can watch it back. So make sure you subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and it's all for free as well. All for free. No paywalls or anything of that description for you here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And I know I keep saying it, but thank you so much today for your kind support, everybody, and tuning in. 2.2k likes.
Amazing.
Heck, that's a big number.
You've absolutely smashed it out of the park, everyone. Yeah, just a big thank you for joining along. If you've been watching us on the Alpha Live stream, if you've been watching us on the DDMM stream, it's been great to have you along, and hopefully we will join you on the other side of the night shift.
We're going to stay with you for a little bit longer.
Go on then. Go on then.
Because we've not caused enough chaos.
I don't know why what's this we business about? This is all you. This is all you. I can't believe I'm being dragged into this by Rich, by chat, Black Flag for the commentators. You're having a laugh. You're having a laugh.
Again, isn't it?
I don't believe it. I just can't believe I've been dragged back into this. What on earth?
25 seconds is the lead for the Loughborough Legends and Neil, and it's still Neil. Actually, no, it might not be Neil pounding ground now, because they have done a pit in all of the commentator cursory. They have done a pit stop, and I'm gonna. This is where I now have to stick my head out the window and try and spot where they are and which painted lid is going round for the number 3. Now we haven't seen Tom Thickpenny yet. Why do I just have a hunch that it is gonna be Tom in now?
I would think it's because you've had a lot of power in this race, Andrew, and it's terrifying. You've had too much power, I would say.
Gauntlets and all the infinity stones to change whatever I want. I'm not that powerful.
I just want to point out there's a lot of love for for us in the chat. Yeah, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for joining us as well. It's been great to have you along with us. The questions have been great. The engagement.
They have been great.
You have
really
been great. You've been fantastic. You've been keeping us sane until Andrew completely lost the plot.
I wasn't sane to start with.
Yeah.
Oh no, it is still Neil. It is still Neil going round. Of course, they've been in for some unscheduledness, haven't they? That's why it looks like they're on an 18-minute stint.
Unscheduled. Say that again?
Unscheduledness.
Unscheduledness. Yeah.
Hit by the curse.
A scoundrel of unscheduledness. We will see how it all plays out. I mean, I've really enjoyed today. We get to do it all again tomorrow,
we do.
Andrew, and we get to close it off as well. Fantastic stuff. What I'm thinking is, because a lot of stuff happens.
Didn't talk about them.
Did you? Did you talk about them? You didn't? Anybody see Andrew talk about Club 73 Mafia? To be fair, actually, I don't.
At some point today, but
to be fair, actually, I don't think you did. No, I don't think you did. In fairness, I don't think you did.
Jeffrey Melton, with great power comes great responsibility. I'm going to give everybody penalties.
You are. This is. It's been phenomenal. I don't think I've ever seen. I've seen Curse of the Commentators. I've done a Curse of the Commentator myself. I have never seen 5 of them in 15 minutes. That's a record. We need to ring Guinness Book of World Records up, get you as a record holder, get you the certificate and all, because that's quite incredible. That's remarkable.
Is it bad that I'm not actually sure whether that's even the most I've done this year? We had a BUKC qualifiers event at Wilton Mill back in November, where I want to say the top 7 on the road all got some form of penalty over a 25-minute race. It was one of those races.
Oh, good.
And I want to say I got at least 4 of them. And one of them was an alpha like Mr. John Ratcliffe, who may be in the chat room, is now cursing my name. It's a surprise that he still comes along and works with me from time to time. Buckmore Park Club 100 Cadets and Juniors plugged there, because we'll be there in a few weeks' time for that one.
Yes.
Here in Alpha Life. So as we saw with Steve earlier, even people that I know and get on really well with, even they're not safe.
Did everybody write down the names of people specifically?
He lost his first victory as a result of that. First ever BUKC victory, and my commentator Curtis went, no, not today.
You've done it again. Yeah, another black flag. Yeah, this is nothing to do with Andrew this time. I'll vouch for that one. But it was getting silly. It was getting silly. Callum Brule. We need to put a commentator's curse highlights reel.
It's coming. Honestly, it is
in the works.
It's in the works.
What do you reckon?
It's in the works. It's going to be a short
series. What does our producer say to that?
It's got to be better than the DJ one.
The DJ one.
Anyone that's not seen Alpha Life TikTok?
Guys on the Alpha Live stream won't have heard that, but yeah, there is a very cruel TikTok with our commentary colleague Mr. Anthony Jordan, who likes an on that particular day, and there's a lot of Anyway, moving swiftly on.
I suppose then we're coming towards as you call it, the bottom of the hour.
The bottom of the race hour.
The bottom of the race hour.
Just for your information, folks, our cameramen have now. They've signed off, so this is where we will have the static cameras. The stream will keep going, of course. We're going to hop off a bit in a bit as well. And a couple of questions of when are we due back on? I think, are we due back on around 8:30 in the morning?
Yeah, 8:30 was it? Shrug of the shoulders is always a good sign from our producer. But yeah, about 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Yes. But yeah, let's do it now. Let's be early for once with the rundown of the order. So this is your order of the Buckmore Park 24-hour. 456 laps have been cursed by me today, and completed by the Loughborough Legends and Neil, who I think has actually just come in for a pit stop. In fact, cheers, Neil. Right, we're going to stop there.
Start again
once this pit stop's completed.
Neil. Neil.
Even when I try and do the rundown early.
Didn't he also displace the newly placed blocks? They'd literally just been placed there at Simon Sweep. You're watching it there. And the next moment, Neil just knocks them all out of place again.
The commentator's curse has got so bad that I'm now even cursing my own rundown of the race results so far.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
So we'll give it another minute and 40 seconds to see. Okay, I've been told to be a very, very quick rundown. So, as it stands, 457 laps completed by Dab Motorsport. Their lead is 20.7 seconds ahead of the Loughborough Legends and Neil. A further 59 seconds back, you've got the third place, number 10, XLR8 Racing. Fourth place, 1 lap off the overall lead as last year's winners, Send Hub Limited. The number 5 of Fox Motorsport are 8.6 seconds further back. Then we find in 6th place the now pro number 18 of Broken Rib Racing. Motorsport UK Academy are 7th, 3 laps off the overall lead. In the number 7, the number 11 of Club 73 Young Guns are 8.1 seconds back in 8th place. Good work there from the number 11. Then we find our new leader in Clubman, Club 73 Team Silence, the number 23. They are 6 laps off the overall lead. Wrapping out the top 10 at the moment, Steve Super GT Brown in for the number 8 kart. Team 87.gg still hanging in there, 11 seconds behind Team Silence at the moment, and closing in bit by bit. We've got 5 seconds over RX Mechanics, the number 9. They've had a good last hour and closed in a bit, and so far managed to avoid being cursed by me. Give it 30 seconds. 12th place, the number 24 of Ditch Finders. They're 7 laps off the overall lead. They're 5 seconds ahead of Club 73 Matthew in the number 21 and 13th. The number 12, of South Coast Racing are 14th. A further 18 seconds back. There's loads of battles going on. We are going to stick on, I think, for another half hour with the static cams, mate. Because in 15th place, the number 25 of HWP Racing, that completes your top 15. And your podium in Clubman actually as well. 16th place, the number 15 of Team ARD, 30 seconds back, 8 laps off the overall lead. 8 seconds ahead of the number 20 of Formula None. Team Rango continuing their progress. They're now not the lowest ranked pro team. They are 8 laps off the overall lead. The number 4 is in 18th place, and they've pulled out a 51 second gap over now, unfortunately, the last of the pro teams, which is BAR Humbug, the number 6. We all love them. They're fantastic. The Senior Frogs, after the troubles earlier, are back in the top 20 and still putting in great laps. Bazinga is 10 laps off the overall lead and running really well with number 27. The number 13 of TVP Racing are 21st, 10 laps off the overall lead as well. Club 73 Pirates are 22nd. 23rd are the number 16 of TR6, 12 laps off the overall lead. 24th, the recovery driver, the number 14 Refined Metals Racing. 25th, the number 26 of Take No Prisoners. 26th, the number 17 of Mini Boost. 27th, the number 19 of Milne GP. Apologies for having to do that one a little bit quick, but we are, I believe, now going to do a stream reset. I'm looking to produce Tom to what I should do now. We are going to stick around for a bit more commentary, guys, because this race has come alive in the last half an hour, and yeah, we've also got someone on behind us who I'm very, very keen to talk to, because he was right in the middle of all of that. I'm going to put a headset on. Esteemed commentary colleague, oh hang on. Sorry, just having instructions in my ear. So, instruction to you all on the chat is we are going to do the stream reset. So, link should be in the chat. If you can't quite see it in the chat, click the Alpha Live logo on the YouTube stream and you'll see on their channel page. So, transfer over onto the new stream now and we will see you in a minute. We'll keep going here on the DDMM stream. Don't worry, we won't change this one.
It's the joys of YouTube streaming, that is.
It is the joys of doing YouTube streaming, Jimmy. It's wonderful. Once we get the thumbs up, we will know that we are back live.
Yes, for a little bit longer.
I'm definitely taking this
We've
chair.
not had that nod yet.
Yeah, take it. Join us.
Been working far harder than us.
We've had Andrew curse about 5 people in 15 minutes.
You've no idea. And unfortunately,
astonishing.
Steve has been one of them.
Yeah.
Has he been sending people?
No. I just talked about him, which meant he instantly got a black flag.
Oh, I see.
I think he got one. Actually, well, it might have been a track limit warning, and that was it. Because the car had got 3. Yeah.
We are back. We have had the thumbs up that we are back on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you've been with us on DDMM, you will have seen us having a brief chat with another guest commentator. And this one knows how to commentate as well, so we've instantly made the stream better.
Thank you for introducing me.
Jimmy Broadbent joins us in the commentary box, fresh off a 2-hour stint.
2 hours 15. I'm going to put that
2
in
hours
there
15.
if it makes a difference. Sorry.
Excellent. How was it?
Oh, I'm so tired. I forgot how physical these things are. I'm doing the whole, I'm a racing driver now, so it's all right. And then I get out there, I'm like, oh, no, I'm not. But it was good, though. I mean, we weren't quite as quick as I think we wanted to be. But, you know, we stayed where we were pretty much, which is what we wanted. And kart's still in one piece. I can't really do much more than that at the moment.
Some difficulty with traffic as well. There was a bit of a battle that we saw with the number 20. Reading the situations, it looked like there were some less experienced drivers out there.
It's a bit tricky because, you know, when you're in the car, you don't really know who you're fighting with, who you're actually directly having that scrap with. So from my point of view, if I catch someone, just get by them as quick as I can.
Yeah.
And if they start lunging back at you, you think, oh, come on, like I've caught you from a way back. We're both losing time now.
Yep.
Of course, you can't really have that discussion. Usually it's a... But, yeah, I mean, that's sort of the appeal of the event, though. You know, it's a quite a diverse range of skill, and you know, 2 years ago, 2 Buckmores ago, it was my first one. I was that person out there making those mistakes. So you know, it's just everyone starts somewhere.
Absolutely. You mentioned 2 years ago. We've been talking about the new karts a lot. Conditions are a little bit different to 2 years ago, but how if you can tell, how different are these new karts to the ones that we've had before?
I think like the main thing about them is that because they're all very new, they're stiff.
Yeah.
The older karts, after a while, they sort of start to lose that rigidity a little bit. It isn't like a night and day thing, but the way we notice it around here is if you hit a curb, you feel it. You know. There hasn't been anyone that's been, I think, done for curb warnings yet because no one's doing it because it hurts.
We've had one.
I've had one. Okay.
One so far.
Well, they're still walking afterwards. So.
Well, we think they got so airborne they probably ended up on the M2. So
they did a driver change, so I think they're okay.
But yeah, how's it's been a while. I think the last time I was in a paddock with you was a Club 100 event at Lid.
Yeah.
A very long time ago. You've been a busy man.
Yeah, I mean, back then, I actually missed Club 100. I'd love to do some more of that. I think it's a really fun series, that. But yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff going on now, doing a lot of real-life driving, sort of slowly getting a bit better at it. It takes a long time to get good at this real driving. It does. So, you know, even you come here today and we were talking about, maybe we can, you know, be on for a podium today, and immediately we're humbled by people who are far more talented than we are. So, but yeah, I mean, it's been good, and it's been eye-opening for someone who's been in the sim world so long. Just whilst you do carry that knowledge over, you sort of have to then go and unlock it in the real world, and I'm sort of in that process still at the moment, I think.
You've done quite a lot of 24-hour races in the sim world. What would you say are some of the transferable elements from the sim into the real world in terms of running the team?
You know, I think is like one thing that I think we did really well as a sim team when I was doing that was a lot like strategy. Like we have spreadsheets and that were just put numbers in. It will give you the ideal strategy. We're using one very similar next door for all our stuff at the moment. That and sort of trying to play the long game, because as I said, when you're out there and you're fighting people, you want to just get by as quick as you can and get on with it, and because you've got 16, 17 hours left, there's no point having a scrap with someone. It's just get by and get on with your own races. I think that's come from sim racing for me too as well, and you can tell some of the other guys out there aren't sim racers.
I had a go at the Nürburgring 24 hours a few weeks ago.
Yeah?
For the first
How'd you do?
Oh, I went badly wrong.
Oh,
well, it was all going all right, and then I was like, I'll go and have a 30-minute power nap, and I woke up and we were in the pits with the engine on fire.
Oh, that's such like a typical sim racing experience. You go to bed, everything's great. Wake up, it's all terrible. You're better than me. I did my last N24 attempt. I crashed the car on that free on my own. So
I did have a bit of roof riding. Somehow I only got like 18 minutes of optionals. It was the end of dotting a hoe, net code, biff, on the roof, then just kind of landed back on four wheels, not too much damage, got it back to the pits.
I always think there should be some sort of style points.
Yeah,
in that.
Got some that day.
Sorely missed. I don't actually know what's happening with the race, by the way. I know what's happening with our race and sort of what's around us, because with endurance, everyone's everywhere. What's happening?
Well, it was all going quite well. We've had a good battle between Accelerate and Loughborough Legends. Accelerate had a 2-lap lead, then their Nassau panel got a bit loose.
Okay.
And then I decided in the space of 20 minutes to curse half the field.
Nice, okay. If you could refrain in the future from not cursing Team 87, that would be great.
We're hoping it's like the mandatory pit stop, that I curse every team once through the course of the race, so yours is done.
Okay, nice. Jimmy, you won't believe it. It was pandemonium in here. It was, oh my God. You couldn't stop him. I tried to hold him back.
We had people in chat asking me to talk about certain other teams. They got penalties to get their teams further up.
You had certain people say, please don't mention this one, which is a conundrum in itself. Like, it's just, it was madness. Absolute madness.
Tell us about Team 87, because it's still fairly new in its infancy.
Yeah, definitely. It's something that I've kind of wanted to do for a while, but never really kind of knew what shape that would take. That sounds quite vague. I like vague. The sort of long and short of it is that my route into motorsport's not been particularly average, I say.
Orthodox.
Yes. I mean, I've basically went from shouting at my TV to shouting at my TV in a slightly different place, and driving some cars. And so, but I can tell you, I mean, even here today, there are 10, 20 people here, probably more than that, who are a lot more talented than I am at driving, but will probably never get the chance to go and actually, race something and be quick at something. And that also applies over to the sim world. You think of all the sim racers that exist who could. Well, I always like to say the fastest the fastest driver that exists has never actually stepped into a car.
Yeah.
Because they're never going to have the chance to do so because of the funds, So, a sort of long and short goal for Team 87 is to, one, build a brand around sort of my attempts at motorsport, and two, help others make that same leap into motorsport as well. Probably nothing too fancy at first, probably just maybe karting, and maybe I was thinking next year we'd love to try and arrange for a sim racing team for here.
Yeah.
And maybe have a team that's come just exclusively from sim racing with no experience and see how they do.
Yeah.
But that's where we are right now. We're very early on, but hopefully the goal is to try and combine sim racing and real racing a bit more.
Yeah. And to talk about your own racing as well, second year in the Praga in the Britcar Praga Cup. Getting some good results so far this year. What's been the main difference, you say, from the start of races this year to where you were 12 months ago?
I wasn't having like a mild panic attack, which is a good one. I remember when I started my first race, it was like, oh, there's so many cars, this is all so expensive. Oh my God. And now I'm just like, well, if it breaks, it breaks. I think when I first started, I actually, funnily enough, watched my first ever lap of Broadbent Park from last year and compared it to my qualifying lap from this year. I think I was 12 seconds faster, something like that. Because you can see on the first lap, you're just so scared, and it's just getting used to something. For a lot of motorsport guys, I think when we're watching them at home, we go, oh, I could do a better job than that. But then you actually are in the situation, and you're there, and you're feeling the car and the fear and the G-forces and everything. Suddenly you think, oh, maybe I can't do that. That's what happened to me a bit. I'm not going to lie.
And how have you enjoyed racing with Gordy? Gordy, I think I commentated on 5 years ago, like at the back end of his karting, and great to see him now as a pro racer. What's been working with him been like? It's
been pretty awesome. Gordy's a cool guy, and for me it's a little bit odd because I've got someone who's 10 years my junior telling me how to do things, and like. I didn't think I was at the point in my life yet where I was the old man, but apparently
we're 31 now, mate. It happens very quickly.
But apparently we're already there. But it's in normal life he's a bit useless. But when it comes to racing, and like he suddenly switches into like this sort of like wise old man, and it's he seems to have a way of explaining how to go fast so well that even someone with monkey brain like me can understand it. So. Yeah, it's been really good, and his pace obviously is just unreal as well. So helps me look better.
That's it. I'm just writing up that review you're making of Gordy there.
Yeah,
he's a bit useless at normal life. There you go. That's for Gordy then. But I mean, obviously, coming off of that stint there, you're coming up against some quick drivers out there as well. The likes of Piers Pryor. You've got Jack Goldsmith as well, part of the winning team last time out here at Buckmore 24 Hour. I mean, what's it like racing against those guys when you get the chance?
Very brief, usually. Usually you think, oh, is there a car behind me? And it turns out there is. Now they're in front of me. Now they're gone. And you look at what they're doing. And to be honest, when I was out there struggling at the start of the stint because I wasn't quite finding the groove, I had someone pass me. And I thought, okay, I'll just try and follow him for a bit. And immediately I found a better line and I went quicker. So even though obviously we wouldn't be racing them, we're not quite on that pace. It's still nice to go out there and sort of learn a bit from them and understand their lines. And for Chapman and Goldsmith, for me, these are like sort of Buckmore stalwarts. They're there all the bloody time. Go away, let us have a go. But whenever I see one of them pass, I think, oh, I'm not too upset about that. Because I know how good they are.
And you didn't fancy a bit of nighttime driving then?
Well, I mean, we'll see what happens. I'm not quite sure what the stint sheet is like.
And you won't tell us, will you, really, will you?
I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure it's going to make much difference from where we are at the moment. I've got a feeling that I'm going to be getting a short straw and doing the stint I think maybe 5 to 8, I think, maybe something like that. Last year in 2020, it was, I think, 3 to half 5 in the pouring rain. So if it's not that, it's better.
We're up from last year. We were talking to WillNE earlier about because we reckon he's got the best. Well, I think he's one of the best slots of all. Just after the service window, when you've got the fresh tyres.
That'd be nice, yeah.
Do we know who's got that one for you guys?
I think it's going to be Luke. Yeah, I think it's Luke. I'm not sure when. Who's he's the only one not to drive yet, I don't think. And Ed, which will be up next. So. I mean, it should be him. But I think that, to be honest, we're finding when we have all that grip at the front, the rear can't quite keep up.
Yeah.
So it's kind of nice now that it's settled in a bit because it's a bit more neutral because the rear tyres so the front tyres have worn a little bit. So we almost prefer it now than we did at the start.
I just want to ask actually about, obviously you've got the Team 87. You've got yourselves and Gordy, and then you've got the Bridle twins. I mean, you're up against them in Praga. That must be a weird feeling.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, when I first started doing Praga, the Bridles were probably the most welcoming competitor that I had, and they just seemed really interested to sort of see me there, and they were always out to try and sort of give a word of encouragement and stuff like that. And I mean, that for me is what motorsport is meant to be. Like, it's not meant to be sort of this really guarded, no one smiles sort of thing. And given, they're in Prague, we know they're fairly quick, and we know they know this place fairly well, so it made sense to sort of extend the invite to those guys. Yeah. And they're also a good laugh. They're pretty wild, so you've got to be careful when you get the same room as them.
And you're showing the room as well with the Senior Frogs.
Oh, yeah.
What's that been like? I mean, it's been great whenever they've been doing well, because every time Will overtook somebody, they all just went nuts. How's it been with them today?
They've been really interesting to sort of hang around with. As you say, like, I think they make more noise than any other team I've come across ever. Like, anything happens, like, rah! And I love that enthusiasm. I wish I wasn't so dead inside that I could be a bit more happy and smiley. But I mean, I popped into the chat earlier to see what's going on, just to see a frogs, which I think actually, I'm all about that. I'm all about the sort of animal spam. So frog spam, I endorse that.
The crabs out.
Frogs,
there you go.
Frog versus crabs.
You heard it here first. Here, frog spam. Jimmy Broadbent approved. There you go.
But they're really cool guys, and I think it's the same sort of thing as. Because to me they're all massive YouTubers, and I'm like, oh god, do I want to go speak to them, or like, are they going to be these sort of really entitled? And they're all just lads,
normal people.
Yeah, so
you've got to be careful not to introduce yourself with a voice break, though. Hello.
I just
got to be careful.
Do that with Steve. Oh, Steve, Super GT. Oh, great to meet you.
How was racing with Steve at Alton a few weeks ago in the Fun Cup? Again, got another great result.
That was awesome, and also a little bit weird because for the first half of our weekend, I had to sort of be like, let me talk you through this, Steve, which is a very, very weird thing.
Did he like that, or did he just kind of?
I don't know. I think he just took it on board. You know, and then by the end we were pretty much the same pace. So he picked it up really quickly, as I expect him to really. But coming away from a podium from that was a bit of an insane race. I'm not quite sure we're going to have the same luck of everyone falling off in front of us here. It would be a real shame if that happened.
Looking at you, Andrew.
Well, again, I can work my magic.
But that was a ton of fun. I mean, getting to race alongside friends is pretty special. Yeah. So and any opportunity to do it, jump straight on it.
And Steve's something just crashed in the background. Steve's experience around here is obviously, I've seen him racing Club 100 BUKC a lot here, and he still seems to have it around this place in terms of whatever he gets into.
Well, I hate to bring it up, but when we were here testing on Wednesday, I was actually quicker than Steve.
There we go.
And the bridles. Sorry, mate. Shame I wasn't as good in the race.
Looking at times for Steve at the moment, 51.3, 5.2 seconds behind RX Mechanics. He's in the middle of a really good battle at the moment with Club 73 Team Silent, who just slipped outside the top 10. Now, there was another familiar face here earlier, Mr. Brooks. When are we going to be seeing you guys back in the comms box together?
Not too long, I don't think.
Excellent.
Not too long.
Good
I haven't actually done any commentary since that one, so I'm pretty rusty. I think I'm not quite sure if I'm going to be able to talk or not. But
you're doing all right now. Don't worry.
Well,
you're all right.
Yeah, I mean, when you said, "Oh, you're a commentator," I'm like, "Oh yeah, am I?" When was the last time I did that? A long time ago. Yeah, I do miss that. It's always fun to sit and get really into a race. I'm sure you guys. You know, it makes it a lot. I think it makes it better to actually sit there and commentate than just to watch it, because you're actually really focusing on what's going on. But yeah, soon. I mean, I think he wanted to come do some karting, but he needs to learn to stop spinning a Wilton Mill first. I mean, then we might invite him along.
Well, I've said to him, if he wants to go in a Club 100, I'm sure I can pull some strings for him. So we'll see.
He'll be in for a shock. He will.
He will be. But I mean, he had to go in the senior road tax, which
I think he hurt himself, didn't he? Yeah. To be fair, when I first went in it was a road tax as well. Yep. And my neck went after about an hour. Yeah. So, which is intense. And if you guys ever want to at home want to feel like what it's like to be an F1 driver, go drive a fast kart for a bit, and you will learn very quickly why they are so fit.
You did it at Clay Pigeon, which is not an easy one on the neck anyway.
I did it at Clay, and then did it at PFI afterwards in a X30, and that was far easier. That was fun.
You get a bit of a rest down PFI, down the straights at least, but there we go. What's been going on in the race? Looks like DAB Motorsport have now reasserted themselves at the front after all the chaos of commentary curse gate, shall we call it. 34 seconds is their lead over Accelerate Racing, and it's all started to change again, Kieran, because we were talking about how they were down to 6th, they'd all gone wrong, they'd lost 3 minutes, but now they're back on the lead lap again.
Yeah, they are, and top 3 are all on the lead lap, just 45 and a half seconds separating our top 3, and that's after 17 hours to go with still 3 teams on the lead lap. That's how crazy this race has been. It's not often you get to see a 24-hour race like that. And for, again, all teams separated by 19 laps.
Yep.
That's nothing. As we see, a NASA panel, repairing that is 3 laps.
Yep.
You look at that, you're looking at being straight back in there if you get the chance. We do have yellow flags. I know why, because there's a marshal on track. That's just going to be through Symes Sweep, so that's what those yellow flags are for then.
That's a tricky one when you have the marshal on the circuit, because obviously we want to make sure they're safe. But as a racer, right, how fast can I go that's safe?
Yeah.
So a couple of times I slowed down and got a big bump up the back from someone not wanting to slow down as much. So
well, I mentioned earlier how Mickey Hakkinen had this trick of raising his arm in the air and going full throttle. Well, I raised my arm, I acknowledged it. Yeah.
I think a lot of people. I think I used to try that trick as well a couple of times.
Yeah.
And then until it didn't work, and then it goes from there. But I mean, you come around a corner and going down the hill, it's blind until you get there. The right hander, and sometimes there's a marshal there on the inside putting the plastic sort of bumpers there. So I think these guys need to sort of make sure they are taking attention on the yellow flags.
Yeah, I think on the whole it's been all right. Actually, I just see from that camera shot there are a few spots of rain.
Well, we were saying up to 10 o'clock, 40% chance of rain was the peak, so we are due it. All I'll say with the Sime Sweep discussion is, like, I have the scars to show it. that was a Sime Sweep one a few years ago.
Oh man,
in cold conditions.
We
Trouble is, I
like
didn't come out of the cart.
Oh, okay, so you stayed in it.
Yeah, stayed in it all through that one wrist. Yeah, that was a good day.
That's a great day. I've still got arm pump at the moment. My arms are like they're just noodles at the moment. But
yeah.
I was just saying that we actually, from our point of view, we wouldn't mind a bit of rain. Because I think that we need something like that now to claw some time back at the moment. Because the problem is, though, the guys that are leading, for some reason, they're actually pretty good. So if it's raining, they're probably not going to catch them. But we're hoping maybe we'll catch, because it's an endurance race, there are multiple drivers in each team. We're hoping maybe to catch one of the drivers that isn't quite as experienced in the wet. And it's worth so much time if you're good in the wet around here.
Very tricky circuit. We were discussing earlier about if there is a little bit of rain overnight, it's not going to dry because it's too cold now. But there you'll get those different rates of the circuit drying out, whether you're at the top end or the low end.
But also that, and there's been a little bit of repaving recently. So especially if you go down to hairpin 2 in there, the little chicane, you can just see that darker patch of tarmac there. You can get all over that in the wet because it doesn't take any rubber.
Yeah.
So like, in the dry, it's really slippy, but in the wet, that would be the ideal place to be. You can probably just go flat through there, to be honest. So it'll be interesting seeing the drivers maybe have to adapt to that. The rain did look like it was a bit heavier on that last camera there. Here, not so much, but I think it's more than a couple of drops at the moment.
Yeah, lap times have slightly dropped. We're seeing a few more 52s in there than we did perhaps a while ago, but some drivers still, Sendhub have just put in a 50. 0.777 RX Mechanics at 50.6. Contact Warning's just come in for Broken Rib Racing, who are now a pro. You weren't aware, Jimmy.
Oh, did they get moved up?
They got promoted.
I'm not surprised. I mean, those guys were quick, and then I got overtaken by this 18 and the black and white plate, and you're like, oh man, how bad am I? Turns out that was really good.
No, they're really good. I mean, yeah, we've got the few spots of rain. Seems to be a bit lighter than it was, but Andrew and I were talking earlier about this sort of phenomenon of psychological rain. I mean, is that a tough barrier to get past, that you've got to trust what you feel rather than what you see?
Well, to be honest, I had it almost the other way around because I couldn't actually see the rain in my visor. And I went into a corner, because we had a little shower earlier. Yeah. It wasn't very much, but it was enough to make a corner slippy. I went into the corner and went, what? Is my car broken?
Yeah.
And then there's a big, we had the rain sign flash, like, I'll do it. But the thing is, though, at that point, I think what I did is I went straight away, okay, I'm going to just try and take a middling line into this next corner and brake. Because if you brake on the rubber, with any sort of moisture in it, you just go wee off into the barriers. And I braked at the centre of the road, and the guy went running outside of me. I'm like, oh, okay. It's still fine, and basically it was completely fine. And because we're on slick tyres as well, the heat, you have to maintain the heat by actually pushing the tyre. The moment you calm down, the moment you start to lose tyre, you lose more grip, you start to lose more, and it's just a horrible cycle. In the wet, of course, it doesn't matter, but when it's sort of in between conditions, keeping those tyres alive are super important.
So just looking through some of this, it's fairly quiet in the pits at the moment. The team that are probably due in next are the Senor Frogs. 1 hour and 30 minutes into their stint. Still Bazinga out there for them.
That's his real name, is it? B Zinger.
B Zinger, Mr. Zinger. But no, Ethan's doing really well out there. And as question regards Loughborough Legends, I was trying to spot that earlier as to whether Loughborough Legends have changed driver or whether it is still Neil out there, which we've decided is the best team name, Loughborough Legends.
Yeah, and Neil.
And Neil.
It feels like they did their sign up and thought, oh, we forgot Neil. Oh, no.
He's been pedaling pretty well, the former Coventry BUKC driver, and peering through the glue, that's not them. There is them, it's the number 3, it's James Mills. Now he is a very quick driver, another one of Loughborough University's BUKC winning teams in years gone by. So expect some fast lap times coming in for him. So yeah, there we go. That's who's in. Oh, I'm probably going to get told by Loughborough in a minute. No, it's not James at all. It's just someone in there.
Or by chat. Like I don't know what's a worse fate.
Or by chat. Well, I've grown to accept that by now.
Well, you would know if you're streaming. The chat does know everything.
Yeah. I suppose you'd have an inkling, wouldn't you? Really.
Yeah. I'm always wrong and right, but I'm also right and also wrong.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's always fun.
No, it's been great to talk to you, Jimmy. One thing I did want to ask actually was a lot of the 24 hours based on rest and actually, having a driver in top form, not fatigued, anything. Yeah, doing a couple of stretches, a couple of that. But I mean, is there a way to combat that? Is there a way you can actually get a good night's sleep, or is it a case of no, you got to sleep in the back of the car? That's it.
I mean, as a posh YouTuber, I've actually for the first time this year, I've got a hotel room.
Ooh.
Basically for the purpose of because I've tried sleeping at the track before, I've tried sleeping in a car before, and the sound of the carts going around, and you thinking like, is mine one still going?
Yeah.
And I think you need to remove yourself from it. So I think the idea is to go away for a bit at some point, get a couple of hours sleep, come back, and that would be good. You never really get a full night's sleep on a 24. You just can't because, you're either too worried about the car or there's too much going on and your brain's still awake. So the best thing I think you can really do is what I'm going to do is I'm going to go have a bath and wait until my muscles work again, try and sleep a bit, and just make sure I'm plenty of liquid, plenty of food, get back in the car. And it's going to be horrible, you're going to be achy and still, but it'll be better than if you didn't do that. So.
Yeah. And just to be clear, is it a warm bath or an ice bath? What are we talking here?
Oh, definitely a warm bath.
Definitely a warm bath, okay.
Massive bottle of wine, Sex and the City.
Yeah, what time's your stint again?
No, the other one that I've had in the past as well, I've actually had a red flag wake me up because the carts stop making noise and my brain just goes exactly that thing of what has happened? It must be my cart. It must be horrendous.
I had that at Le Mans in 2015 actually when they red flagged that for a bit, and I woke up something's happened. What's going on? It's mad, but I think I'm gonna take this opportunity to go and now eat some food because I am starving. Thanks for having me on, guys. It's been good to talk to both of you.
Pleasure having you.
And make sure to like this stream, or what do you do as a YouTuber? Subscribe.
Press all the buttons.
Yeah, do all the buttons.
He's a natural.
Maybe I'll do it one day. Catch you guys later on.
Cheers, Jimmy. Thanks for your time. Really do appreciate it. And we'll see Jimmy out again later on in the race after his wine and his bath. But yeah, so that was kind of cool because we've not had too much happen in the race for the last half an hour. So we've been having a chat with Jimmy, and it's I say that there has just been a pit stop though for Dab Motorsport, so they've been in scheduled stop. They have handed the lead over to the Loughborough legends and Neil, and their lead is 7.8 seconds over Accelerate Racing. So we're kind of, after all the chaos of the last couple of hours, we're back to kind of where we were with this squabble between Loughborough legends and Neil and Accelerate Racing at the front of the order. But just with the added spice, we've got Dab Motorsport and now to an extent Sendhub in there as well. The top four covered by less than 35 seconds.
Yeah, that's, again, 17 hours to go.
Yep.
This is pretty much how we're going to leave it, isn't it? With 4 karts on the lead lap. I didn't think I'd be saying that.
Want to, but
no, but we do have to sort of let go. I know no one wants us to. I know we don't want to, but just like the drivers, we've got to get some rest. And we have the easiest rest of them all. We don't have to worry about if our cart's in the race. We're not going to be woken up in case anything goes wrong. All we're going to do is curse people when we come back. You are, actually. Why am I saying we? I'm no part of this. No part of this cursing thing.
Yeah, thank you so much to everyone. We've got still quite a few of you watching on the DDMM stream. Thank you so much for the support. We're not a big channel. We don't pretend to be a big channel. But your support has been big today, so we really, really do. Thank you to that. Thank you all the people that we've had in as well. Thank you, Luke Battersby, who was there for the start of the race. WillNE popped in. Yep. Jimmy as well. Hopefully we'll have some more people joining in across the course when we're back for the final 6 hours of the race. So in the morning, probably around 8:30, we'll be back on. We'll do all the maths and work out when it is. The main Alpha live stream, which is over there relative to us, that's going to keep going with the static cameras, the live timing as well, live.alphatiming.co.uk/Buckmore. Kieran, how have you found the first 7 hours of this race?
It has flown by. I mean, we had a great start, a little bit of a strategic middle, and then an absolutely chaotic end from your side.
Thank you.
I say we do it all again tomorrow.
Go on then. Right, we're gonna sign off in terms of the live commentary. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for all of your support, as I said, on the DDMM channel, at @MM across all of your social medias. _Motorsport Media. Search that on YouTube, and you'll find our channel. Keep liking this new stream here. If we can get it up to 2K again, like we did with the first stream, that would be absolutely fantastic. And we will be back, as I say, we reckon around 8:30 AM to take you through to the end of the race. My name's been Andrew Mather from Motorsport Media. He's been Kieran McGinley. Thank you very much, everybody. We will see you in the morning.